programming and policy.
Fantastic. Let's clap for Joshua. Remind me your name, sorry. I'm good with faces, but terrible with names.
Hi, I'm Jenny from Jene, Finland. Well, since I'm from Finland, the most interesting for me was to hear about the Kenyan VNR experience and how do you see the progress here? And that was very interesting part of the day. Thank you.
Let's clap for Jene. Anybody else wants to give us let me see who is working from home, and sending emails. Are you sure? Anything stood out for you? Just name and organization so people remember you.
Good morning once again. My name is Mercy Nyakange from Kakamega County. One thing that stood out for me is as we are leapfrogging to 2030, we're really still behind. There are 17% of the SDGs only are on track, and a third are stalled. So it's a call up for all of us who are on this room to continue putting more effort on the SDGs, especially those that are going behind from where we were. Based on the statistics we were given yesterday, a majority of the SDGs that had made progress are again retracting behind. So there's something that needs to be done, especially on those that are retrogressing instead of progressing. Yes.
Fantastic. Who else wants to give it a try? Gentleman here, introduce yourself and then give us a quick recap of what stood out for you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Elio Tieno Nyero from Homa Bay County. What stood out to me most was the fact that we have always been talking about the SGD 2030. It struck me that we are only 6 years away from that. And therefore, we have to move with speed to fully implement whatever we have in the plan. Thank you.
Anyone else on this side wants to give it a try? So we start with this gentleman, then we go to the other side.
Good morning. I'm Patrick from Kitui County. What I got yesterday that was moving was about the role, the critical role of the county governments in the implementation of the SDGs. And I was also disturbed by the budgeting process. If the counties received less budget, then it's very hard to achieve the SDGs. Asante.
Money, money, money. We need money and budgets in a timely manner, right? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Jafet Ojijo from IDF Homa Bay County. What I like so much with such intervention from the Kenya SDGs forums is that SDG is about kusema kweli, msema kweli. But yesterday, we heard that SDG 6 and 7 are performing well. But despite so many interventions the government and partners are doing on SDG 2, we are still below. I think this one should be put somewhere around the corner for us to see what is the way forward. Then again, SDG ni msema kweli. SDG 5 is missing somewhere. Yet there are a lot of interventions from the women in the women economic empowerment, women in leadership, women in peace and security. Where are these interventions going? So there I'm very, very much disturbed. Then it means we as CSOs and partners, we must come up together, see and strategize for results which can see. Thank you so much.
Excellent. That's wonderful, Nicholas. Just introduce yourself again.
Thank you so much. I'm Nicholas from UNDP. I think what stood out for me yesterday was the presentation by the State Department for Planning, which caused a lot of debate. And I think if you ask me, we need to do, I think one way, you need perhaps to highlight for each and every county, if it is possible, so that they can see where they are, and you continue making this presentation at the national level, so that actually people can get the reality, because what you guys actually presented was the real situation on the ground, which I think with the 6 years approaching, is now causing a lot of panic, and I think one way we encourage you to continue that one more. Let them panic, but there is nothing we can do, is the reality. So, as you saw, really that one came out. It's not an issue of a blame game. I think everybody, you do your role. National government, they do their part. Development partners, they do their part. And then counties, they do their part. So I just want to encourage Wangwe and the team, don't panic. Don't worry, this is a panic that comes towards the end of the game. So you're doing a very good job. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I think one thing that stood out for me was the MP and his presentation in terms of what the initiatives that are going on out there. I think there's a lot, and it speaks to what the gentleman there was saying. So I'm wondering if it's about new initiatives or it's about the reporting framework and how we can capture such stories. And Mr. Wangwe, I think that's one of the things, plus KNBS and other partners, that we need to think about. How do we share reporting templates, for example? Very simple, that people can just populate with initiatives, progress, you know, and how they speak to SDGs. You'll be surprised by how much reporting we can do with that. So that stood out for me, apart from Kasongo Yeye and our DJ delivering just at the opportune moment. So let's see a quick recap over here. Okay. Just the main points, and then Helena Pila, I'm about to hand over the mic to you for the first panel. So be on standby.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I will quickly, just in addition to what have been said, just very fast on some of the key highlights that came out, and we have just picked key issues, or what we call a take home, or what should be like action points. So probably you can move. So during the first, I think when one of the opening remark, there was an issue that we say that there need to be a networking and a collaboration, in the sense that at least we need to look at the issue of the financing, innovation, creativity in terms of achieving the SDGs in terms of. Then another issue that also came out during that time when the two are on board, Florence and Festus, the issue of untimely data, and also the issue of sex age disaggregated data. You can move. So again, when our director was talking about, again, what came out, we stood out that at least we should have a meeting of mind that has united by what? A common purpose. So that was a key remark that came out. Arnold again mentioned the issue of youth involvement in SDG implementation and tracking. That also came out from Arnold. And then in terms of from the county department, again, there was a big debate about how do we know that so far where are we in terms of SDG data. And then the professor said again, for us to ensure that SDG works very well, then these things should be at the community level. The other issue that also the counties mentioned is the issue of needs for facilitation, and that's coming the need of financial. And then there's still a lot of training capacity building that needs to be done around SDG. Then I think the other issue that also came out, which will also be a discussion going forward, how do we ensure that now we'll be involving the issue of the AI in terms of SDG tracking and performance measurement, yes? Then again, from the UN again, one thing that came out very is that if you are given 4 years to left for you, then what do you think you can realize? And I think this was coming in a backdrop of that we are left with less than 6 years or 5 years. So this is where that quotation was coming from. Let's move. Again, from what came out again during the remarks, so that is the model R1. One of the major obstacles in terms of SDGs is the availability of data, and I think one of our participants just said the issue of the tools. Then again, he presented about the unpacking of the UN pack for the future and what does it mean for Kenya. And then the other thing that came from COG, again, is the availability of documentation of good practice for understanding SDG, and this is said across all the 45 counties plus the national government. Again, Director again also mentioned that one of the issues about SDGs and even then the weakness in terms of data. Then again, he was jogging us our memory that we used to talk about acceleration and scalability and then sustainability. But now what is on the board, what is trending right now is terrible judging. So how do you ensure that we talk about terrible other than what has been mentioned about acceleration of SDGs, scalability of SDGs, and also sustainability of SDGs. Then apart from that, he also echoed the issue of the partnership collaboration and also the resource mobilization, as you've seen in the other slides. The other issue is coming out very clearly is that number of 17% of SDG indicator on track. 17 counties or 47 counties were able to report on voluntary local review reports. Then in 2017, only 5 counties were able to report, but right in the 2024, 17 counties were able to report. Then out of the global 248, Kenya is reporting on 168. And then for us to achieve localization, SDG said the key issue is language, form on how we are going to put out, how messages are we going to put on that, and then the signal about that SDGs. Move again. In terms of VNR again, the department says that 168 indicators are reported in the last, this year reporting of 2024, the VNR. And then in terms of VLR, 17 counties were able to report. And the issue around financing and innovation is one of the issues that were not enabling. Then again, the other issue that stood out very clearly that how do we integrate SDGs and CIDV indicator as a common framework. Then they also emphasize the need of establishing a county statistic unit, then action plan, but they should be geared towards community needs so that we ensure that nobody is left behind in terms of that principle. Then I think in the last 2 points that came from our moderator who mentioned about the Colombia issue, so that's some of the program which is being implemented in Colombia, Ghana, and also Kenya. And the project is about timely inclusivity and also accountability in terms of data. That's from the Colombia project that's being implemented in the country. And then again, we only picked one issue, which is very key that this will say that more counties need to participate in terms of VLR, and you all know that only 17 out of what, 45? I can see that's almost less than 50%. And then our MP again from Kitutu Masaba again emphasized that in terms of education, climate change, and health is doing so well that another thing that stood out very clearly, how he has been able to modernize the chief offices, that most of them are now having what? ICT infrastructure in terms of place. Then, you can move again. Our main MP at the end of the day, the chairman for the SDGs and business unit at the parliament, so he said out of 17 counties feel that 9 goals are exclusively for the county government. So that's what stood out very clearly for that. Next. So lastly, towards the end of the day, I think we had a plenary which was talking about the CSOs and also SDG forum in terms of tracking implementation of the SDGs. Then last. Then I think that was it for a brief one, but detailed report will be able to have. Thank you so much. It was a very good day, and I wish all of us fruitful day today.
If you can go back to where I was, I wish to correct something. He said terrible judging. It is terrible. You know the Subaru? Turbo. Turbo charging, not terrible. Turbo, Subaru. Not terrible.
You know, it actually depends on where you went to school.
Yes.
Because what you hear,
Yes. Yeah, charging.
what you hear and how you internalize it.
Turbo.
Yeah. Luckily, we have a video recording, so we'll go back to that. The rapporteurs know what they'll need to do. Yeah. But we all agree, right? Where you went to school, how you absorb what your teacher told you, and how you interpret the group of schools, others, just schools, high schools, national schools. and the School of Sustainable Development. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's our working document, so the team will be able to.
Helen, are you ready? Sorry, Bona Director, I've hijacked because I needed to cover the recap. So we'll find a slot where you can also support with a few other sessions, right? Helen, I don't know where your panelists are going to sit, or are they standing? Okay, there are seats behind me. How many are there? There are only 3? Oh, okay, that's why I was wondering if there are more people. If not, yeah, so maybe we can move the seats to one side. Oh, you're removing that. Okay, perfect. Asante. Yes. Yeah. There are 2 plus moderator, right? 4. So we need 1 more seat. And the moderator gets a special seat. Where do you want to sit, Helen? Okay. This way? Perfect. All right. Over to you, Helen.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Did we have breakfast? Yes, I'm sure we are in Mombasa. The spirits are a bit slow, but let's wake up and we proceed. So our first session is going to focus on SDG 10, reducing inequalities. So join me to welcome the following speakers to the podium. To join me, I invite Godfrey Denge from UNICEF. We have Joshua Msimi from UN Women, and we have Nicholas from UNDP. Please welcome, and let's have a conversation. So one of the goals that are progressing, of course, is SDG 10, but it's also one of the goals that very, very critical to be achieved, reducing inequalities in Kenya. We all know that we are going to have a conversation around different things. We are going to talk about issues that touch the specific groups that are likely to be left behind, and how do we effectively ensure that their needs are met as we progress, especially in the remaining period of time. Okay, so, yes. So, Arnold and Stella, we have a presentation that needs to be connected. So as we get that sorted. So one of our participants will join us virtually. That's a representative from the Council of Persons with Disabilities. Stella, please. Where do we send the presentation?
You have already sent it? Communications is that lady. Yes. Yeah, yeah. And Arnold, yeah, you have already sent? I can just check. Okay. Do you have it? From Dengue? It's from UNICEF. He had already sent to communications and Nicholas. Arnold, uko nayo? It was already sent to your email. Yes, UNICEF. Dengue. Dengue. You got it? Okay. So we'll get started, right?
Okay, so as we wait for the presentation to be uploaded, we are going to have a round of introductions by the panelists. We get to know which institutions they represent, and once the presentation is up, then we will be able to start. Also, just to preempt that the gender activists might eventually take me on and say, why do you have a panel that is made up of men only? Where are the women? It's not by design. We just found ourselves here like this. We had a number of panelists that were assembled. Some of them have not been able to make it. But we also know that these are champions of different groups. So when you talk about inequalities, it's not just about women. So just to preempt that. And so allow me to invite Dengue to start us off with just the introduction about his work and the institution that he represents. Over to you, Dengue.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Godfrey Ndenge, social policy specialist, and I work for UNICEF in the data cluster. And so I support evidence generation in UNICEF, but also with partners in government. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Musimi. I'm a program specialist in charge of gender statistics. I'm a gender champion, so the champions should not worry. They are represented here. I'm in charge of the gender or data program within UN Women, mainly supporting both state and non-state actors to assemble data that will enable us to monitor and report on the SDGs. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Nicholas Kipiego, research associate with the UNDP. Like Wangwe was putting yesterday, that ever since we started the process of MDGs, we've always been together. I want to agree with you. So at UNDP, like most of you here know, we have our two colleagues here, Chokera and Signup, who have also been part of us before they moved to RCO. We support the governments in a number of areas, in the area of governance, in the area of policy and planning, in the area of environment, and general area to do with private sector development. I must also state here that in our focus and support development process in Kenya, we've actually worked a lot with the State Department for planning for the last, I think as long as Kenya achieved its independence. And I'm very happy to see people like Benson and Kiboi, the two Bensons now. We have another Benson, Kimani also, sorry. I was talking about another Benson from Macro. Wangwe and the team, Mushimi here during the process of the MDGs, Vision 2030, and many other processes that we've had in government. So it's really a pleasure meeting you again. We look forward for a fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
And I'm Helen Apila. I work with the SDG Kenya Forum and the gender lead, and I support the SDG implementation process. So I hope our presentation is ready. Yes. So our topic for discussion is about the key issues around inequalities in Kenya, and we are going to dive into very specific questions that look at what are the causes of inequalities, what are the drivers, and what are the opportunities that we have, especially that are likely to address issues across the different target groups, the children, the women, persons with disabilities, the communities that are minorities, and all the groups that are likely to be left behind. So allow me to invite, first and foremost, Mr. Denge, to just share with us the general highlights on the status of poverty and inequalities in Kenya. Over to you, Denge.
Thank you, Chair. I think I need to get closer to the presentation. So good morning once again. Briefly, we just wanted to take you through the broad overview of poverty and inequality in Kenya. The concept of inequality is a little bit complicated. Poverty as well. And if I asked you what is poverty, you would have as many answers as you are here. So poverty is multidimensional and multifaceted. And depending on what you are deprived on, that would be your focus. So, and quite a number of times you could actually be deprived in several things or several dimensions. You may lack water, but you also don't have education. Are we together? Now, depending on how you define poverty or how you understand it, the numbers could change, and the numbers could be what you want, the numbers could be what you don't like, and that kind of thing. And so what is inequality? We'll also look at it and what the drivers are. So there are two ways the government, the Bureau, and there are Bureau participants here. There are two ways of defining poverty. You can define it generally through the monetary way, looking at expenditures. And the Bureau, the National Bureau, does surveys to establish that. So you ask households how much they spend on food. So you establish whether they are food poor or not, and how much they spend on non-food items. And therefore, when you combine food and non-food items, you get what we call overall poverty. And they will be sharing that with you. You can also ask people what they are deprived in. Do you have access to education? For children, for example. And are there adults who did not manage to get secondary education, for example? Are there households or individuals with who have no access to safe water? So the second aspect of it looks at access to goods and services that are very important. And to simplify everything, because I said poverty is multidimensional and multifaceted, when you look at the two concepts, they almost come to the same thing. When you look at the expenditure approach, you are actually trying to find out whether households spend enough money on the various dimensions that are one almost and the same with the access and the goods, approach. And I'll give you examples as we continue. Next slide. So under the SDG framework, which is our reference this time around, food poverty is a very important indicator, but many times we forget. And when you are doing a recap, I think I heard someone ask, I can't remember his name, did you have breakfasts? Was there such a question in the morning? Yes. Did you have breakfast? What did you have for breakfast? And where? So, and I'll just a little bit. So if you go, and they asked, did you get a cup of, did I hear porridge? Something like that. A cup of porridge. So is a cup of porridge breakfast? Is it enough breakfast? Is it sufficient? For you, for children, a cup of porridge. And Chokra here is adding and where? So those who had breakfast here, I want to imagine how it was, good breakfast. So food is a very important indicator in the SDG. Which SDG is this? Approximately. Do we have, So I started with the SDG 1, which is, what is SDG 1? which was number one in terms of priority. It's poverty. You know, nobody wants to live in poverty. SDG 2? No hunger. And it speaks to this. You hear Kenya has very many malnourished children. It's because there is not enough food. Not enough food, not enough nutritious food, not enough knowledge to know what is good breakfast, especially for children and mothers, and so on and so forth. So, very quickly, the last analysis by the Bureau, and I say the Bureau colleagues are here, they can correct me if I'm wrong, and they can see the slides are from the Bureau. Food poverty is around 31%. That is the proportion of population whose total monthly food expenditure, consumption expenditure, per person who was less than the required, whatever, 2,668 and 3,521 shillings per month per person. So if you are in urban area and you cannot afford that amount of money per month, you are food poor. And this is very important because without food you cannot do many things. Are we together? After some time we'll be taught to go for tea, and then after some time for lunch, because we cannot continue. Now, when I look at these numbers, 31% or 32% of Kenyans are food poor. That is SDG 2. The question is, and this indicator has really gone down, it used to be like 40 for the last 15 or so years, invariably anytime you took a survey. And look at the numbers, WMS 1, WMS 2, WMS 3, Kenya Integrated Household Budget Survey 1 and 2, and this number used to be around 40. It has gone down, but when I look at the time, and someone did say 4 years remain, is it 4 years or 5? 5 years to 2030. We are not sure we will meet that target of everybody having enough food. And of course, this is a national average, which conceals huge differences across counties, and we may want to look at this in a recent report. Where is it? In the KNBS website. Yes. Yes, Kenya Continuous Household Budget Survey. I think it's uploaded already in the website for use. So if you look at the rural-urban dichotomy, you will find that rural areas, 33% cannot afford, while in urban areas, this is 28%. And the question is, when are we going to have 0% people unable to afford this? So that's one SDG. Next slide. So this is SDG 2, and you can see the darker the color, the worse the situation in terms of poverty. You can't see that, but you'll see in the slide. Next slide. Overall poverty is SDG 1. And in SDG 1, there is also the statement under target 2, measure poverty in all dimensions for all age groups in all forms. And again, we'll see a little bit of that. So poverty seems to be going up a little bit, and the arguments towards that. Currently, as estimated using the 2022 expenditure survey, poverty has gone up from 37.3% to 39%. So poverty seems to be increasing, and for good reasons, and you know what has been happening in the last 2 years, 3 years, and with COVID. So many investments were destroyed by COVID, and so on and so forth. And you'll see some of that later. Next slide. In terms of the share of poverty, urban, rural, poverty is still a rural phenomenon. So when you think about poverty, where does poverty live in terms of quantity, the number? So most of the poor are found in the rural areas, and you can see the dichotomy between urban and rural. So in terms of SDG, where do you need to focus? And again, this evidence is very important. Next slide. There are significant spatial differences in overall poverty, and overall poverty is food plus non-food. And you can see, and I had the discussion yesterday a little bit, of course there are huge differences. This is Turkana, I know you can't read it. The longest bar is Turkana, and the second one is Mandera. Now those who are, is there anybody from Turkana here? The national government and counties have pumped, and the development partners have pumped a lot of money in the last 10 years of devolution, at least a lot of money. And those who are from the UN they can actually confirm that, a lot of money. But there seem to be, poverty seems not to be changing hugely in terms of that kind of spending. So what is happening? So it's not the money. Are we together? It's not there. And I want us to get out of that. It's not the money. There's something else. Efficiency, effectiveness, or something else that, no, I don't want us to go there. So where is the money going? And everybody, did I see a hand from Turkana here? Thank you. A lot of money has been pumped into Turkana by development partners and the government, CDF, and all the other funds. A lot of money. But poverty is not changing. So we need to think a little bit as analysts and as people in the policy, whatever, what could be contributing to this? Poverty has remained this high forever, I mean in Turkana, even after the devolution and money is there. So it's not actually the money, it's something else that we need to work on. And these are very important point, colleagues. It is not the money. Are we together? Probably the distribution, but also exactly where you're putting that money in. So if I could just give an example, UNICEF has done very many programs on water, more than 100 balls in the last 10 years, more than 100 balls, so to reduce the deprivation in water. But look at where Turkana is, Mandera, Samburu, Garissa, Tana River, all those, counties, and you know the story, and you'll see it in the slide. So what's happening? Next slide. In terms of contribution, again, the picture changes a little bit, and the demographics are very important. Depending on where you are, the incidence could be high, but no people. The incidence could be a little bit high, not that high, but then very many people. And in terms of weight, Bungoma and other counties take up, there are very many poor people in terms of the actual one by one absolute number of poor people. Next slide. There are those people we call hardcore poor or extreme poor. You are hardcore poor in Kenya if your total money, what you have for food and non-food, cannot afford food only. Is that a little bit, is it clear? If whatever you have for your food and non-food cannot afford the food alone, you are an extreme poor person or a household. And this number used to be 10 before. It has really gone down in Kenya. It is now at 7, so we are making good progress. The question is, are we going to make sure it is 0 by the end? So there are people, and this is related to the same food poverty, are there people who will be there still who cannot be able to afford food, leave alone the non-food, with all their expenditure by 2030? And that's the question. If you look at that report again, there is very good distribution about, where are the hardcore poor concentrated, and this is very important. Next slide. From the same expenditure report, Gini, the coefficient for inequality, the Gini coefficient went up from 37 to 38. And it tells a story that is not very interesting. It looks like inequalities are increasing. And again, we need to verify that. I don't know to what extent you think you identify yourselves with that. So between 2016 and this has gone up from 36 to 41. And so we need to be worried a little bit. Where are we going? And what does it mean for us? Next slide. A little bit now on the inequalities. So I tried to bring this one up for adults. If you look at poverty now, differentiated between, so this is over time, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And the Bureau did really good tracking of poverty from the Kenya Continuous Household Budget Survey, and these are the results. And you can see poverty is increasing, even from 2021, from 40, from 36 to 37, and for children from 40 to 42. And the children seem to be faring badly in terms of the numbers. Next slide. Inequalities across social sectors. And if you look at health, and here we are trying to plot under 5 immunization, the whiter the color, the worse the indicator. So this is so white, and I see Garissa there, Kajiado, the northern counties. immunization for children under 5 is very low, and we need to do something. And the dark colors show where immunization is doing well for children. You know, immunization protects children from preventable diseases, deaths. Now, that map is very important, and this is from DHS, again from the Bureau. If you look at under 5 vaccination coverage by quintiles, for the poorest, it is 72 compared to the richest, 83. So among the rich, 83% of the children are immunized. Among those we consider poor, only 71. What is it supposed to be? 100 for each group. So that is an inequality that is already very vivid from access to service, the service of vaccinating children to prevent them from mortality. When you look at nutrition, where we have the indicator standing, the poorest households have the highest level, and standing among the poor is 27, like 1/3 of the poor are suffering from this indicator of nutrition standing. That is, you are short for your height, and sometimes standing has an irreversible damage to the brain, and we need to prevent this because after 36 months, chances are that brain cannot be changed, and we need to know how to feed our children. And the intervention there, which could actually help us, is providing better nutrition, but also mother's knowledge into this. Are we doing this? The richest, only 8.7% of standard children. Next slide. Child protection again. We have teenage pregnancy rates highest, around 22% in the poorest households compared to only 7%. And this is very interesting. So the richest, among the richest, teenage pregnancy, which is very important. We are talking about a Western stock of people called teenagers. Only 7% for the richest, and for the poorest is 21. And we have the middle in between, and we need to begin to ask ourselves, what is happening? In terms of a primary school net attendance ratio, again, the whiter the scheme, the lower the level of attendance, and you can see again from the colors, and you can imagine where this is happening. So in Turkana and northern counties, again, challenges in terms of huge inequalities compared to the black colors around central Kenya, and so on and so forth. So among the rich, 92% are in school, attend, compared to 75%, which means 25% of the poorest probably do not make it to the level that is required. Next slide. Household access to basic water. This is again very important. I said poverty is multidimensional, multifaceted, and under the multidimensional approach, if you are deprived in any 3 of these ones we are discussing here, then you are deemed to be poor. This is access to basic water. And again, Leah, my friend, is here. She can talk about this. So basic water access by quintile, 96% of the rich have access to safe basic drinking water services, compared to 35% of the poor. And guys, think about it. Do we have an indicator for SDG indicator? What target is this? Do we have an indicator? Okay. So the difference between the rich, this is 35, this is 96. And you need to think about, and those are inequalities in actual access to sanitation, water, and so on, which is a huge difference. Basically, the sanitation, poorest, you can see, you can't even see the bar. It's verse 22 compared to the rich, 72. Household access to basic sanitation by quintile, and you can see again a huge. If there was no other time, I would have stopped there, but I just want to gloss over very many other slides which are very important for you. The Bureau has done a very good job in the last 3, 4, 5 years to generate evidence from the various data sets, and that is the broad picture. Now, this is a summary of it. Inequalities in other outcomes, access to services, fertility is very high among the poorest, 5.3 compared to 2.7. Mean number of children, you can see 6.2 compared to 3.1 among the rich. And this is very clear. Disability the same. FGM, teenage pregnancy, social assistance coverage, standing, under 5 mortality, it's all there. You can see it's very high among the poorest compared to the blue richest. and exclusive breastfeeding, access to basic, all these indicators given there, and they are very important for you to begin to see where we are with respect to SDG. There are other findings from the 2000-2009, and again, I'm not going to present this, but I'll just talk about the gender aspect of it. This is again, let's just continue. Next slide. I just wanted us to get to the next slide. Next slide, until you see gender. Is a slide on gender, which we have child labor, housing, energy, gender here. Yes, this is very important, and I think it's which indicator, 5.2, and there's a lot here to be discussed with the panels, Kobing, Musimi. Next slide. And there's very good analysis currently telling us the differences between the two genders. And I don't want to go into the details. We'll discuss this in the panel discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denge, for that overview. So please pass the mic to Musimi to take it up on the gender aspects. Musimi, from listening to that overview, what opportunities do we have? You can quickly comment on the overview and then what opportunities do we have, but also just tell us how the UN Women is supporting government to address some of those inequalities. Over to you.
Thank you. Allow me to observe 2 points before I get to your question. The topic we are discussing is articulated to the SDG goal number 10, and in particularly SDG target 10.2 talks about inequality. And it says that this is a threat to the long-term sustainable social and economic development. So that's where we are coming from. We should be therefore talking about how to address this potential development challenge by providing evidence on its prevalence, and Godfrey has done a good job to show us where we are in terms of them. And mainly looking at their dimensions to inform policy, because the point here is all of us here are discussing on how to address SDG, and the approach will be to inform policy programming and decision making. And therefore, that was the reason why Godfrey was trying to give us the numbers and what inequalities in Kenya is. I will observe that recognizing and mainstreaming inequalities in our policy, both at the national and at some national level, will be the first step to address the leave no one behind. Because if we do that, then we are seeing the poor, we are seeing people with disability, we are seeing people in the marginalized areas. Those are the population we are talking about, leave no one behind. And not to forget about gender. Because we've seen a number of, Denge was able to show both men and women were left behind in each of the indicators. And therefore, it will be important for us to understand these numbers, interpret them, and be able to use them to inform our policy. When inequality exists in a society, then we cannot have economic growth, or we cannot have overall economic growth. And studies have shown that if we were to empower women, for example, in agriculture, because 80% of the land tilling and all that in agriculture is done by women, then we will increase the overall production by a great margin. Even the overall GDP would increase if we were to empower women. So this is quite important. And some of the areas would focus, Ellen, if you allow me, is look at even the kind of taxes we are putting in place. And I challenge the county governments, because we know you do not impose taxes, but in overall you do taxes. The 3 given by Constitution plus the levies that you impose, the market fees and all that, to the layman, to the laywomen, this has a lot of impact on what they do. And therefore, I would request, as we look at our taxation policies or our revenue raising measures at the county level, let's be humane and consider the gender aspect. Issues of youth empowerment and the inflation on food, fuel, all these are things we cannot forget to talk about. The one slide which Godfrey stopped is talked about gender. And I want to substantiate further and talk about the gender gap. From the explanation, Godfrey, you said you are looking at the deprivation in a particular dimension or indicator. You looked at poverty, you looked at education, you looked at water and sanitation, you looked at economic activity and all that. And therefore, we look at the gender gap. We are looking at the difference between deprivation among girls and women, and we look at the absolute difference between their deprivation between the two. But when you divide it by the deprivation by women and girls, then you get what we call a gender gap. And some of the numbers that we would have shared is, if we go to the county level, we see a number of counties, because we see a deprivation of positive or a gender gap of positive implies that girls have higher deprivation compared to boys and men. And some of the counties that stand out, particularly in one of aspects like education, I see Mombasa doing very poorly at 34.8, Kilifi, Homa Bay, we are talking of Migori, and Kisii, in terms of deprivation. But even when you look at even women who are aged between 35 to 59 years, in terms of economic activity, the deprivation or the gender gap still is huge, 65.1%. And therefore, these are the things we would want to discuss as we talk about inequality. These are the things we need to address. We look at the data, if we can be able to synthesize, analyze and share, and we be able to address these facts. Another indicator I would want to talk about is what we call the Gender Inequality Index. And this is the indicator that combines women's achievement with the potential for empowerment. And we look at three aspects. Some 5 indicators in both health, empowerment, and labor. And we find quite some interesting numbers. And if you allow me, I can just, let me share a bit of some numbers here, because I think the counties will do a lot of disservice if we do not give you the numbers and how to interpret them. So I see that for a gender inequality, so the Gender Inequality Index, a score of 0 shows that we are better, because it shows that there is no gender inequality. But for a higher score, then it implies that men and women, there is a maximum inequality. And I was looking at the numbers, and I look at a count like Nairobi. Nairobi is one of the counties we can say as a gender inequality index of the highest, the good one in Kenya. We are talking about Uasin Gishu, just to give an idea, talking about Laikipia, Kajiado. But then at the bottom, we find counties of, with an index of Nyamira, we look at Kisii, Homa Bay. These are counties that are really doing a little bit poorly. That we have a big gender inequality index in some of these counties. And therefore, we are looking at different indicators. And if we can be able to address some of these indicators, then it will be good in terms of SDG 10. This is what you asked me about what UN Women is doing. We've been supporting government, and I said state and non-state actors. We've been working closely with the SDG Forum, groups, and others to ensure that there is data, or data is available to monitor and report on SDGs. Currently, UN Women has been supporting the National Bureau of Statistics in a program called Making Every Woman and Girl Count, which aims at ensuring that we have gender data that can inform reporting. We've also been working with KNBS to support the CSOs to validate the data, what we call the system-generated data, for them to be able to be used as a complementary source of data, what we are calling fit for purpose. And I think Sarah and Leah may talk about this maybe tomorrow. So I want to stop here and say there exists a lot of opportunities if we work together, we can be able to address inequality in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua, for that. A better round of applause, please. Nicholas, so Human Development Index. Having seen what the outlook looks like, any quick comments and reflections on what was presented, but also what are the emerging issues that we should consider going forward? Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you. I first of all want to thank Denge for the presentation he has made, and my colleague Mushimi here. So I think mine will be very quick. It's true, UNDP has focused a lot in terms of the discussion and introduction of the new development paradigm. I don't know if it's still new because it was introduced in 1990. So I'm not going to discuss the reasons why human development was introduced, but we still see the power of the indexes that are still being discussed up to now. So for example, yesterday, we had a discussion here by State Department of Planning. I just wanted to give you some figures so that you can compare to what was presented yesterday. So for those who can remember, we were told Nairobi, in terms of poverty, was the one with the least numbers in terms of poverty. So in the human development world, where we rank countries, or even in Kenya here, where we rank counties, in terms of the human development, we see a human development, so we compare from 0 to 1, 0 being the lowest, 1 being the highest. And like Mushimi put, if we go to gender inequality index, we are looking at 0 being the best, 1 being the worst. So when we look at human development report, 1 being the best, we see Nairobi having 0.723. This, by the way, for your information, these are figures that we are working out for a report that we will be able to share very soon. So for the purposes of discussion, I wish to share with you that. Then, if you look at a county, the other county that was mentioned yesterday is Nyeri. Nyeri has a HDI figure of 0.681. If you want to note, you can note. Kiambu is 0.661. Narok is 0.546. Now, so when we are looking at the human development, we look at the longevity, which is a life expectancy. We look at, and for that, we compare ourselves with the best. So the best, I think, is Japan. Jokera, you can correct if I'm not wrong, and Benson, I've seen Benson here. I think it is Japan that we normally look at as we benchmark, the country with the highest life expectancy. When it comes to the issues of mean years of schooling, because human development report, we look at health, we look at education, we look at income. When you look at the highest mean years of schooling, we normally look at it as 15. So, and the highest income, I think we normally take the one for Luxembourg. I will tell you where they have the highest GDP per capita. So when you look at, for example, Nyeri, let me just give you an example. Life expectancy for Nyeri is around 71. So mean years of schooling, when you look at Nyeri, is looking at like 9.4. So remember I told you the Human Development Index for Nyeri is 0.68. So here we are discussing about inequalities. When you make an adjustment on this HDI for Nyeri, so it is this Human Development Index, but you adjust for an inequality because we are agreeing that the inequalities are there, isn't it? So it comes to 0.52. Are we together there? Now, when you look at Kiambu, with the Human Development Index of 0.661, life expectancy of 66, mean years of schooling, Kiambu here has better numbers than Nyeri. It's giving you 10.4. But when you adjust for inequality, Kiambu gives you 0.48. So let me stop there for the two best. Let me give you the worst. In terms of those who are not performing, I'm not saying Turkana is the worst county. So when you look at Turkana, it has a Human Development Index of 0.398. It has a life expectancy of 58. So when you look at mean years of schooling is 3. So from 0.398 to when you adjust Turkana for inequality, you get 0.26. In all this, you are losing after you computed your human development index. When you adjust for inequality, you are losing almost more than 25% in almost what. So you can actually see what inequality is doing for us. The last one, let me give you the figures for Mandera. This is for purposes of having this discussion. So when you look at human development for Mandera, you are looking at 0.338. Life expectancy there is 58. When you look at mean years of schooling, this is 1.4. When you adjust Mandera for inequality, you get 0.23. So look at how much we've actually lost. Garissa, the same, you have a very low human development index of 0.394. When you adjust it for inequality, you get 0.28. So you can see what exactly the inequality is doing for us in terms of the human development index. I would have wished to give you more and more, but we do not have much time for that. Issues of gender inequality, which my brother was presenting here. You see Mandera, actually, I just copying from what he had here. Of course, we also do as UNDP. He had 0.760, and remember I told you 0 is the lowest, is the best, 1 is the worst. So you're looking at what are the new dimensions that we see now. For your information, we noticed that, and this is around the globe, when you look at issues of climate change, issues of pandemics, issues of vulnerabilities, we see a lot of the things that are really emerging now that one actually would wonder, what can we do? Let me just give you an example of what some of these vulnerabilities have done to us. I don't know if you remember, prior to COVID, I'm saying issues of pandemics. Prior to COVID, we had, I think in some of the publications that we've had, you can see, for example, we had a poverty index of around 33.6 prior to 2019. But after 2020, some studies show us that we went up to 42.9. So when you look at those figures, it shows you we moved from 16.8 million to 21.45. And the difference there is around 4.25. I was just imagining that number and the number of votes. You remember the leading presidential candidates, how many votes they got. So imagine those people, assuming you had to put aside those people and tell them to vote. You see how many in terms of votes they would be. That is what I was just trying to compare. So the other issues that I just wanted to show you that some of the emerging issues. For example, you look, I just mentioned that the issues of climate change, which are actually the realities. Jokera here was able to tell us yesterday, and I'm relating this to poverty and inequality so that you know what are the real issues for Kenya. Immediately after implementing the MDGs, we did what was called MAV, MDGs Acceleration Framework, to see what exactly was affecting us. So in terms of the child and maternal mortality, remember he talked yesterday about the 480 per 100,000, and you know, when you look at the child mortality and all that. So it is the 15 counties, which I've just mentioned some of them, the one from the ASAL areas, the northern part of Kenya, that was actually contributing almost, I think Jokera, almost 98% of the maternal and child mortality in Kenya. So 15 counties out of the 47 are the one contributing up to 98%, meaning if you'd actually remove the 15 counties, you'd actually say, Wangwe, we actually achieved all the MDGs, if you'd remove the 15 counties of the northern Kenya. And that is how you need to see why we have to have these targeted interventions. I know in the constitution there have been the issues of, what do you call this fund that is supposed, equalization fund. And to our biggest disappointment, some of this discussion we hear that some of these equalization funds have not been utilized. To add on something on climate change, and we were recently launching a global human development report with the Ministry of Planning. And it was actually said that 2023 alone was the hottest year in the last 140 years. You can imagine 2023 being the hottest month in the last 140 years. And I don't know if you've been able to see some of the documentaries here, what it has done to us. There was a documentary that was shared here. There was an old man that, I think it was in Garissa. He lost 1,000 of his animals during the drought that we also experienced in 2023. I can assure you, 98 of us here, if you would lose such a number of animals, we would all commit suicide. No wonder one person was saying in Kenya to cut a miti, because obviously all of us would actually, commit suicide. So you can imagine the vulnerabilities that we are coming across as a result of that. Lastly, because of these vulnerabilities, if it was not for pandemic, by the way, between 1999 and 2019, we would have seen our human development, the global human development, we would have reached almost at the levels that we were getting, like, up to 0.8 or something there. But yesterday we said the SDGs were most of the SDGs, I think over 50% of the SDGs globally, we are not making, they're off track, over 50% globally. So you find that now like for example for Kenya, we've actually moved back a bit as a result of this in terms of our achievements for the Human Development Report. But generally what you observe because of this, the inequalities and because of these poverty issues, is that we still realize that, and I think somebody yesterday, Jane, was also mentioning that we see a lot of stress, we see a lot of insecurity, we see a lot of sadness among people, we see a lot of anxiety that is actually rising. So this is actually as a result of that. So we can share some of these figures, we can always discuss. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nicholas. A quick one. As the team is checking for us whether we have the other participant online to quickly comment, communications, please confirm. I'll give Ndenge just 2 minutes to give us a wrap-up in terms of what is UNICEF doing to support government with some of those strategic areas.
Thank you. I think UNICEF is doing a lot in Kenya, right from evidence generation. You can only plan for what you know. So evidence is very important. And you all know, you cannot plan for what you don't know. So evidence generation in poverty analysis, all sectors, both financial and non-financial, and there's a lot of work that is ongoing with both government and non-state actors. So that is one. In terms of actual programs, UNICEF is supporting quite a number of water programs in ASAL counties. UNICEF is also supporting sanitation in many ASAL schools. UNICEF is also supporting the Ministry of Health to ensure that the hardest to reach children who are not immunized are reached. UNICEF is also supporting the malnourished children in hard to reach areas, and quite a number of other programs that relate to adolescents, but also the mothers in terms of making sure that mothers have the right knowledge to take care of their children, but also themselves. So UNICEF is doing a lot, and I want to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we open to plenary. Any quick reactions and reflections?
1, 2, 3, that side. All right, so 1, 2. Thank you.
Yeah, once again, I'm Jeffet Ojijo from IDF, Homa Bay. Just 2 quick questions. One, we are talking about evidence, generating evidence, but I'm worried, and specifically the government should be answering us. We have sparking projects, end food and poverty in Turkana, end floods in Kano and Budalangi, and teenage pregnancy in Homa Bay County and other counties. followed with a lot of costed items, big budgets for the last decades. Does it mean the evidences we are gathering in facts, in terms of implementations are wrong? Does it mean we are getting wrong data to address such interventions, or what is happening? Two, the social protection intervention. Does the social protection policies reduce inequality in Kenya? Are the policies well implemented, or there's something with it? And also at the county level, because the politicians and institutions are taking it as a way of familiarity. How can we make these social protection policies and regulations to achieve inequality? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Linda from the UN Association of Uganda. Listening to the Turkana story, it's really common. It's the same as the Karamojong story in Uganda. So I ask myself, what are we doing wrong? Have we looked at working together? Because these are like the same communities. Have we embraced the East African communities? There's something that we can do as a team, so that it's not only, Turkana, Kenya, but, both the Karamojong community in Uganda and Turkana. Then the other is generational inequalities. Yes, we are talking about the women. Have we looked at making use of the youthful population that we have in East Africa? I think East Africa has one of the youngest population. How have we empowered them to reduce on the generational inequalities? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the panelists, but I just wondering why you and a panel of UN colleagues should have mixed here, because these are all UN colleagues talking to, we should have under mix. But that notwithstanding, I just a reflection. We have this data, we have this information. It's like preaching to the convert, to the already converted. Most of the people, the participants here, actually, they know a number of those inequalities, those issues of multidimensional poverty, or they know. So what? Yeah, because now we have that. Because now, how long then will we keep talking to ourselves? Because that's basically what it means. We really need to be able to move away from talking to ourselves to where the action should be. Definitely, when we are Nicholas, when you are talking about equalization fund, yeah, it's a great idea to have that equalization fund. But you look at how that equalization fund it's utilized, it's really worrying, because those countries which are supposed to be, are they called marginalized or whatever, they are given the money. But even whether you look at the Isiolo or Tana River, even within Tana River, there are counties, there are sub-counties which are actually doing better than the others. But when that equalization fund goes there, what do they do? They divide equally per those sub-counties, or I think their constituencies. They divide equally. What does it mean? You are amplifying inequality, because there are some of those areas which are actually doing far much better. Even, for instance, Kiambu, we also have some areas which are actually lagging behind. What we need to be able to do is, like, unfortunately, we don't have our members of parliament here, is really to look at the registration, to target at the sub-county rather than a county. And that is when you can be able to reduce the inequality. And there is no way you can develop when you are leaving more than 50% of the country behind. Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe just to thank the panelists that you've really come up with very rich information, and it even answers some of the questions yesterday where people were saying the numbers we are displaying do not speak to the numbers in the county. So those numbers clearly shows what is happening there. There's just one comment that has pricked my mind by Ndenge, that the fertility rate is high amongst the poorest. And this brings me to some statement we used to read from a professor called Professor Nakise, who used to say that poor countries are poor because they are poor. And I want to bring it down here. Poor people remain poor because they are poor. I don't think the reality is that there is high fertility rate amongst the poor. I think it's because of the circumstances that force them to also get opportunities of living a normal life at some stage, which pushes them deeper into the poverty itself. Because you find that because of the extreme poverty, they have less productive activities they engage in. So they find solace in coming to that companionship together, and what is the result? It's a big family. And if you go to even rural areas, when we take the average number of children we have here, you will find it may not go beyond 4. But go to the rural areas, your poorest brother has 8 children. So my issue is, with this kind of information, UNICEF, UN Women, how do we then, you see, that's the poverty of the mind, and the circumstances that surrounded them are still pushing them deeper into that poverty. So they are kind of pushed into a poverty trap. They will never come out of that. So how do we really help these people? They need to be helped. They actually need to be assisted. It's not that they are more fertile than we are here. I think you get my point. Yeah.
No, questions now, mind-boggling questions and discussions, interventions.
Okay, before you come. Okay, thank you very much for raising all those concerns. I think the first clarification I'll make, when we started, we said we had a disclaimer around why we are this number of panelists. So this panel initially was supposed to have representative from the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, and they were not here. We also had intended to have the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. We were also supposed to have Oxfam represented here, and they did not turn up. We were also supposed to have the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. He was here yesterday, but he traveled back earlier this morning. So initially, the panel was supposed to be really a mix of representation of all stakeholders, and we were not able to have all of them here. But I guess what we've had from the UN agencies and the support that we have received, I think is very useful information. And just to emphasize that next time we will try as much as possible to have as many representation as possible. Thank you. Over to you, Ndenge.
Thank you. I'll respond to one of the 2-3 of the issues raised. One is about the triple threat. I mean, we've seen, and since COVID, you've seen numbers of pregnant girls, rise hugely across counties. And you remember the story during COVID. And this is also related to what Wango is asking. So if you don't have a lot of other productive activities, what happens? Secondly, you see for almost a year, girls were just at home with no programs and nothing. So you imagine what happened. And we had lots of cases of pregnancies in many counties, but in some counties we see huge more than what we expected. I mean, like in Western, we had more than the average. Nyanza Western, we had more than the average. And in a few places, UNICEF is actually working with a few counties now, Siaya, Migori, and Busia, and the Bugoma, to actually come up with programs where these girls can actually be taken back to school based on the return to school policy, which is very good in Kenya. Now, to what extent are poor families going, are they going to support such girls and so on and so forth? So it also goes back to communities and families. That's one. In terms of the question on generational inequality and poverty, there are numbers that sometimes as Kenyans we also don't use to make our plans and to sort of plan well for the population. Now, in terms of education, education is a very important dimension in building human capital. But if you look at the statistics, administrative data shows that only about 30% of girls in all the northern counties manage to complete primary, and a very smaller proportion manage to go to secondary. What do you expect? First of all, malnutrition for their children will be very high, because sometimes they don't know, they don't have the mother's knowledge. And two, they are married there, so they can't get good employment, they can't get income. What do you expect? So poverty will forever be going up there. So to what extent are we using these numbers to come up with programs that are strategic to ensure that girls who cannot complete secondary actually complete secondary, and they help us to achieve the rest of the indicators. Now, the last analysis by the Bureau, Comprehensive Poverty Report, also showed that like approximately 40%, and more so in the Western and Nyanza counties, of the youth are deprived in secondary education. So what does it mean? These guys cannot innovate, and that's a huge population without secondary education. I've gone back to education. So in that one dimension of deprivation, there is huge that we could tap on. But are we using this evidence to actually target programs that can help us move forward? The same report showed that multidimensional poverty at household level is reduced by 18% whenever there is a mother with secondary education. So the evidence is very tight. Secondary education for women is like one of the answers that we need. It's going to improve employment, productivity, reduce malnutrition, improve on immunization, and so many other things. So it's already there in evidence. I mean, generated by government partners, and we need to begin to use it. Probably we don't disseminate very well, and we need to begin to share this with our parliamentarians, county assembly members, so that we can begin to use the evidence. The case of Wangwe is a different one. Now, there was a question on social protection. Social protection, the earliest analysis shows that for households who are actually receiving social cash transfers, the enrollment for children is slightly higher, poverty is slightly lower than all households who have the same characteristics but do not receive the same. And further analysis is going on. And the latest, and the Kiriga will help tell a better story, the latest draft estimates from the fiscal incident analysis shows that, look, most of the funds in terms of what is spent in education is going to the poor households, being enjoyed by the poor, up to secondary, but after secondary, the tertiary spending is actually being enjoyed by the rich, and we need to change that trend, because it means the poorest of the poor do not have access to continued education after secondary, which is very dangerous for us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Godfrey has answered most of the question, but I want to pick the first one from our colleague from Homa Bay. Yes, we are producing this evidence, but the point you raised was with a lot of projects, a lot of investment in different sectors, but what is the outcome? Because it's the outcome that will give the indicators we are looking at, not the input-output level, because that will be just consumption. But we would want to see what are the outcomes after the investment, the huge investment you talked about. Are they translating to some tangible outcome and the impact? So if that is not there, then it will be waste of government resources. I agree with Linda. I think we could learn a lot from the cross-border, the Turkana, Karamajong, and all that. And I think the second question on intergenerational inequality, the Denge answered. I would like to just address Julius on the issue of the revenue sharing formula. I think the current formula, the revenue sharing formula by CRA, and I'm not standing brief for CRA who are not here, is that they have undertaken to go now to the parts. The formula now uses the different parts. You see poverty numbers, you see the population, and try to target the most marginalized, even in a well-off counties. For example, you could have a marginalized area in Kiambu, or Nyeri, or somewhere else. But now they are going deeper. They are not now giving marginalized areas based on just the entire county. But now they have gone down and tried to identify the areas which are more vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know a lot has been said. I start with my sister from Uganda. How are we working together? For your information, we've had cross-border initiatives between Uganda, Kenya, and then Kenya and Ethiopia. I think maybe if sign up, you can get time, you can highlight some of those joint initiatives that we've had. One of it, for example, is the peace initiatives, because as a result of these displacements, it causes a lot of mayhem among the communities that are there. So there are a lot that has been said, that has been done in that area, and I think that is the area of collaboration that even when you see the UN system in Kenya, UN system in Uganda, and Ethiopia, they are also trying to embrace that. Thank you so much for that observation. Jokera, I don't need to add what you said. It really worsens the situation that we continue to get the equalization fund and then we divide again across the sub-counties. I look at Wangwe here and some other colleagues, and when we were doing the MDGs in Suba, in Homa Bay, where is the gentleman who was from Homa Bay yesterday? We used to know that Suba used to be the leading in terms of the HIV. And like what Jokera is saying, those are the areas that if you really have to have a targeted intervention, those are the areas you really need to look at. One way you remember again, we were in Kilifi because it's one of the MDGs districts, and Kanse. I mean, those of you who are from Kwale or Kanse, you know, is it called Kanse? Yes, which is said to be the poorest constituency. I wonder how much resources we've actually been able to target into that area. So what Jokera you are raising is valid. It's actually heart-breaking if we continue doing that again, that we know we use the utilization fund. The same in Turkana, we hear places like, I know in Marsabit you hear those places like Loengalani. Turkana, you hear several other areas that, it's only that I can't remember the name, but they are really those areas that we know they are really badly off. In terms of what are we trying to do? Quickly, and there was all this program, and I really thank the government on what we just need to continue doing what we've been doing. The issue of the arid lands, the arid lands program that was there, and the most important activities that were going there. Again, Zainab, I wish you would get time to talk into that because you really went into that. And these are some of the initiatives that the UN was working with the government. To give you a very good example, colleagues, in Garissa, and people there are livestock owners. So you have an outbreak of a disease, and the next thing you are told you are getting the vaccines from Kijabe. In Nairobi, it takes an helicopter to hire to take there, just because you didn't have the refrigerators and all that you can actually store the vaccine in Garissa. So these are some of the interventions that we are really looking at. So I think that is what I would just say for now, but otherwise we need a lot of livelihoods projects. I'm looking at Kiboi here. I think Kiboi, some of the things that we've been doing as monitoring and evaluation on the area of pets, public expenditure tracking systems could actually be able to answer some of these concerns. But I think the last time we saw a pet report, I don't know when, probably you could actually look into that area again, because it could actually help to answer some of the concerns that what Jokera is saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I beg that we will not continue the conversation. Erastus, you will pardon us. We have to stop this conversation here because we have to allow the next panel to also come in. But I think going forward, what is coming out from this conversation is the interlinkages of the SDGs. You cannot just focus on one, you have to address all of them. And all of them are very critical, and most importantly is we are going to have to think outside the box, and if we are to leapfrog, we are not going to do business as usual. In the remaining few years, we have to think and do things differently. So with that, join me to really give a round of applause to these panelists and to all of you. Asanteni sana, and let's go back to our seats. Thank you, and back to you, Davis.
Thank you so much. Really critical presentation. And just to highlight that the experts are still here with us. And so there may be very unique questions that you may have that were not covered in plenary. Please feel free to approach any of them and to discuss, especially if your county was mentioned a couple of times. Do we agree? If your county was mentioned a couple of times, you need to ask the questions, you need to follow up, and formulate interventions. We want solutions this week, right? That's what we agreed. So the experts are here. Please follow up with them if needed. And now, Arnold, I'm going to invite you to come over so we can introduce the panel on the youth. We are aiming to go for tea in the next 25 minutes, which is at 11. So over to you to introduce your panelists. If you know them, please ask them to come over, or if they know themselves, just start walking over. Our brothers from Uganda and sisters from Uganda, at some point, I'll ask you to say something. Do you see opportunities for collaboration? Is anything standing out for you? Is this session really useful? We don't want to exclude you. It's like having a guest who's completely quiet in your house. You'll wonder if you're doing something wrong. Are they enjoying, being with you? And so we do not want to be that terrible host who does not engage, their guests. Where is Anna?
I'm here.
I'm seeing a laptop. I was wondering where you are. Where are your people? Please ask them to come over. Allah? Yeah? You have a presentation to make?
Don't worry. We
you have a local arrangement?
Yes, we have a local arrangement. Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope you are all well today. I'm happy to see you all. So we'll take a few minutes to share highlights of the youth pre-conference that we hosted prior to this conference, myself and Okanda. And then after that, we'll move into the panel discussion. So once again, my name is Arnold Gekonge. I lead a youth organization called Champions for SDGs Youth. If you allow me, how many of us in the room participated in the youth pre-conference? Could you please stand up? Yes. How many of us were in the pre-conference, in the youth pre-conference? Please stand up. I want to know how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Thank you very much. Just a quick question, and I'll help you earn yourself a small gift. Since you are in Mombasa, who can tell me SDG number 9 in Swahili? Very quickly, who can tell me SDG number 9 in Swahili? Okanda, can you help me take the microphone? SDG number 9 in Swahili, someone quickly? Anyone?
And not these people who are seated in the front.
Anyone?
Not these ones. This one has a Mwakenya already. We want people from the back.
Anyone? SDG number 9 in Swahili? It's okay, it's okay. Just give her the microphone.
Okay, let me give her the
SDG number 9 in Swahili?
Sina Mwakenya. Viwanda, uvumbuzi na miundo msingi.
Miundo mbinu. Aya, thank you very much. I'll tell you what your present is. The next question, what is Sustainable Development Goals in Swahili? Quickly. I want someone else.
Someone else.
Or someone at the back.
Someone at the
someone
back.
At the back.
Okay, I can see a hand here.
Maendeleo endelevu.
Maendeleo endelevu is sustainable development. Add goals to that.
Malengo endelevu.
Malengo endelevu is sustainable goals.
Linda from
Someone
Uganda
there?
wants to try.
Yeah?
All right.
Malengo ya maendeleo endelevu.
Let's clap for her. Those are the questions we'll do for now. So the two of you, please reward yourself with a sweet that is in the table where you are seated. May I have the slides? So the pre-conference, was put together in collaboration of various organizations, and one of them is Champions for Sustainable Development Goals Youth. The other one is Sustainable Development Goals Kenya Forum, SDGs Kenya Forum, also known as the Coalition for Sustainable Development, and in extension, the UNA Finland. And then we have VSO Kenya. We have the Kenya School of Government and the National Youth Council. Could we put our hands together for those stakeholders for putting together the... Thank you so much. So we also had the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy join us at the pre-conference. We also had the State Department for Economic Planning join us throughout the event. We also had the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business during that event. And we would like to call upon other stakeholders to join us in the subsequent pre-conferences so that we can be able to reach more youth and help them participate in this important process. So our objective for putting together that pre-conference was first to bring young people together and help them engage with other stakeholders who are working on SDGs implementation in Kenya. Secondly, we wanted to assess the extent to which recommendations we made last year have been implemented. Thirdly, we wanted to give a background of the SDGs, an update on where we are at as a country, highlights of the previous important meetings that took place at the UN headquarters, and also to create a youth network that is actively engaging in SDGs implementation and review in Kenya. So we had 150 physical participants at the Kenya School of Government. We had over 100 people join us virtually on Microsoft Teams, and others live streamed the event. And others got information through the hashtag #MyYouthNSDGs that we were using on social media. These young people hailed from 33 counties, highlighted there. And at the bottom, you can see the stakeholders that I mentioned earlier who put this pre-conference together. The various stakeholders present, each of them got a chance to share about the work that they are doing on the SDGs and inspire us. There are approximately 90 organizations, institutions, and various groups which were represented in that conference, and we've put all their names here. I'll not go through them one by one, but we recognize and appreciate all of you for coming and being part of this conversation. So those are about 90 youth organizations, institutions, and groups. We also had youth using entertainment, spoken word, to share and inspire the fellow young people on matters sustainable development. Now, moving into the recommendations that we made last year, we discussed this with the young people, one by one, to see how are we doing with those recommendations. And the first one was to continue actively engaging more young people in subsequent multi-stakeholders conferences like this one we are here today, at all levels, from planning to implementation and to the actual conference. For this one, it is a recommendation that we still hold from the feedback we got. So we still put forward this recommendation that we would wish to continue actively engaging in subsequent multi-stakeholders conferences in all phases. Secondly, recognize youth as important stakeholders in the process and partner and collaborate with us. Those stakeholders who came on board and collaborated with us is a testament that collaborations are taking place, so this one is on track. But we encourage all of us to continue on this track. Let's continue collaborating with young people to implement the SDGs. Thirdly, establish structures, ways to meaningfully engage young people and their participation in your organizations, institutions, and groups. And specifically, you could have a youth wing department or programs that focus on young people and SDGs engagement. This one, according to the feedback, it's on track, but we still encourage you to continue in that direction. We also had recommended that we deliberately create more avenues for youth to learn, solve problems in school, at work through initiatives such as trainee programs, clubs, societies. We had many representatives from institutions, from clubs within the institutions, from various such groups. So we feel that this one is on track and we encourage this to continue. We also had recommended that SDGs initiatives should be implemented qua ground. Qua ground means at the grassroots level, where young people and target population for the leaving no one behind agenda is. And we feel that this one is on track, but we still need to continue with more of this. You had examples of, for example, what the SDGs Forum is doing with the community dialogues in the counties, and the county SDGs champions, and many other examples. So we encourage this one to continue. And then lastly, we had recommended that we include sustainable development education in school curriculums and disseminate progress reports to reach youth with information, current trends on sustainable development, and how to engage in the process. So this one we feel like it still holds. We still recommend that those topics be, let us help each other help get these topics into the school curriculums, not necessarily as sustainable development goals, but as sustainable development, so that they can be sustainable regardless of which development agenda we have at hand, like 10, 15 years from now. So now I'll hand over to my colleague to finalize, and then we move into the panel.
Thank you, Arnold. So after doing that comparative analysis of what happened in 2023, we were able to task young people in different groups to sort of look into the 2024 challenges. And there were quite a number. We tried to sift through and just have a few that we have highlighted, as you can see on the screen. So I'll read through quickly. There was a response on lack of motivation among young people, and this sort of is attributed to limited opportunities and systemic challenges, which make young people feel powerless. And additionally, if young people don't see how their actions lead to real, tangible change, it can be demotivating. And that's why we are calling upon all stakeholders to making sure that they create more avenues for the young people. The second challenge was also a lack of information and capacity building. In many communities, knowledge gaps and lack of access to training create barriers to effective SDGs implementation. And you all know that where there is no knowledge of some of these strategic things that we are actually doing, it creates a big gap. So while some individuals may have expertise, this knowledge isn't always shared or applied to solve the problems. The third challenge is development initiative, resources, infrastructure, and opportunities are often concentrated in urban areas. And we just saw the report that the rural area is, some of these opportunities are not there. And possibly, maybe going forward, such like a multi-stakeholder conference should happen in a very local area, so that at least we can have the impact and see quite a lot of things that are happening in that section. And therefore, these urban buyers leaves rural population without access to essential services, including those related to SDGs. The other thing is also youth involvement in initiatives often feel like a form of tokenism, used to tick boxes rather than to genuinely showcase youth leadership and innovation. And this can be deeply frustrating for youth who want to Forum and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics to provide to leverage social media for funding by equipping them with digital literacy, storytelling skills, and strategic networking techniques. And we all know that the digital tool and living in a digital age is a leveraging point, especially on funding models, so that we don't quite a lot depend on fund that comes from so far when young people can leverage technology and storytelling. We all know that digital divide is still a huge gap. And if you've read the Pact for the Future, the annex on digital compact, it sort of look forward to solving the digital divide. And if young people are able to empowered to, especially in the rural area, to leverage technology in terms of storytelling, it can be a leveraging point. The other thing is that the Kenyan CBC can empower young learners by integrating climate action, human rights, and sustainable into education through practical projects, value-based lessons, co-curricular activities, and digital tools. We all know that education is a very powerful tool if we're able to change the mindset, especially of the young people, so that they grow up loving their own country and making deliberate decision to taking step as far as sustainable development is concerned. Now, as I come to the conclusion of that section, Helen Keller said that alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. So stakeholders could leverage partnerships with youth-led and youth-focused organizations to implement innovative solutions to leapfrog SDGs in the last stretch. Young people are very key and as far as stakeholder engagement is concerned, and they have so much that they can offer in terms of the innovative ideas, leveraging technology. Now that data is a very important tool in our discussion, how can we leverage on that knowledge for the young people to making sure that we have up-to-date data so that we don't depend on a 2019 data when we are in 2024, which doesn't give us real-time output as far as that is concerned. Now, lastly, I'll just run through the recommendations that we received during the pre-conference. One, we advocate for youth involvement in developing home-grown policies and SDGs implementation. This ensures that youth presentation in national and international SDG committees and create channels for their voices at all levels. This has been lauded from the UN level, from the continental level, and it should be practical, so practical at the national level. We also advocate for simplified application processes. This push for simplified application processes and clearer communication of available opportunities. This will create opportunities where youth can easily find information about grants, scholarships, and initiatives, especially when you talk about youth implementing local interventions. The third thing is implement development initiatives, build infrastructure, and share opportunities in rural areas and hard-to-reach areas to reach other youth who are often marginalized. The other thing we also received as a recommendation was youth autonomy in leading projects and inclusivity. We advocate for the autonomy of youth-led initiatives and inclusivity in key decision-making processes. Youth should be seen as partners, not just as beneficiaries. And the other thing we also talked about is foster cross-sector partnership and collaboration between youth groups, SDG advocates, and organizations that align efforts towards goals. The other thing is also create youth entrepreneurship programs and opportunities that provide training, skills development, and financial support for the youth. And we all know that the youth unemployment gap, it can only be solved by the youth themselves. If youth are empowered and given the necessary resources, you can see the driving force, and they themselves can be able to create job opportunities for their colleagues. And lastly, we advocate to include, and this is very important, we advocate to include youth representative in the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDG. We all know that, of course, we know that the National Youth Council is a representation, but what we are requesting here is to have a representative from the youth serving organization, which should be included in the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDG implementation and review in Kenya in order to bring their voices in that regard. So that's all from our side as far as the pre-conference is concerned, and we look forward to engaging with different stakeholders to making sure that this reality is actualized. Back to you, Arnold. Thank you so much for listening.
Let's clap for that presentation. So thank you so much. At this point, I would like to again throw some 3 questions. As Mr. Johnson, please make your way to the front so that you can convene the panel. And Wakanda, please take your seat. I would also request assistance in taking away this podium so that we can get ready for this panel. Now, who can tell me SDG number 6 in Swahili? Huh? No, now I'll just select a random person. Oh, can you please tell me SDG number 6 in Swahili? Because if you raise your hand, you might have read it. There. You are afraid I'm bringing the microphone to you. What is SDG 6 in Swahili? And I see it. I see
Maji safi na usafi.
you've read your book. I've seen you. What is SDG number 16 in Swahili? Amani, haki, na taasisi imara. Vizuri. Sorry. 2 last questions. I want a young person. What is SDG number 17 in Swahili? Ama tuambie SDG yoyote in Swahili.
Amani.
Hiyo yenye tumeongea sasa hivi. Amani, haki na taasisi imara. Aya, someone else, another young person. Linda, tell us one SDG in Swahili. Yes, this is the last one.
Umoja, partnership.
Umoja, partnership. Partnership kwa Kiswahili inaitwa ubia. Ubia kwa malengo ama ubia kufikia malengo. Kwa hivyo, that is a challenge for us to look inside those notebooks that we have. We have all those SDGs in Swahili. And it will help us reach our fellow citizens who might not necessarily understand them in English. So I'll hand over to our moderator for the panel who will take it over from there.
Hi, good morning. My name is Johnson Rida. I work for National Youth Council, which is a state agency at the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, at sports. We are starting now the panel officially. I think the MC, the youth have recommended that they be engaged meaningfully. So maybe you give them a few minutes. I have an extra panelist, welcome leader, Mr. Wekesa. What Arnold has done is part of this panel, and I think you have taken maybe some of the things that maybe you might react later. And having said that, because of time I go direct, I'd request the 2 new panelists to just introduce themselves. Mr. Wekesa, okay.
So, good morning. My name is Wekesa Busuru. I work with the Kenya Academy of Sports. It's an agency under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Linda Kitela. I am the co-delegate with Okanda under the African United Nations Youth Delegates Program, which is run by the SDG Kenya Forum. And I'm from Turkana County, so yeah, we've already established that.
Thank you. Maybe Mr. Okanda, you didn't introduce yourself.
Yeah, I didn't introduce myself. Thank you so much. My name is Eugene Okanda. I serve as the Kenya United Nations Youth Representative, part of the Africa United Nations Youth Delegates Program. I also run a youth-led leadership organization. It's called Unlock Young Leaders Summit. For the past 6 years, we concentrate on building capacity of the young people on areas of leadership, governance and policy, business and entrepreneurship, and personal career and professional growth. Thank you. Look forward for an interesting conversation.
Thank you. I tend to think now we can start with Arnold. You have been here since yesterday, so I think your introduction has been key. So my question to you, Mr. Arnold, you have run the institution, your institution for a long time, and I think as civil society organizations also there are a number of engagements that you do. So what are the key areas that you think you can collaborate and work with both government and non-government institutions, and what is your experience so far with such collaborations? And maybe because of time, you can also give some of the recommendations that you think can work, learning from your previous experiences. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once again, my name is Arnold Gekonge, the Executive Director for Champions for SDGs Youth Organization, that targets young people between the ages of 18 to 35 with information on the SDGs and how we can actively engage both in implementation and review processes of the goals. So since we started in March 2019, as I mentioned earlier, we've carried out over 50 information sessions, dialogues, and youth conferences focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's been a great experience. We've been able to collaborate with quite a number of stakeholders, some of them represented herein. We've gotten support and goodwill from, notably, I'd like to mention the State Department for Economic Planning and the SDGs Kenya Forum, and many other supporters who have supported us through the journey. We make sure that youth drive the SDGs conversations every time we have them. And that is one of the unique ways through which we are able to leverage peer-to-peer learning to impact our colleagues and our peers. Secondly, we have always tried to have virtual integration during our sessions so that those young people in far places, far counties and countries can still engage with us online. Although most times the challenge is we need finances to set up cameras and virtual integration, but whenever we are able to do that, we always incorporate it. And then we've been using the hashtag MyYouthNaSDGs. If you can go to your favorite social platform and look for MyYouthNaSDGs, you can see other youth who've engaged in those conversations and the information that they're sharing on the SDGs. We've been able to, in collaboration with other stakeholders as well, put together 3 pre-conferences to this conference. So that is including this year. And we hope to continue collaborating with the Interagency Technical Working Committee to continue engaging youth in this conference today. And then in preparation for the Summit of the Future, we also organized 2 specific sessions before the UN Civil Society Conference and after, to keep young people informed on what is the Pact of the Future, what does it contain, how does it affect them as a young person, and how we can continue actively championing the SDGs. And some young people have participated in the review process lastly on development of the voluntary national report for 2024, the civil society report. But on this, we still hope that more young people can actively submit reports or summaries of what they do. I know this is a technical process, but like this year, there was support from the civil society coordinating organization, that is the SDGs Forum, to help young people report on that. But not as many young people as I would wish were able to do that. So my hope is that next time we do a VNR, we can, our organization and other young people within this space can help convene youth and build their capacity and help them submit recommendations that can be included in the VNR. And then lastly, I'm not sure whether this is going to be said by our colleagues from the State Department, but I would encourage all youth and other stakeholders to go through that report and see how the country says we are doing, because it has annexes to the other sector reports. We should also have a look at those reports and see where are the gaps, because in those reports there are gaps, there are best practices, and there are some recommendations that we can all take up and implement in the coming year. I believe I responded to your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gikonge. You responded to my question, only that I expected you to answer in Kiswahili, because your questions were in Swahili. So we can move to Mr. Wekesa. Mr. Wekesa, you're coming here to represent Talanta Era. Maybe we can start by maybe you giving us an overview of what Talanta Era. Maybe there are so many of us that have heard of it, but don't really comprehend what they do. And on top of that, I request that you tell us how you collaborate to ensure the Talanta Era contributes to the broader implementation of SDGs. And you can take the chance of also now talking about the Kenya Academies of Sports, how they participate in the SDG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator. As I said, my name is Wekesa Busuru. I think I might start with introducing the institution I work with. The Kenya Academy of Sports is an agency under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Our cardinal role is to identify and nurture talent in sports. So Talanta Hela is a ministerial initiative. It's a flagship program under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. It has got several components, sports being one of them. And so you'll allow me to only speak on sports because it has got other components. For example, the performing arts, music, which I might not be very much competent and well-versed to comment about. I have our colleagues from that State Department, if they were here, they could have commented much ably on the same. So the program was basically established to revitalize the sports industry in general. You realize when you speak about sports, we are almost always at the tail end of discussions. If I may ask, who among the colleagues here works in, or at least something related to sports? At least one, two. Yes, sometimes we don't invite ourselves to such forums, or we are not invited. And therefore you find even sharing information or getting to know what is happening, how people discuss to come up with partnership and initiatives that impact maybe the programs or activities we do becomes a little bit difficult. So last year, but when the new government came into being, they thought of coming up with a program that will inject some impetus and energy in the sports industry in general, and therefore the program Talanta Hela was crafted. I'm trying to be a little bit brief so that I don't take much of the time. Kenya Academy of Sports was picked as an anchor institution in looking at the sports component of Talanta Hela, and therefore we came up with a few programs, sub-programs under it, National Talent Camps and the Talanta Hela Inter-County Tournament. So the National Talent Camps basically it's a program aimed at bringing together young, talented Kenyans who can therefore be shaped into becoming future elite athletes. We had the Fashion National Talent Camp last year in August. We brought together around 2,000 talented Kenyans from across the 47 counties. I think I'm giving a background as well as answering to the second bit of it. How are we partnering? Bringing together participants from 47 counties in one roof in Nairobi was a hectic job. We had to work with several stakeholders, counties involved, Minister of Education involved, Minister of Health involved for purposes of providing and making sure that our kids' well-being is taken care of. And then we came to the inter-county, Talanta Hela Inter-County Tournament. For those who might have heard about it, it is a program that was conducted in partnership with almost all the 47 counties. Only 4 counties did not participate in the tournament, the first edition of it. We hoped to conduct the second tournament this year, starting August, but due to a few things here and there, we have not been able to do it yet. But as we speak, we are conducting our national talent camps in 4 regions across the country. We have a camp going on in Nairobi, encompassing 19 counties. We have got a camp going on in Eldoret, encompassing around 8 counties. In Kisumu, bringing together all the Nyanza and Western counties. And then in the coast here, bring together all the coastal counties, the coast region counties. If you look at the impact generated by the inter-county tournament, most of the players right now have benefited either through scholarships and are either joining universities on full sports scholarships, are either going outside the country on full sports scholarships, joining colleges, joining international academies out there, and all that is through partnership. And of course, I understand malengo ya maendeleo endelevu namba 17 ni ubia kufikia nini? Ubia kufikia malengo. That is partnership. So generally the program, the way it is crafted and engineered, is that it can only be operationalized through partnerships. You have to bring together various stakeholders for us to be able to achieve our goal. And alleviating poverty, supporting education of these young, talented, either footballers, basketballers, volleyballers, cricket players, chess players, is actually the objectives of the program. But of course, looking at now, how do we make sure that they move into elite performance of sports? Because basically that is our objective, to make sure that, yes, the country continues shining, and not only in athletics, but in various fields of sports. We continue being champions in rugby, but we're producing a whole-round citizen who is cultured, well-educated, who can express him or herself when out there beating others. Chair, I think I've highlighted a little bit on that.
Thank you, Mr. Wekesa. Generally, what you are telling us is that in terms of SDGs, there are a number of SDGs that are being tackled by Taranta era, including, of course, ending poverty and maybe creating employment, because we have seen initially, I know we used to be told that the only way to succeed is through education, but there are other aspects. So maybe you could give your fellow panelist, Madam Leader. Generally, in Kenya, we are a youthful nation. We talk of 75% being below the age of 35. That's roughly 40 million out of the 50-something thousand if we go as per 2024 statistics. Also being already coming from a county that has traded, in quotes, during this meeting. Can you maybe let us know how the young people can amplify their voices so that they influence the policies and ensure there's inclusivity, there's meaningful engagement, especially from where you come, or what we call maybe marginalized community. And on top of that, you can also maybe mention a few ways that we can track the impact. Because what came out yesterday is about maybe having some issues with data. Is it possible that we are just saying that your county is not doing well in some areas? Or is it that maybe you don't have the right ways of doing that? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think I was looking forward to the opportunity to restore the dignity of my county, that clearly there is some targeted offensive, not really, joking. But really, when it comes to my county, and I'll answer your questions, in a while, when it comes to Turkana County, you have to take in a lot of considerations. What those statistics are not telling you is that that is actually progress from the last 20-something years. So it means where we were 20 years ago was pretty much bad. So for us to get to 82% when it comes to inequality, that is a plus. I am not excusing government spending in social services and how much they allocate to key sectors that improve our income as a county, but it's important to acknowledge any progress or give credit where it's due. But also when it comes to, we have 25 UN agencies in Turkana County, and without considering other development partners that we have in that county. The problem is, and this is observatory remarks or assessment, there is a lot of duplication of efforts. When it comes to UNHCR and Department for Refugee Services, sorry, I am mentioning names, but really there is a lot to do with Shirika Plan, KISDEP, and then UNHCR comes with giving, I don't know, monetary kind of support to the community. So if we just targeted these efforts or interventions to specific, you take one, I take one, the other one takes one, so that it looks like we're doing things, you know, in synergy, instead of working together to solve the same thing that takes us maybe 10 years, while water stays at 0, and then reintegration of local and refugee stays at 50%. And when it comes to Turkana County, again, and the UN and development partners, a lot of attention is really given to refugees. So it's really important when we give statistics as to why there's no progress, we mention where a lot of effort is being concentrated to. I am not speaking for the government, I am not part of the county government, but if they're hiring, hey, hello. And then we have structural barriers, which is, there's just something when it comes to government structures of how they were formed. And I don't know the intention of devolution. Okay, the intention was to decentralize power and all that, right? But again, Turkana County has its own unique challenges. So if we, those structures, if we break it down to suit our geographical position as a county, because infrastructure is one of the barriers to all these efforts that you guys are willing to bring to Turkana County. But no one is focusing on those infrastructures. Everyone is focusing on solving those problems under a tree, but not really building that structure or informing all those sectors that would culminate your efforts to form something meaningful. And then we also have a challenge towards sustainability. A lot of times you guys bring up efforts or support to us for like a project of 3 years, and then you leave the place. And while you do all this, you didn't really create that sense of ownership in the community. And I speak for all marginalized communities when it comes to this. So when you leave or when the project is over, the community stays the way it is. In fact, okay, there's no Turkana in the room, so you won't get the joke. But we do say that is the work of, okay, ya mzungu. Nasemanga hiyo ni kazi ya mzungu, hiyo mzungu ameenda nayo, alikuja nayo akaenda nayo. So the aspect of sustainability is not there really. So if you look at development in a way that it's just for a short period of time, long-term development will not be achieved. I hope I have restored the dignity of my county now. And to answer your question, which I would gladly ask you to repeat, by the way.
Yeah, I was asking, how can we amplify the voices to influence policies and also ensure inclusivity?
Well, when it comes to youth in general, I'd consider ourselves as people who are also contributing quite a lot. It's just that we are contributing informally. You can find a lot of CBOs in our communities led by young people that are not registered. So one thing would be formalization of platforms that young people are doing something, and then also working on numbers because we have demographics. So when we formalize and build those coalitions, we can actually attract funding, we can actually attract support from state agencies or other development partners. We also have knowledge sharing, peer-to-peer learning. There's a lot to do You can find Nairobi doing better when it comes to youth empowerment. But when it comes to marginalized communities, there is that unevenness because there is lack of peer-to-peer learning, and also goes back to the same thing. We don't need someone in Nairobi to come to Turkana and tell us what to do, but we need those information out there so that those people in that community can create that sense of ownership, and that applies to young people.
Thank you. I think you have covered and represented the agenda that is a minority in this panel. So, to Mr. Okanga, in Kenya recently, I think from June 25, you know what happened. Yeah. And I tend to think the JZs who are raising some very valid points and also giving some solutions. And I tend to think maybe through this panel you can get solutions to SDG implementation. So my question is, how can youth and youth organizations that you are part of innovate to address barriers to SDG implementation, especially noting that we say that youth are very innovative? So.
Thank you. I'll be so brief. Now, let's be honest. This involvement of the youth on SDG implementation started so recently. I think by the time I was finishing my campus, I graduated from Kenyatta University in 2020. I had never had anything to do with SDGs throughout my whole life in campus. And I think it's recently that this conversation are now getting into campuses, to high schools, to primary schools, and that was so late. Whether that was so late. And we really have to come to a consensus and ask ourselves, how do we revive our efforts to making sure that we bring the youth as key stakeholders into this conversation? If I can just do a quick statistics here, how many of us here are under the age of 35? Just shoot up your hand. You can actually count. You can actually count that number in our audience today. So if we are able to push for having quite a number of young people in this conversation, that can actually be a plus. And that really calls for that private-public partnership to making sure that we support the young people to be in the room where these conversations happen. The other thing is this. I think one of the ways we can also innovate is how we communicate these SDGs. The truth of the matter is that the Swahili that we speak as Kenyans is not Kiswahili. Now, you go to a village and tell someone, I've come to today talk about viwanda, ubunifu, na miundombinu. How will your grandmother even understand what you're saying? What is that? If you go to the youth context, they don't understand that kind of a language. In fact, when you say miundombinu, they make a joke out of it. So we, the youth, need to see how can we communicate this language of SDGs in the youth language. How can we put it in a genge sort of, and the art community, if we can also leverage on the youth in the art section, we can actually get very good communication on these issues. How they can communicate it using art, they can communicate it using also sort of their own language as far as that is concerned. The other third thing is also the youth need to make sure they break cultural biases. Now we all know that, for example, on mental health and well-being, if you have grown up in the village, when you tell someone you're struggling with mental health, they look at you as someone who is not serious with your life. Because the older generation will tell you, we never had this kind of struggles in our time. But it's mental health and societal issues is actually a pandemic in our time. So also looking at how can the youth own sort of the youth centers in their local communities, and how can they push for such kind of SDGs in their own local community as far as that is concerned. The fourth thing is also just young people taking up the place of skills development. Now, one of the miracles that ever happened in my life this year is taking part in the shaping of the Pact for the Future. We drafted that document from the zero draft to the fifth, to sort of the final document that was actually adopted, and some of the things we pushed were part of that discussion. Now you realize that the shapers and the implementers of SDGs in 2015, I don't think they included the youth voices as far as that is concerned. And that's why we, the young people right now, we need to make sure we ask ourselves, what is the skill that we need, and how can we innovatively making sure that that skill that we have also goes to the local community as far as that is concerned. Because I don't think Swahili is the efficient way of communicating SDGs, especially at the local level and in the youth context. And if we're able to solve that, then we are good.
Thank you. I'm being informed by the MC that we are likely to affect SDG 2. So maybe in 20, 30 seconds, you can make your closing remarks. In terms of questions or reactions, maybe the team will be here and also will be guided. Maybe we can take it using other methods so that we may be responding later. Thank you.
All right, so maybe I'll close with this. Young people are doing quite a number of it. Like, for example, in where I sit, I run an organization and we have been able to run career and mentorship workshops in more than 100 high schools in this country. We have worked with close to 18 organizations in terms of doing youth-driven local intervention as far as the SDGs are concerned. We just need to look at how do we integrate youth-serving organization, because most of us, we do SDGs implementation, but in an informal, sort of fragmented, so to say. So how can we as multi-stakeholder think of unifying youth-serving organization and making sure that we have an up-to-date data of what the young people are doing in that regard? Because if we are not able to solve the data problem after this multi-stakeholders conference, I don't think we have made incredible steps as that is concerned. But my push really, and my ending comment will be, let's try to consolidate youth-serving organization and let this youth-serving organization help you to generate timely data, because they're the ones who live in the grassroots that we're trying to reach out to. Thank you.
All right, I had to throw it back to you. I know all of us here, those of us who are beyond 35 years, were once young. And so this is not out of the blues. You know where you started from. So simplify those processes, of those interventions, so that it allows young people to have simple entry points. I think that is the biggest challenge. We do not know where to start because there are so many complex interventions that we have going on. So if we simplify it, just imagine, take it back to, you know, I am 18 now, how would I have entered in this office if I was 18 years old? So simplify those processes for us and we will get there.
Mr. Wekesa?
Yes, just to re-emphasize, sports is an industry, and I think it is a good vehicle, basically engaging the youth, driving the chorus and the gospel of SDGs.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
All right, I'll throw it back to you, the audience. What in life is not in the SDGs? What in life that you're doing is not in the SDGs? Ni nini unafanya yenye haiko kwa SDGs? Is there something that is not in the SDGs that you're doing or that anyone is doing? Is there something? We are already implementing the SDGs in all the different themes already. We just need to align ourselves to that development agenda and do it creatively, as my colleagues have said. And one of the best tools that we can use is education. Let's start from education. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I think my colleagues, the panelists, all they are saying is that the youth are ready. They are ready for action. They are ready for the implementation of SDGs. They just don't want to be on the table, but to be really meaningfully involved, so that at least now we can see where the country moves to. We know we are youthful. Out of 100, 75 or more are below 35. So if we stay here, I know they might request for greetings, the Kenyan way or the Jay-Z way. So because I don't know whether we are 75% included. But having said that, thank you. Maybe you can leave the stage as I add over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I basically told the moderator that Arnold already went into plenary before the session. And that has already consumed a lot of the time. So we won't have any questions or interventions at that level. We really need to go out for tea break, unfortunately, because they're just about to clear and prepare for lunch. When you come back, and Arnold, your panel was exactly 40 minutes, but I've given you 1 hour, 10 minutes. So I don't think you'll accuse me of being unfair. It's 1 hour, 10 minutes, which is 30 minutes extra. So the youth, you know, you can't blame me for how you use the time, because you got a bonus. Are we okay with that? Am I being fair? Are we okay? Any extremely burning question? So that they don't say I didn't give them an extra minute. Burning question, reflection? Actually, I'd prefer reflection because they've already cleared the stage. So, but like I said, we still have an opportunity. We still have an opportunity, especially with the young people still here, to engage with them and to have other conversations. So very quickly, then we go to tea break.
Good, thank you, thank you. And now, so thank you for the two panels that were there. And just straight to my concern, and especially for Linda, who comes from Turkana County, and also for the youth, that the report that was shared, done by UNICEF and the Kenya National Bureau and UN Women, very pathetic, you see. The multidimensional poverty incidences for Turkana County is that 97% that older people in Turkana County are at 97%. So, Linda, what do we do about it? And where did the rain start beating for our older people? It's because they lack the opportunities that our youth have. I listen to your lamentations, the Congo and the others, that we are lacking this, but imagine our older people. And so I'm not only urging the youth fraternity, let us be proactive. You are saying that you are youth now. I was a youth as well, but count 30 years from now, Linda and Gekonge, you'll be standing there and talking on behalf of older people. Thank you.
So I have one gentleman and then one lady, and we close. My sincere apologies for rushing through this.
Allow me to appreciate the feedback, the presentation, especially from the youth. It just throws a challenge to us all to rethink development. And in this one, I will make reference to our first plenary, and I like that it was all UN broadly. And I know one of the issues that came from that panel was that a lot of investment has gone into Turkana, and then we've had Turkana youth speaking about the real life. Kwa ground vitu ni tofauti. So we ask ourselves, with all that investment, where is that money? You know, that's the question we should ask ourselves. Is that money being carried in briefcases and taken back to Nairobi? Or what exactly is happening? When somebody tells you we've sunk 12 billion in a place, I'm sure if you throw 12 billion in this space right now, that money will be felt. So if you've pumped money in an area like that, we should ask ourselves difficult questions. Where is that money? And what has it done? It doesn't matter whether the money went into individual pockets or it was given to households. Those households should change. Something should change. It's not possible that all of it just bought food, we ate it, went to the bathrooms, and that's it. There's something that must change. We must rethink development. Otherwise, we're just chasing, I don't know, the judiciary told us are chasing goose or something. Yeah. A wild goose. Yeah.
Thank you. To add on that, I think it's time for us to stop doing the giving bandage solution and work with the community to tackle on the root causes of all these challenges. She says she's coming from Turkana, and I'm coming from Ganze constituency. So ni kama tumepatana hapa, but let's focus on the root causes and not giving bandage solution to the communities. Thank you.
Last word.
Thank you very much. We have to respond to the elderly. We do appreciate and we call for intergenerational dialogue in such avenues so that what they learned from their days is passed down to us and to our next generation. Just an addition to what happened at the youth pre-conference, we'd like to thank the stakeholders who really supported young people way up hand before the multi-stakeholder conference. And one key thing when we are unpacking the Summit of the Future with the backdrop of the UN Civil Society Conference that happened, it emphasized really that there is need for active participation of young people, and not only emphasizing this, it underscored the role of young people in shaping the present and the future of the Africa we want. My colleague here said young people, we have voluminous opportunities, but we lack jobs as young people, and the Summit of the Future had Youth and Future Declaration outcome that really emphasized and focused on 3 areas to focus on young people. That's empowerment, participation, and well-being. Kwa hivyo, if we won't empower young people, my friend, you took us to boarding schools. We'll just open old-age boarding schools, and we create this solution and take care of you from there, not your farms. Thank you.
Let's end it there. But let me tell you, when I was a youth, and you can ask Joshua Musimi here, I was the head of the National Taxpayers Association. So all those reports that you saw chasing MPs, from the best performing to the worst performing, I was doing that work. Now, as a youth, nobody will empower you. You have to demand the space, and you have to grab the space. You know, that's why I was so happy when the Gen Zs came out. Well, sorry to government. Because there was no resources to empower them. They basically say these are our issues, and now we want to deal with them head on. And we are going to the streets to deal with the issues. Because all these declarations, in all my years working in the development world, I've never seen effective empowerment, but especially, they only do it in the European Union. Do you know the European Union actively funds civil society? They take the delegations out when they're going to negotiate for different meetings and everything else. They are very organized, but I don't know when we'll get there. So my call is, see me at tea break if you are youth. You know, I've done it, everything. I've gone to the communities, I've held public forums, I've gone to radio and TV, I've gone to court and sued the government of Kenya, the presidency is there. So we've done things when we were youth. Come see me for tips. As a youth, when I was a youth, on how to achieve tangible impact, especially working with communities at the grassroots level. With that, let's go to tea break. We're going to have a panel discussion on addressing food loss and waste through data technology and behavioral change. Let's have the panel members remain behind. We'll go for a quick tea break. After that, we're going to have a group photo. It's your moment to shine and be a celebrity. So we'll have a group photo immediately after tea, so we can have the whole family in one captured moment. The panelists for the addressing food loss and waste session, please remain behind. Yeah, and then there's going to be a climate panel. Also see the moderator before you go for tea break. We are going for about 10 minutes. Pick your tea, mandazi, and we'll call you back shortly. Thank you.
This climate, you say they don't have.
You know, what I'm trying to say is some of these panels have few
kuhakikisha wanapagawa. Michezo kuringaringa ndio wanadada. Badilika usiwe mjinga, tata kamata. Hivi MC unachemba kitu gani? Marabange maramatusi sando.
Don't sleep. Wake up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Karibuni sana. Yeah. Oh, we're not taking on.
We switch up the vibe, something like this. I said no sleeping.
So let's they can quickly introduce themselves.
Tesa mtu na mapenzi sawa. Tesa mtu na mapenzi leo baba. Lakini hizi
nilikuwa nasema unaona hapa mbele. Hapa mbele. Wanaweza kaa ile pige.
I'm tweaking from fatigue cause I haven't slept in a week. Feeling like I've been playing hide and seek with my dreams. It seems like this is how I deal with my grief. My therapy sessions are sharing my confessions on beats. Practicing hermit.
Askari naweka viti hata nyuma yake kutakuwa na watu wamesimama. Eh.
Big up all the last ones inside. Wale wa kusema sema.
Nataka nitoke kwenye gazeti, niuze sura, niseme ninatoka na joketi. Kitana nipisha na pesa kesi, ama sura, nilete matata mpaka kwa Grace. Kwenye redio zote, mpaka luninga, nitangaze kwa kuvimba, kwamba Lulu ana yangu mimba. Au ni watu kanya wote, wanaoimba, kwa dharau na kuvimba, mpaka yule anajita simba, niseme madamu nitakati.
Question? You have about 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. Yes, as you've heard, I'm Christine Cesaro. I'm currently the Acting Director, Horticultural Crops Directorate. That is under the Agriculture and Food Authority. So I'm going to give my colleagues to introduce themselves quickly, and then we can delve into the subject discussion of today. Karibu.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Muindi Maingi from Greening More Environmental Initiative, a women and youth-led CBO that's leading climate action initiatives, especially in Moa Ward, where we are restoring 54,000 hectares of degraded land, working with 5,000 communities, and currently having a direct impact to 18,564 community members. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Al Kags. I work at the Open Institute. We do two things at the Open Institute. One is that we promote transparency and accountability. So we support governments, citizen groups, and so on, to be more transparent, to hold their leaders to account, and to do citizen engagement. And the second thing that we do is we promote active citizenship. So in promoting active citizenship, we work with CBOs, CSOs, citizen groups to figure out how they can increase their voices when engaging with government.
Good afternoon. I'm Josephat Karanja, a climate change officer from the county government of Nyandarua. We work towards improving community resilience to the impacts of climate change, as well as improving the adaptive capacity of the community. Thank you.
Good. So today we are discussing about food loss, food waste, environment, data, and communities. I would have really loved to start with my colleagues, but I realized if I started with them, I would be putting is it the horse before the cat or the cat before the horse? Because what I would want to discuss is about food loss and food waste, which is really at the production stage. And so the issues of environment, the issues of data come, or rather how they affect production then comes in later. So I'm talking about food loss and food waste. Of course, we are discussing the SDG 2 about creating a world that is free of hunger by 2030. I don't know how visible that will be for us, where we are. Being in the agriculture sector, I am aware that the food we lose from production to the retail is about 30%. And then beyond the retail, beyond the market, there's the food we waste in our homes. So I'm going to talk about briefly about the food loss at farm to market, and I'm sure all of us know about the food waste in our homes. But from farm to market, starting from production, one is when we produce food and not all of it is the quality that can get to our tables. Then there's loss right at that point where we are producing and what we have produced does not meet the standards or the quality that we require. From where I work, we do exports of horticultural produce, and quality is key. We do tests for quality and we eliminate quite a lot of what cannot be exported. So that sometimes goes to waste. Then the transport system, we have the transport aspect, losses while we are transporting, losses in the manner that we transport, because when you don't transport it well, then you increase the amount of loss that you're going to waste. Then you have the loss at the retail shop. When it gets to the supermarket, the supermarket will feel, yes, we can sell this, and some we cannot sell. Then there is a loss that is of what is not sold at all. It's stayed at the supermarket, it's gone stale, and they have had to throw it away. That is another point of loss. Of course, loss is also occasioned by the fact that we do not value add. So what is highly perishable, it has a lifespan of maybe a week. If it's not consumed, it goes to waste. So there are a lot of points of loss right from production to the market. Again, our habits as individuals, personally, I buy food, maybe vegetables, and I keep it in the fridge, and I overstock, and after 2-3 days, I realize I can't eat it, and I waste it, and I throw it. Well, I may look at it that it's a small amount, but if all of us are doing it, then that cumulatively becomes something quite significant. So the places, the points of food loss may be small in terms of at every point, but when you accumulate that, it becomes something quite significant and contributes to waste, it contributes to loss of resource, it even contributes to environmental impact, because you used natural resources to produce that food that doesn't really get into any valuable use. So that becomes a waste at that point. So having said that, maybe I can give to my colleagues who deal with matters environment, and then you can tell us what are some of the issues because you can also not talk about production without looking at the environmental issues that affect production at farm. And right now, we know we are talking about climate change, and maybe I can ask my colleague Muindi to talk to us about climate change, what you are doing in the county to address this issue, how it's affecting food production.
Thank you very much for that question at this very moment in time. Climate change effects have diversely affected community members who are the real producers and have access to land that can produce enough food for Kenya or at an African context. The main key challenges and drivers that are affecting or when we are talking of food security is that one, land access. Land access is a challenge in community sectors, yes. They have they have access to land, but these are degraded lands. So access to productive lands is a high challenge at this point in time. Why? The lands were heavily degraded. There's matters of soil erosions that arose since 1980s. If we look at the weather patterns and how lands were degraded using geographical systems, we'll realize that in high productive areas, lands were heavily degraded because of one, probably to accommodate new cities, to accommodate homesteads. But what the question today is, and what I'd like to understand from this panel discussion is, what are the provisions? Should we limit urbanization to create more farm produce? How will urbanization work in hand with agriculture? That is the issue on access of land. Two is new methods of farming, new farming technologies is a hindrance in community members, learning new farm technologies, new farm methodologies. Partners are working in community, teaching them on new agricultural business models. How can we shift from the basic cash crops we have to value-added cash crops in community members? Because back in the days when the weather was good, people would time their harvest. You know that in 3 months, we'll have a bountiful harvest. People heavily relied on maize, beans. Is that enough for us? Is it more nutrition for us? And that's the question of where now the partners who are advanced in food nutrition can have a conversation with the community members and discuss with them and tell them, you know, for the current geographical setup and the weather varieties, maize is not doing well enough in your area. Kindly, can we try this different cash crop so that we are food secure? Lastly is on incentives and also on tax on green startups is an issue because green startups nowadays, which are women and youth-led startups, they're encouraging these agricultural models, the new agricultural models with the new weather topologies of the world. They're encouraging innovative solutions on how we are going to do smart agriculture, but they are heavily taxed. So we need a conversation on how we are going to hold tax breaks on green startups so that these innovations are well capacitated to community members, are well shared, they are able to pull in partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Because we are still talking on environment, I mean on climate change, I'll ask Josephat here to talk to us about initiatives on climate change, where you work.
Thank you. First, I would like to first speak about probably what we have been able to achieve, we as the county government of Nyandarua, in matters of climate change and how we've been addressing the steps that we've taken. One of the things that we achieved in 2021 was the establishment of the Nyandarua County Climate Change Act 2021. This is the foundation that we've been using as a county government in addressing all matters, adaptation and mitigation measures. So it was one of the foundations that gave us the go-ahead. It established the Nyandarua County Climate Change Unit. That means that now we have staff who are specifically dealing and addressing matters of climate change. It went ahead and established the County Climate Change Fund. This is a fund that allocates 2% of the county development budget to the fund, so that now, at least now, this fund will only cater for climate actions. It also went ahead and established 3 committees, that is the ward climate change committees, which are in our county, there are 25 because there are 25 wards. We have the planning committees that is led by the chief officer in charge of climate change, whereas we have the directors as members who are from select key departments. Then we have gone ahead to establish the steering committee that is led by His Excellency the Deputy Governor, and the members are key county executive committee members. So these are the structures that we have been using to address climate actions. So we have been picking, like, if we have the project that we have to implement, we have gone ahead to ensure that they are locally led and the proposals are drawn from the community. So it's only a matter of community saying that we want this and this implemented. One of the things that we have learned so much is that if the common Mwananchi does not want a certain project, there is no need to force them to do that particular project. We have had issues where probably have had markets or other institutions that have been built, but people cannot embrace them or they cannot own them because they were not initially catering or they were not aligned to the needs of the people. And therefore we have gone ahead to ensure that these people will have their issues, and when they raise them, that is when we are able to implement. So the projects are locally led. Then we, about the climate change fund, the one that I've said that implement all funds, locally led climate actions that are drawn from the wards. In this year, for example, we have gone ahead to raise the funding from 2% to the 3% of the county development budget. We have gone ahead and we are implementing one of the projects that is commonly known by a lot of counties right now, the financing locally led climate actions, that is funding 3 key sectors, that is agriculture, water, and environment. It ensures that at least from the funding, we have 20% of each of the allocation that each county gets. Each 20%, at least 20% goes to environment, 20% goes to water, and 20% goes to the agriculture, while the rest goes to other key sectors. So it is from this now that we are addressing some of the key issues within our particular county. And for example, I would like to, in matters now you addressing food loss, I would like to talk about some of the things that we are currently doing. We also have another project dealing with agriculture, that is the NAV CDP. Some of you may be aware about it. And we, in this year, for example, we have 20 million of this fund going to specifically trying to address issues related to food loss. So one of the things that we are doing is ensuring that, for example, if it's markets where we have a lot of cases of food loss, we're ensuring that at least some of these markets are equipped with cold storage facilities, so that at least the amount of food loss that could be emanating from this market, then it's reduced. I would also love to talk about, still in relation to the agriculture and food loss in matters climate change. One of the biggest cause of greenhouse gas emissions in relation to food is the foods that we produce, either from the household or from the market. And therefore ensuring that at least our farmers are able to recycle, so that at least we have compost manures, that the food that is produced and its waste can still go back into our houses or into our farms as compost manure. And also ensuring that probably some of the youths in our counties are embracing something known as the black soldier fly farming, so that at least the amount of food waste that we are having can still be recycled back to produce fertilizers, whereas that does not go to, or does not contribute so much to the waste, and therefore reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Data. I remember in the last session, there's a lady there who spoke about some of the initiatives that we undertake, and she was asking the question, where is the money? And sometimes it's about our ability to measure the resources that we put into something or a project, and measure especially the outcome, so that we can tell whether there was value for money for that initiative or not. From where you sit, what is the role of data in addressing some of these issues, whether it's food loss or the impact of climate change in production? What is that connection, and what is the role and the significance of use of data?
Thank you for that. A number of things, and as I was listening to my colleagues, I was reflecting on some of the experiences that we've had so far. So data is really important, and it's important because of the fact that it helps us to measure whether what we are spending money on is being effective, but also whether the money is going to the right places. One of the arguments that as the Open Institute we have been making lately, for the past maybe 2 years, has been that money needs to flow all the way down to the grassroots. Unfortunately, the way it has been is that money comes to large organizations at national level, and then those large organizations go and buy land cruisers, and they go all the way down to the ground to try and implement these projects. Now, here's a problem with that model. When I go with a land cruiser to a village, what I am communicating is that I have gone with money. So what they will be doing is they will be listening keenly to see what it is that I am interested in funding, and they will say yes to that funding. If I say, do you guys need water? They will tell me everything that is wrong with water. If I say, actually, you know, I was looking at your women and I thought they would need new hairstyles, they'll say, actually, that is the main problem in this place. Basically because of the fact that there's a power dynamic that is created by my land cruiser in the village, right? When at Maono, which is a space that we have in Malindi, we have one organization called the Lesi Trust that went down and met with different communities and found, if you go to a place like Ganze, where my sister comes from, or you go to many areas in Kilifi, you will find in one community so many projects that were started by a very well-meaning organization, but that have since failed. So you went and you talked to the women and you agreed with them that they will do a fish pond. That fish pond is alive for as long as the money is there, as long as you're subsidizing it. You build their capacity, they know how to handle the fish pond. As soon as you leave, the fish pond dies. The reason is, it wasn't what they wanted to do to begin with. Now, when you tie that to issues of climate change, there's been a lot of money, for example, that has gone into fighting charcoal burning. And there's been a lot of sensitization that has happened and so on. one of the organizations at Maono called TGHI, the founder, her name is Angel, she went and spent 3 months in a community in Magarini sub-county, and she spent time there until she was adopted by that community. She's not from there, but she spent time there until she was adopted by that community. And the biggest lesson that she brought back that we learned from her experience was this: that people don't cut trees to burn charcoal because of anything other than an economic need. So unless you're solving an economic need, you're not going to solve that particular charcoal problem. Or unless you decided to make the charcoal burning a circular economy where former President Moi used to say, kata moja panda mbili sort of thing. Unless you go with such a campaign, maybe that's what works there. But what we have been going with has been what has been brought, maybe even from the West, that says, fight charcoal burning entirely and stop it. But there's not enough data that is demonstrating what is happening at the community level, and that is showing where investments need to be made. But a local organization that works in that community would happily tell you what the challenges are. In one case, we have another organization called 1 Million Trees that figured out that many of the children who go to school are malnourished or undernourished. And so what they have been doing is they've just been planting fruit forests in all schools. That's why they're called 1 Million Trees. Their goal is to plant 1 million trees in all the schools in Kilifi County. And by doing so, when there's mango there, a child will have a fruit. And when you think about it, even when many of us who grew up in rural areas, when you remember, you will remember that a lot of our fruit intake was coming from, the fruits that were already growing in the spaces. But those have long since gone because we've cut down those trees and so on. It is data that actually begins to help us to understand where that is going to be. But more importantly, it is the kind of interest that we as national level organizations, or we as donors, or we as people who work in the big cities need to have to know that we don't know everything, and that no two villages are the same, and that we need to go all the way down to the ground. That organization that I'm calling TGHI, when they have now been adopted by that community and they've been spending time with that community, the thing that now they have started doing is doing something that was suggested here called intergenerational dialogues. They've, together with 1 Million Trees, organized an intergenerational dialogue on climate change in Malindi, but now they're going all the way to Mashinani to organize dialogues with communities. This is very important because of the fact that it begins to surface some of those issues that you are talking about regarding food waste, for example. You start to see it because of the fact that you'll find that people who are controlling a lot of land, until it rains, they do nothing with that land, even though they have greatly fertile soil. I once asked a lady, considering that she has 3 acres, why doesn't she, and she buys water for use in her home, why doesn't she buy 1 extra jerrycan and pour water on a 3x3 vegetable garden so that she doesn't have to buy vegetables? For her, the idea stopped at pouring water that she has had to carry all the way from other. It just does not make sense. Even if it is going to make mathematical sense, for her, it doesn't qualify. Final story I'll tell you is this. When we're talking about the fact that engaging communities need to be different, in one case, we went to a community and we were going to interview this lady about some of the challenges that they've had, why some of their projects have failed, and so on and so forth. We went on a Sunday. This lady was looking fine. She had just come from church. She was on her Sunday best. Her hair was on flick. Mafuta was shining on her face. She was looking good. You can imagine what she looks like, Sindio? As soon as she saw a camera, she said, "Give me a second." She went back and she came back the shaggiest. You could not even tell it was the same person. So we asked her why and said, if I look good, wafadhili hawatakuja. You guys will not come because of the fact that she needs to look poor. It's that whole thing that we're calling poverty tourism and so on and so forth, isn't it? How we engage with our communities will tell us a lot. But we need to now start conversing from the perspective of the communities, not from our own perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, and I think that brings in a very critical point on the issues of sustainability, because this lady is probably looking at it that this is your project. It is not my project, and that's why when you leave, it just dies. Probably the approach you should take is where the community owns the project, so that even after the donor leaves, they're able to continue with that project because they embrace it as their own project. And it also brings in another issue, especially when you talk about things like climate change. When you talk to a real, a normal mwananchi, they just know it is, this year there was drought, and this year, we look at it from, did it rain or did it not rain? They may not look at all the other aspects of, climate change and how they affect them. And you talked about the projects that you're undertaking in Nyandarua County, the policy that you put in place and all that. But what are some of the very practical, down-to-earth projects that you're undertaking with the local mwananchi that affect issues of climate change at their level? Because most of the times when you talk to them about issues that they don't understand, issues that they don't relate to, then we do not get the impact that we desire unless we're able to break down right from policy. You've talked about the policy, you've talked about a fund, a committee, but how does that, how does it translate to that mwananchi? Which projects, what initiatives do you take at that level which will make a difference in the life of that community person? And I guess that applies to all of us.
Thank you. So to ensure that the community probably get what we, or there is two levels. There is what we want to achieve, we as the government, plus there is what now the community, the common mwananchi wants, all feel like this is what will bring an impact into my life. And therefore, the participatory process of it, ensuring, as I had said to begin with, that we have to ensure that whatever we want to achieve does not contravene what the mwananchi wants. And therefore, part of those committees that we have is what brings the proposals to us. They go conduct some few meetings in the ward level, at the village level, then they will take the views of the community. What is it that we, in this particular area, want? I probably should have mentioned that in 2024, that is 2023, last year, we conducted a participatory process to ensure that we correct the risks and the hazards that are affecting our people in Nyandarua County. And therefore this brought a scenario whereby even Nyandarua County, in as much as it is not known as an agricultural county, it's known as a very productive area, yet effects of climate change or impacts of climate change are felt differently. It is, you'll find that the northern part of the county, the composed of Daragwa, is a bit semi-arid compared to the rest part of the county. And therefore you find that the projects that we will like to implement or we wish to implement in the semi-arid area will not be the same as those we want to implement in the southern part or the most productive part that receives rains. You'll find also that the impacts also are not felt the same. So whereas in the heavy rains, the community in the most productive areas are affected by overproduction probably of the food, and therefore you find that they have kind of high supply of this produce. This is not the same case with the northern part of the county that borders Laikipia. It's a bit different. You find that they are suffering from a little bit a low production. So it is not the same case. And therefore in all this then we need to ensure that we correct the views of the community. What is it that you as the people in this particular locality wish to be implemented unto you? So the participatory process, we ensure that there is the public participations. This community brings in what they want really to be delivered unto them. I probably should give an example. I had mentioned about the market case where we are trying to ensure that there is the cold storage facilities. And you find that in one of the towns that is in Engineer Town, maybe some may not know it, but it's one of the sub-counties of Nyandarua County. We had a case where the NAV CDP project wished to It is one of the most populous area. It has a high number of people, the market sellers. But when this project was proposed unto them, the people did not, the site or the area whereby we wish to build that particular facility, the people did not embrace it so well. And therefore, we had like to drop that project. We know it could have been impactful. We knew it could transform their lives. But the fact that it was not embraced by the people, we had to like drop it and take it to another area that was willing to embrace them. That is because of the locality where we were proposing the area to be, or the market to be. So, well, that is one of them, of the market whereby now the people are, we are providing the cold storage for them. There is the other one of the specific, or the what we are trying to do in the ward areas, the livelihood diversifications. And one of the things that we are doing is to like change the context. We have been having like almost every farmer in Nyandarua County investing in potato farming. And therefore you find when like there is heavy rains or there is, the rains have been good, you find that every farmer, almost every farmer went to the same produce, that is the potatoes, the cabbages, and all the rest. And therefore the produce will be, or the supply to the market will be so high, and you find that most of these farmers will not probably make good profits. And therefore we have been trying to advocate for livelihood diversification, where the farmers are moving from the potato farming to other things probably that could be more impactful, could bring profits. So we have been proposing, and we have been championing, we have been educating our people on how they could do livelihood diversification. There are a few of the crops that we've been advising them, and I would say that the uptake has been good. One is about the fruit trees. Examples are the Hass avocados. We have the apple farming. And actually, this year it has been one of our biggest or flagship projects that we are undertaking. The embracing by the people is perfect, and the people are actually adopting it. We also have the tree tomatoes. So all these are in the press of how do we ensure that at least our farmers in the respective wards or in the area are making profits. And those are some of the things I would say probably we are trying to implement, that are trying to change the livelihoods and the lives of our people in the community.
Thanks. One of the aspects that you brought out about Nyandarua County is something that is happening at a national level. Yes, Nyandarua is a leading producer of potato.
Yes.
And one of the things that happens, which leads to food loss and food waste, is you have counties, you tend to have a county or a region, everyone producing potato. So no one really buys, I have my potato, I'm not going to buy your potato. And then we do not have the distribution systems that gets that potato from where you're producing to a place that is really required. Yeah, so you'll find that there's overproduction in one end, and there's a serious deficit on one side of the country. And I think that should speak about what are some of the, we should be thinking about the distribution networks, the market linkages, and also the planning at a national level and even at a county level. How much of what should we produce? Who needs what? How do we get it from one place to another to minimize the wastage and to optimize on what we are producing and even what we are making? Because when there's overproduction, the prices are also low. Yeah. So you almost sell it for a throwaway price. And that again is a waste of resource. Our time is up. Probably I'll just give ourselves 1 minute to give, yeah, to just do a question, have a question answer session.
I was seeing on social media that the price of cabbage has dropped from, is it 32 to 2 shillings in Molo? Is it 2 bob? It's 2 shillings and 1 bob. And initially it was like, 20, was it 20 or 30? Just give us the facts and figures, let's hear.
One cabbage is currently going for 2 bob, and at some other places at 1 bob, and a kg of onions is currently going from 7 bob to 10 bob. So that is one of the problems we are having with markets, because it's not an issue of farmers are not farming, farmers are farming. But you cannot farm and sell a kg of onions at 10 bob. You're not even paying the people who will harvest that onion. So people, it's all over. For example, I come from Laikipia. It's all over our farms. Nobody is selling it. We would rather it goes to waste because it's too much work, having to look for buyers, then you sell it at that price.
Let me tell you the stories of character development. There's the character development that happens in the capital city. We are not discussing that one. The character development in farming, where people come together and they say, hey, there's money in agriculture. Let's pull together. Let's pump 10 million in planting onions. Let me tell you, if you slice those onions, you know what happens. You get premium tiers. But you're not getting premium tiers because of planting the onions or cutting them. It's the amount of losses that people are incurring. There's a big problem somewhere that we need to address.
Yeah, thank you so much. My concern is that urbanization is taking place, very fast in this country. People are turning their homes into informal settlements as then smaller markets continue to eat into communities. So are we seeing this, and what are we doing about it? Because we are talking about finishing slums, and we have slums growing naturally in our rural communities. Another concern is that, in every community in this country, you go in and communities are already doing something about the issues that they are experiencing. But we get development partners and even the government, when they go in, they are starting. We are starting. So at the end of the day, I know one of the panelists have talked about it. At the end of the day, we are not growing. We are always at 1. We are never getting to 2 and saying, no, this other person is taking us to 3 and moving forward. And even the young girl from Turkana shared earlier about the priorities of the different UN bodies in Turkana. And imagine we still have people dying because of water in this country, even with the CDF that we have been having for all that time that we have had it. So my concern is that when are we going to recognize that we have done well as a country and communities are able to bring out their issues and even they're trying to tackle their problems so that we are working with them to move to the next level as opposed to ever starting. Thank you.
So I'll come to the middle, then go to the end. So I have those two. Let's start here. We'll move to the front, then to that side.
Thank you. My name is Mercy from Kakamega County. I want to echo the views of the sister there. And then my question comes to, I think we have so many programs in counties that are coming in, especially to address the production side and productivity side of the value chain. But what are we doing on the other value chains, like the marketing systems? What are we doing? Like now, I think the horticultural department, there is a program in Kakamega that has just come in on the sunflower, because we want to address the edible oil issues and the importation that is quite high. But we have farmers who have already planted. Now it's the key thing or the in thing now in Kakamega is planting sunflowers, avocado. Even Nyandarua, they're doing the same. Every county you go to, it has avocado planting. Then all the farmers are doing the same thing, and then there is we don't address the end goal of what we are doing. What are we doing about that, especially the players in the room?
As we digest over that question, let's remember the use case of quail eggs. And we'll have a conversation about the quail eggs.
Okay, thank you. I'm Marani Luke, still from Kakamega. We have been looking at the programs that have been being rolled out, especially on climate change and the rest. We realized there was this thing, we had the economic stimulus projects. They came there, and then at the end of it, we don't usually look at the outcome. Most of the time, we'll come with the trainings. I think it could be the other way around. We come to the community. This is what we are doing. We want to do let us say we want to do climate action changes. So this committee, what can we do that we are doing, say that we don't come up or invent another wheel, say that after 5 years of this government, the same project now lies down as white elephant projects. Because we can be able to see when, as we are coming up with the industrial parks. Some of them are likely to, at the end of it, yes, we had a good idea, but it was not developed from the ground. It was like we just pushed the idea to the government. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're growing avocados, please see me. I'll connect you. No, I'll connect you to somebody who's producing avocado oil and other products in Nairobi. The food value chain, there's a broken link in distribution. It's one of the big problems that we'll discuss. So, no, the avocado story is serious, eh? I'm not joking. I think you're used to me making jokes. If you have avocados, please see me. I'll connect you to somebody who needs them.
Thank you, MC. Let me start. My name is Francis Itabari. I come from Meru. I run a very young NGO called SACEP Kenya, Sustainable Agribusiness and Community Empowerment Partnership. And I also represent SDG chapter in Meru on the side of CSOs, civil society organizations. Now, I have 2 comments, and that's directed to the only lead there, change of crop. Now, you have made a very important comment about food loss and waste. But now the biggest problem that we have is, but even before that, we know for us to be food secure and proper nutrition, the food has to be available. The food has to be accessible by everybody. The food must be adequate. The food must be acceptable. And then finally, we need to know how to go about all this. And then food loss, for us to have that particular food again on the table or even in our storage, we need to understand where the production is coming in and how it is coming in. We need to understand the post-harvest handling, and we also need to understand how we store, and we need to understand how we transport that particular food to where it is needed, whether it's in the processing plant or something like that. But now, the biggest challenge that we have, it is important that in this house, we see very important organizations here, very important department in this country and global. UNDP is here, Nicholas is there, Akina Chokera is there. We have many others, just to mention a few. The biggest challenge that we have is extension. Extension is all about knowledge transfer. Knowledge from one person to the other. In this case, for example, in Kenya, we have the Minister of Agriculture that has a Department of Extension. I would want to imagine the members who are seated here today, they would bear me witness that extension is a thing of the past when it comes to mwananchi wa kawaida, mkulima pale. Mkulima ajui what we call good agricultural practices management. And this entails all along land preparation. What kind of seed are you going to plant? Where do you get this particular seed? Is it certified? Is it all right for me to plant? How am I going to manage it? All the way to the problem that you have about usage of pesticides, which is becoming a big problem in this country. Like I come from Meru. We have so many cases of cancer. It's prevalent, it's a problem. Statisticians who are here would bear me witness that Meru is among the leading counties actually where we have cancer cases. Now, my last question is, how are we going to cascade this knowledge that we are discussing here? Very nice discussion, very wonderful talks, colorful presentations, to the common small-owner farmer there to understand all this knowledge that you are giving us. Thank you very much.
So let's get the reflections from, there are 2 hands, right? Yes, and this gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Raphael from Kiambu, and I have literally a question for each of the panelists. The first one is on my friend Maingi, who talked of tax on green startups. We take note that agriculture is a devolved function. And now when we talk of taxation is made in the National Assembly or thereabout or in the Senate. So what is it that can be done to ensure that what we are doing in Kiambu is not affected by what has been passed by the National Assembly or at the Senate? Case in point, my governor is giving people in Kiambu chicks and piglets. How he got that we needed them is a story for another day. But now, that is, if you want us to be taxed, my mother, who's a farmer, a chicken farmer, I was having a conversation with her last week and she was telling me, hima ya Uganda, sorry my sister from Uganda, hima ya Uganda imeharibu soko yetu. And the cost of it is not manageable. Actually, I advised her to finish the business because I can continue supporting her in that. The next question is on data, and I want to pose it to the gentleman from Nyandarua. You've told us that the county government of Nyandarua allocates 2% of Nyandarua Development Fund into climate change issues, climate issues. The report of the Controller of Budget just released says that 97% of the funds received by the Controller of Budget from Nyandarua was used on recurrent expenditure. And there is no development expenditure reported. So what you're telling us, vis-a-vis what the Controller of Budget has released to the public, again contradicts. What data are we supposed to depend on? And when you do your public participation, how is the public participation done? Public participation in this country is something that would like maybe also to borrow from Nyandarua if actually public participation is done in that county. My friend who talked about 1 million trees and what we are doing, climate change is the new buzzword in the country. And climate action is SDG 13. What are we doing? Are we planting trees or are we growing trees? This is a country where we've seen helicopters being boarded to go and plant a tree. Who knows whether that tree today is growing or it dried up the next day? So are we planting trees as a people or are we growing trees? Thank you.
Maswali nyeti.
Good afternoon. My name is Bovil Roy from IDF. Just to echo his sentiment, helicopter was boarded to buy a tree from Nyandarua to plant in Suba in Homa Bay County with different climates. A tree was bought in Nyandarua and they bought an helicopter, went to Suba in Homa Bay County to plant the tree here. So that's the country we live in. My question goes to Nyandarua County. Right now, you can see the way there is climate change. Like in Kisumu County, Ahero, you see women crying of floods, carrying their harvested rice. That is food wastage, right? So they have done their part. They've harvested. They're in bags. Then they're being carried away by floods. So what do you put in place as a county to ensure that such wastage does not happen in your county? And what do you put in place to ensure that there is inter-county trade? Like you don't farm, maybe sometimes you don't farm rice in Nyandarua, but we farm rice in Kisumu, so that we can sell to each other. Thank you so much. And again, I was forgetting something. There was a project called Galana Kulalu. Where did it go? And it was supposed to address food security. Thank you.
Alkags is going to respond to Galana Kulalu.
Now, in the spirit of localization, if you look at the Constitution of Kenya, Article 43 of the Constitution is very clear on the type of the food we need, safe and extra. Article 25 of the Constitution is very interesting, that if the governments, both the county government and the national government, indicate that they don't have resources, like in Kenya and in our counties and the country and the counties, the main big words is we don't have resources. But this article directs us that if the county or the national government does not have the resources, then the little they have, they should prioritize in achieving Article 43 of the Constitution. Why is this not happening until people carries rungus, sufuria, and everything they go to the street? Why must we go to the street, yet the Constitution has a leeway on how we can implement Article 43 of the Constitution, and more so on the food security?
As we used to say when I was in civil society, that government can only understand one language sometimes. And that's when we go to the streets, right? Last question for this round, and then we get the responses, otherwise they'll be overwhelmed.
Mine is a question, first directed to the Horticulture Authority. And my concern is currently whether you are really helping the agriculture sector, more so in terms of policies. We have had a number of bills that have been coming up that are in regards to agriculture that are contributing to the current, you would say, chaos in the country. One of them was the mung beans bill that was very controversial. So on top of that, we have had other laws, including in the dairy sector. And you can say you are part of the people who are contributing towards the anger against the government. Because people cannot say that the bills that you create are supposed to help the farmer. It's more to curtail them or to punish farmers. So sometimes when we are actors in government, we must look at how to positively support government and also look at the role we play even in the politics of the day. So we found that the mung bean was one of the very controversial one. Then we currently have what people are calling the fatting vaccination that people do not understand. It's a very good thing for climate change if people were to understand it. But people do not come out to explain what is methane gas. For the kawaida mkulima, they do not understand what is methane gas. They do not understand what is climate change. They do not understand what are the, the emissions or the greenhouse gases. So we do not find that you people are coming out to explain to the common person why you do this. For example, for the mung beans, it was mostly, I think, about exports that it was mostly targeting. But for the kawaida person, we are told we are going to be charged on every single thing, including seeds. So you must also admit that you're part of the contribution of why our sector is also not working very well. And we could also maybe actively even explain, for example, in the finance bill, there was also other issues on onions that are currently now coming up, on eggs that are currently coming up, but you never actively explained to the common mwananchi that as much as there's taxation on these other issues, there's things to help you or to help the Kenyan market. And those things were never explained. We were only explained for the propaganda. Also, when it comes to the issue by Open Institute, one of the issues that has come out was the issue of data. And I've kept asking my colleagues from KNBS, where do you get this data that you're explaining to us? And they have been explaining, we get it from the ministries, we get it from the county governments. And I think from what you've pointed out that wananchi tell you what you want to hear. Equally, government officers always tell you what you want to hear. And it has been my question throughout, where do you get this data? Because depending on who I'm talking to, if it's a donor, I will always tell them we are suffering. But if it's government, I will always exaggerate my numbers and say we have built this number of boreholes. If we built 10, I will say we built 15. So the issue is whether even our data is accurate. Are we progressing? Are we not progressing? So we are a reflection of the people we serve. So just like the way they lie, we equally lie. So that needs to be looked at.
Kasongo ye. So I'm coming to you to respond to some of those questions. But I think as Kenyans, we need to have a really difficult conversation about mediocrity. Like, you know, buying trees and getting a helicopter and going to plant them somewhere else. Like, really, I think there are more serious issues that this country is facing, and we just need to find a way to surface them, discuss them, and then hand them over to Gen Zs to do their thing.
Yeah, thank you so much for the questions, the observations. I think I'll speak to the ones that I think I can speak to, and then I'll allow my colleagues to speak to some of those things. First, to start with about the bills. One, I must own up to the fact, and I think it's a Kenyan problem, that we do not explain to the Mwananchi where something started from, how it's going, and how it went. Some of those bills are actually private members' bills. And government has nothing to do with those bills. I am the director at Horticultural Crops Directorate. There is a bill, and there was a lot of uproar, I think it was a month ago, about some fees that we, now the thinking was, these are fees that governments want to levy, which is embedded in that bill. But that bill was initiated by a private member. It was not, yes, of course, there are government-sponsored bills, but like that particular one for the horticulture and even the, are private members' bills. It's someone who decides, I want to come up with this bill. Of course, it's debated in Parliament, whether it sees the light of day or not, that's a different story. But every bill has where it starts from. And the assumption that Mwananchi has is that every bill is a government bill, which is usually not You also raised the issue of data. In the institutions that we work for, one of our duties is to keep data. And that data is data that, one, if it's data on production, it's data that we have tools that we're able to undertake surveys and determine the levels of production in the country. If it's data about sales, for example, if it's data about exports, those are things that we draw from the real-time transactions that happen on a daily basis. Those are things that you cannot cook. They are things that they're actually in databases. And that is how we feed into KNBS. Someone talked about avocado. Avocado is not, what was it? Someone talked about the quail. It's not the quail egg. Now that I sit there, avocado is actually one of the very upcoming export commodities for this country. Last year 2023, we did 93 billion in terms of exports. In 2022, we did 15 billion. And there's growing demand. We are number 6 globally as a country in terms of the volumes and the exports of avocado. And the demand is still high. We are now thinking of opening new markets because our major market has been Europe, and we are facing a challenge in the Red Sea, and that's forcing us to now think of diversifying to other markets, which we already have. The India market has opened, China market has opened, Middle East, and the Far East. So avocado is not quail. If you see him about avocado and he doesn't sort you, please come to horticulture, because he says he knows people who value add. I will give Al to talk about the issues of sustainability. Someone talked about projects that we start and start again, and someone else talked about projects that we start and we don't move to step 2. And for me, from where I sit, what I have observed is where you have multiple development partners doing almost the same things and using a lot of resources to do so. This one is doing boreholes, and then someone else comes and does boreholes. Then a different person comes and does boreholes. When someone could have done boreholes, another person to do irrigation systems or something, in a way that becomes impactful and sustainable. So maybe you can speak to that. Someone has raised issues about the distribution between counties, issues of extension. The extension is devolved to the counties, but one thing which is for fact, the level of extension services varies from county to county. There are counties that extension is dead, and there are counties that extension is up and running. And maybe from the county perspective, you can tell us what are some of those things that we can do to improve on extension. There was a question on climate change, I think, which I think you can tackle. So I'll allow my colleagues to pick some of those issues.
So, all right, thank you. One of the things that was a blessing for us as counties is the devolution. And there was an issue about reducing food loss in counties. And that some of the counties at the Lake region right now are suffering from flooding, and therefore most of their produce are going into waste. And now if you come to central Kenya, then that's a different case, because right now the information that we have, or what we have witnessed, is that the October, November, and December rains fell short for us, and therefore we do not receive high rainfalls, and therefore we do not have cases of flooding. Far from that, also I would like to appreciate the fact that what I was talking about, that devolution being a blessing for us, opening up roads, the rural roads, for most of us, the counties, has come to uplift a lot of people at the local level. And therefore, whatever they are producing can be able to reach markets easily, because we've been able to do maraming of roads. Most of the rural roads in our wards right now are maramed, and therefore, what we are producing in the farms can be able to easily access the markets. The other issue is that has been raised by a colleague from Kiambu County, and that 2% of our development budget is going to the County Climate Change Fund, which is funding locally led climate actions, whereas a report was talking about 97% of the fund, or 97% of the spending between, that is July, August, and September of this year, going to recurrent. I would probably, responding to this, I would say then, for these particular expenses, that means that a development project has to be complete, paid, so that now it qualifies as an expenditure. And therefore, also, some of this, or according to this particular report, then it was only highlighting that the government then dispersed funds until all these funds, whatever was being reported here, was only for the July. In as much as it's highlighting for the 3 quarters, for the 3 months, then the disbursement was only for a month. And therefore, I would like to say also, for this particular financial year, most of the development programs in the counties, in the counties, are yet to be completed. They have been initiated, yes, but they are yet to be completed. And therefore, it's only for a quarter. We are yet to report for the half year or for the whole financial year. And therefore, most of the projects are ongoing. And also, still on the same about the public participation, maybe we learn from experiences, and experiences from different counties are different. And what we have learned, we as a county, from past experiences, is that if you do not consult the common wananchi, if you do not implement whatever they wanted, then that particular project will become a white elephant project. And therefore, we have learned with particularly the county climate change actions, we have to consult them. We have to take their views. If they oppose a particular design, then we cannot go ahead and implement that. If they direct, because most of these solutions, or most of the climate problems that we have, it is not that the common wananchi does not have the solutions. They have the solutions with them. It's only that now we need to align the solutions which they have with we who have the experience, and we implement that particular project as per their wish, and it's going to be impactful. On another issue about the outcomes, and it's also the same, that if you have an already market somewhere, you do not just introduce just for the fact that you want to talk about apples, you want to talk about avocados, you want to talk about the rest, all amount of introducing them. It's about the market. If you have the market, then you can go ahead and introduce them. There was an issue about urbanization and that slums are easily rising up in different counties or in different rural areas. And yes, but we have the spatial development plan that is controlling or regulating the way we are doing our urbanization, so that we do not have most of our arable farms being converted into urban centers. I think I can respond to this. Thank you.
Thank you. There are many observations, eh? Galana Gulalu, let me start there. Let me start with the easy ones. The answer is that the people of Kilifi are asking the same question. As far as we know, the project does not quite exist in the way that it was intended, if it exists at all. I don't think we hear about it. You pass there, you see signage, but there's not much that we can report on it. On the question of this whole question of food production versus markets, the stuff that is happening with cabbage, the stuff that happens with cabbage happens a lot in Kilifi with pineapples, where you find that a pineapple is grown, by the pineapple grows over 18 months to 2 years. And in that time, farmer is putting in the time, is putting in the effort, they're making sure that they've done everything that they're supposed to do. When the pineapples are ready, the brokers come to the shamba and they come to collect the pineapples. When there's a lot of pineapples, like in December, they collect them at 30 shillings, 40 shillings, and then they go and sell them in the market for 80 shillings, 100 shillings. So they make a massive margin. You'll find that in the places where the onions are selling for really cheap and stuff like that, it is because of the fact that it is a price at the farm. When somebody takes them from there, for example, in Malindi, we do not have onions. If they bring them there, we then pay them a significant amount of money. And because they bought them for next to nothing in the shamba, that is what happens. So one of the things that, one of the failures in the process of production is actually in two places. One was the extension services, as was mentioned, and the other one was in the market. And the market, for me, is a process as well. It is how the harvesting is done, how value is added to the products there, and how then it goes into the market. For as long as it is not the farmer who is in charge of that particular process, they will always get a raw deal. I think I was telling my colleague Furaha yesterday that I have not yet seen personally a farmer who has made money, who can tell me that, you know, I don't make money elsewhere, I make money in farming, and this Mercedes that I bought is because, and this house that I built is because of farming. I haven't yet met that farmer. I haven't. 80% of, or most of the farmers I have met who seem to be making money, it is because they have something else to supplement their income. The problem, in my view, and in having spent a lot of time, as a pineapple farmer myself, but also engaging with other farmers, the biggest challenge that we have found is that we are not yet thinking about manufacturing, which is where the value addition happens, properly. We currently are thinking that manufacturing must be done by the very big investors who will come and spend billions of shillings establishing a factory and so on and so forth. And then all the farmers must go and deliver to this one factory and create some kind of monopoly. What about the alternative idea of having very many cottage industries? If we are talking about pineapples, which I have a lot of familiarity with, or we are talking about horticulture, vegetables and so on, we can dry these things, and there's a lot of market for dried products out there. And those machines that are used to drying are really accessible because they cost $1,000 to $1,500 And $1,500 is enough for a farmer to grow their mchicha, their sukuma wiki, their vegetables, to dry that product, to store it well, because now it's easier to store something that is dry than something that might rot tomorrow. And they don't need a cold room now. They can pack it well, and they can sell it. They can sell it locally when there is a drought, but they can also sell it abroad and in other places. So then there is actually a much better uptake of food. The problem is the model that we have decided that it must be all the manufacturing, all the value addition is done at the top, i.e. with Davis's friend. So we all go and take our avocados there. And yet it is possible for us to actually buy the necessary machinery for us to be able to do the value addition at local level and then sell. And what we can ask for the Horticulture Directorate and others is to help us with creating markets in other places, so that then we can move it a little bit forward. We need to rethink about that model. And we need to rethink about the model of what investment looks like, where a lot of these things are concerned. Are we planting or growing trees? Yesterday I saw on the presentation that was made that we have 8%, tree cover, I think forest cover. And I remember saying to somebody who was sitting next to that, I have doubts about the numbers. Because if you were to count the numbers vis-a-vis what has been planted, then I think you could say that. If you were to do a spatial analysis, then you begin to realize that that may not be quite true, because of the fact that the situation in most of our forests, the situation in most of our communities is that the rate at which we are cutting down trees is higher than the rate at which we are replanting trees or growing trees. I'm happy to say that the 1 million trees guys are actually growing trees, because what they do is that they go and take care of the tree until it is a full forest, because the goal for them is to make sure that kids are eating fruit. Personally, me and a couple of friends are actually working on figuring out how forests come up. And so we are planting a 100-acre forest in Kilifi County. It is not easy. The place where we are planting the forest, we don't have water. What do you call them? The streams, the seasonal streams that used to be there have long since dried up. And so in trying to plant the forest, it means that per acre you have to find 30,000 shillings to water that tree, to water the trees that are in that acre, until they have taken hold enough, until they are teenagers, where they can at least take care of themselves, and then you can now go and plant the other acre. It is not an easy thing to grow trees at any rate. And so when you start to hear that communities are not willing to take on that investment, it's because of the fact that they are thinking, okay, fine, I plant this tree. I can happily plant the tree, but now you're telling me that I have to pour water that I have gone to collect from elsewhere. There's a problem. So there's a model problem, and I think, as David says, that there's some truth that we need to begin to tell ourselves where climate change is concerned, and we have to start thinking about what data it is that we are not collecting. We are not collecting adequate data on climate. We are not collecting true data on how communities are engaged with climate change. We are certainly not collecting true data about what is happening with our farmers. So what we do with our farmers is that we make epithets. We say, because the rains, we had a bumper harvest, things are wonderful, but we don't actually talk about the frustrations of those farmers post-planting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll make it quick first and respond to my friend Raphael, the question he asked. And this touches on women and young people and representing the grassroots community. I can say, starting from Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights, which actually talks on measures of involving young people in affirmative programs. And looking at Article 185 and 207, it defines the role of county governments in management and financing of this affirmative action. So it's a matter of the national government respecting Chapter 5 of devolution and allocating these finances to county governments so that they can come up with these affirmative programs. Talking at a grassroots perspective, farming is very good. In fact, you should visit me. I bought a water dispenser by selling passion. I can proudly say that. So farming is good, but it's not rosy as it sounds. It came up by involving myself with the right group of people so that I'm able to know problem identification, you see, project design and an analysis of the current food systems that we are encouraging in Africa, and it's building the Africa we want. Lastly, just to say there are three things that we should categorically focus on. There is the science, the policy, and the practice. And it's sadly that science is gaining traction more than society gathers wisdom, yes? So we need a brand new partnership, new social corporate responsibilities. We need new social contracts, you see, because the actual challenge also on food waste is the cultural beliefs and norms. We can work today, you can stream in my community and say, yes, we need to plant more avocados because we are also in avocado. It's very good, Kenya, we go back and we be champions of even 4 crops. We were good in flowers, in horticultural flower farming. We should top the charts in fruit farming also and encourage community to do this because this will activate local economy activation. This will boost tourism in our community centers. So the practice part is a question today, and we should really discuss how are we going to turn the evidence from the science and policy into practice, and we have to do it together and continue funding young people. And I really appreciate and kindly visit Moore Ward, where we are doing lots of nice things. We partnered with the University of Nairobi to understand the rural planning architecture of Moore Ward, and we were able to develop a 2023 to 2032 strategic plan. It has never happened in my community. We established a climate change training center to build capacities for women, young people, and persons with disabilities in different thematic areas and partnership programs. This year, we trained 50 TOTs on farmer-managed natural regeneration. How are we going to regenerate these degraded landscapes naturally and sustainably? And lastly, talking of SDG 12, it boldly says responsible consumption and production. Responsibility starts with you and I. And one thing I can encourage you, you go home, separate your waste kindly. Have a wet waste and dry waste dustbin. That will help sceneries, not developing huge pits. You see, that's a contribution. That land could be turned into agricultural spaces or green spaces. So start it from your home and also share it with your community members. Thank you.
Excellent. I think we've come to the end of this discussion. It's been very engaging.
Let's give the last word to Benson.
Thank you very much. And I'm Benson Kimani from UNDP. Mine is to the director at Horticulture. And it's been raised about extension services. We are aware that in the 80s, Kenya had one of the best extension services in the world. But that was changed to the World Bank conditionalities of the structural adjustment programs of the 90s. So I don't know, are we still abiding by those global best practices? Because most countries tend to say that extension services are a private engagement. The farmer should pay for it. Is that still the current position?
Currently, as I mentioned earlier, when agriculture was devolved, extension was devolved. And the level of extension in different counties varies. There are some counties where extension, I'm sorry to say, died. And there are some counties, that extension is, they are really supporting their farmers. But maybe the approach we should take is that even commercializing extension, so that you can even have private extension service providers that can give a farmer extension services at a small fee. But that also depends on so many other factors, because if somebody is selling cabbages for 1 shilling or 10 shillings, then the issue of extension doesn't arise. I mean, they're already making losses. The they can't afford to put in extra. That really would apply where there's a lot of commercial sense in farming, in the sense that I am farming and I'm making good money, and spending on extension becomes a worthwhile venture. But that's something that we probably need to look at. In horticulture, from where I see in horticulture, you have the small-scale farmers who rely on the county to give them extension. They also rely on us, the regulator, to give them extension, and we do it, not that we are supposed to do it, but to bridge a gap. And especially for exports, it's so critical that we are meeting the quality requirements. So we have to step in and tell a farmer, if you're doing this for export, this is what you've got to do. But you'll find that the large-scale farmers, those who have capacity, actually employ their own agronomists who give them extension services. They employ graduates and pay them well. They don't call upon the county to give extension. They don't call upon the regulator to give extension. But that's a very small percentage of the farming community. The ones that are able are probably 20%. The rest, 80%, still have that gap. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like I said earlier, I would like to give our neighbors from Uganda an opportunity, and then we'll wind up with the UN team. But meanwhile, Mheshimiwa Karibu, we'll give you an opportunity to say something towards the end. So just hold on. Enjoy the AC a little bit. I know it's very hot out there. So our friends from Uganda, now I think we know all the problems, we've had them. Is there something that is working well in our neighboring country that we can learn from you? Yeah, just introduce yourself again and then make the remarks.
Thank you very much. My name is Waguma Tinka Simre, and I'm Secretary General for the United Nations Association of Uganda. But I also, as part of the United Nations Association, we convene a group of about more than 30 CSOs, and we call ourselves the Civil Society Alliance for Nutrition. But I also do farming, and that's perhaps the other part. Now, perhaps I need to first put a disclaimer that in these processes, you need to be two things, I think. One, you need to be an optimistic realist and a realistic optimist. Does it make sense? You need to be an optimistic realist and a realistic optimist. And I say that because I have been, in my earlier years, as activist as the voices I hear here. What are you doing for you, what are you doing to the grassroots? But why are you here? You, what are you doing? Because we all have to be doing. It cannot be you doing and me asking you to do. And this is out of experience. And I keep telling the young, because I have dedicated my life to trying to push young people into spaces. I was there in 2000 as a young person when we were doing the MDGs. I was in New York to SDGs. I was in New York, this one, when we were reporting with your delegation in July. As advisor to our prime minister, that's how I go. Now I become CSO. Don't we all do the same here? Business here, farmer here, CSO leader here. So there has to be this optimism and realism, and we must pick them together. What are we doing? We did something in my country. There's something called Operation Wealth Creation. Now, Operation Wealth Creation is a caption that was as the thinking of many think tanks and groups. Say, okay, let's consolidate all the production, particularly agriculture processes, under one command. And the president said, oh yes, this is wonderful. And you know what he did? He gave it to his brother to lead. So the coordinator of Operation Wealth Creation is General Salim Sarea Kandwanda, who is the brother to the president, and the general. The deputy is also a general called Otema. Now, so I met General Sare 2 years ago when we were discussing this. And within a short time, after 2 seasons, we had more than a doubling of harvest of maize and rice. Madam, you have been saying something. What was the effect? The price of maize came down from 1,200 per kilo to 450 shillings per kilo. So we doubled the production. At the same time, Kenya was doubling its production, and you refused our maize. And you closed it out because you are one of our markets. So we have to be optimistically realistic and realistically optimistic, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it doesn't mean that when you improve production, things will be okay. We improved rice production. We went to talk, I went with the government delegation to talk to them. The guys got their sticks and prepared to beat us because the prices of rice had dropped by more than 1/2. What am I saying? That yes, you can consolidate increased production. It does not necessarily bring good results for the farmers. And therefore, it has to be a chain. And each one of us is playing a part. So now what have we gone into? We have gone into storage, which we had not thought about very much. And the storage that is not being done by government. Because government, we found, when I'm government, we are very inefficient in doing some of the grassroots things. And by the way, you are not as devolved as you are. We have decentralization. It also has its issues. And so, why I'm calling for, sir, I want to return your microphone. Why I'm saying we consolidated these processes, we missed the markets. And you know, what is one of the most disturbing things is that we have a huge refugee community, more than 1.5 million. But the people who pay the money to buy food for the refugees refused to buy our maize. They said we don't meet phytosanitary standards. And so we have to get the maize from Zimbabwe and Malawi and wherever. But for me, the maize I eat, I was eating kaunga. The kaunga is ugari. I don't subject it to phytosanitary of that standard. How come I'm here? And those are the realities, ladies. That's why I said optimistic realism and realistic optimism. We must coalesce, finally. We must coalesce. While we ask questions and point fingers at the panel, which is a very good thing to do, we also must do, and how do we coalesce and come together? Thank you.
Flo, we might think about a separate panel for Uganda, right? So we can also point fingers at them with the questions. They have a panel tomorrow? Fantastic. That's really good. So we'll have just 2 or 3 minutes for the UN team to respond to some of the issues that were raised earlier, including the maize that was purchased in which country, because it doesn't meet standards. Zainab, over to you, and then we'll welcome Mheshimiwa to give us the last word before we go for lunch. I don't think this is related to the panel, so let's give our wonderful panel there a round of applause. Asanteni sana. Such an important topic. Over to you, Zainab.
Thank you, and I'll make it very quick. There are a couple of comments that has come, which touches on the work the UN is doing. So I'm not in any way here to defend, but maybe to clarify some of the issues. But before I do that, I also want to start with a disclaimer. First, I'm a Kenyan, and I come from northern Kenya. So all the issues of poverty index being at its highest level, I come from Marsabit County. We are closer to Turkana. The economists know we have all those index showing we are not doing well. So I just want to tell you the multiple identity that we have as individuals. One, I'm a national, and I'm also a UN staff. So now let me go to answering some of the pertinent questions that had come with regards to the role of the UN in development, especially when it was mentioned that we have 24 UN agencies in Turkana for decades, and the poverty level is at 80-something, yeah? First, let me start by saying that Kenya is a member state of United Nations. There are 193 member states, and Kenya is one of them. The United Nations, therefore, Kenya is part of it, and we are part of the United Nations. So let's start like that. The UN is also not a donor. The UN fund is member states' fund, meaning our countries contribute. Of course, the proportion is different. We have developed countries that put a lot of money at the HQ. Some of them we have embassies that fund our programs. The other thing I want to say is that the UN, and Kenya being one of its member states, draws its mandate from the countries. So all the support that we do are actually sanctioned by the states. So the UN does not come and do its own work. If anything, in every country, especially countries like Kenya, which is not in a humanitarian setting, the role of the UN actually changes depending on the country context. In a humanitarian setting like Afghanistan, you know, where infrastructure is gone, or Yemen, UN can support infrastructure development, including roads. But countries like Kenya are one of the lead countries with institutions that are working. So our role in countries that institutions are working is to strengthen the government capacity to deliver for its people. So the issue of development is the business of the government. The UN comes in as a partner to support. We bring in expertise, we bring best experiences from the other part of the world. Ours is soft support, capacity building, all right? Our funds are little, they're supposed to be catalytic. So you will see that UN will be supporting policy development, it will be supporting domestication of international treaties, but that is aimed at, you know, opening up more resources, creating enabling environment for investment, so law and order. So ours is soft support. So where you, as if you discuss and reflect about all the UN agencies and country not developing, it is more looking inside. What are we not doing right? Because the UN aligns its program with country. When Julius presented yesterday, he talked about UN cooperation framework aligned to country priority. He said our cooperation framework is aligned with the medium-term plan, Vision 2030, even the ruling party. So we align our program. So if we are not doing our program right as a country, UN comes to support what the government puts forward as a priority. So in fact, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development puts the country in the forefront, isn't it? The country drives its development while all of us, all the development partners come through. The other thing I want to say is that sometimes say, where is the UN? UN works in several ways. One, we support the government itself to do its work. Second, we work with civil society. And I'm sure there are many civil societies here that are working on women empowerment, which UN Women is supporting. So many civil society organizations supported with the UN fund. So the presence of UN, we may not be doing a lot of branding and noise as may be required because after all, we are supporting from behind. So I just want to say that even as we do self-reflection, what has gone wrong, why are we not successful? I wanted us to have measured expectation of the United Nations because we have even our own resources. Actually, Julius and I were looking at our cooperation framework for even 2022, 2026. The contribution that we are bringing for over 4 years is $2.6 billion or 2.5. If you calculate it over 4 years, it will be around $500 million, of which half of that goes to humanitarian support. The issues of refugees, okay? These are people who are within our borders. They are not in their country. They require support. They require education. The United Nations is established primarily in 1945 to address some of these issues where countries are going through crisis. What do you do? Because some of the needs of the refugees, actually, it surpasses the capacity of our country. Can you imagine we have a total of over 700,000 refugees, almost going to, I think, 800,000. If the UNHCR team will be here, they will tell us. These people need food. They need education. Kenya has its own priorities. So the United Nations comes in to get resources from various partners to support some of these needs. So I just wanted to put that in perspective so that we appreciate the fact that we are in it together. We are not removing ourselves. We are not pointing fingers. We are saying this is a collective effort. And after all, the SDG says 17 is partnership, isn't it? We work together. We bring all our competitive advantages. The UN brings its convening power. It brings knowledge from other countries. It brings the normative, you know, like the issues of human rights, domestication of those important treaties, directing our budget use. Like now we talk about gender desegregated, you know, budget support or something like climate coding to ensure that we are able to track. So I just wanted to, in a very small way, let you know about the little things that we do. The government is our lead. We do provide the support in the most humble way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zainab, for highlighting that. And there's also something I wanted to highlight, which is it's called the social contract. How many of us know about the social contract? There's one. Who else? A friend from Uganda. I think everybody in the development sector should know. Or people are just not raising their hands. The fact that as a sovereign country and being citizens, there's a contract established between ourselves and the government of the day. How do we establish that contract? It's because we hold elections every 5 years. And we decide voluntarily. I've never heard of anybody being whipped from their houses to go and vote. I don't know if anybody knows anybody who's been whipped to go and vote. Then we go voluntarily into those boxes and we mark and we cast our ballots and we vote. The moment you do that, you have established a social contract, which is basically you've said, I agree to be led by Chokera over the next 5 years because he has talked to me, he has convinced me that he's going to do wonderful things for me, that he's going to deliver, and he makes promises. Those promises are a negotiation. So that's before you go into a contract process. You have to negotiate. So there's a negotiation between Chokera and I as the voter, after which I'm convinced and I go vote for him. So the moment I vote for him, he owes me something. Yeah? And that is what we call a social contract. The next level is I'm contributing money in the form of taxes, which ultimately ends up with Chokera after I elect him. And my expectation is that those resources, because he convinced me with the ideas, we are consolidating, and I'm not the only one he convinced. But of course, you have those people who stand for elections, and then the household has 4 people. The wife, 2 children, all above 18 with voters' cards. But the person only gets 1 vote, which is their own. So he was not even able to convince the people in his homestead that he can lead. But collectively we say, if somebody has been elected, they've had the mandate of a collective community. And so the social contract is not between Chokera and I only. It's myself and the people around us who agreed to vote for him. And so there's an expectation that you will deliver. And the reason why I'm giving you this long story is because the restaurant is still full. So if we go there, we are not going to eat. So we are buying time before I hand over to Mheshimiwa, who's going to give us the closing remarks. And so the next level is, we are collecting taxes, we are handing them over to you and other government officials to deliver services for us. And so, as part of the social contract, there is a responsibility on me, not Chokera, on me, to ask him, yeah, I voted for you, and now I'm giving you my resources. What are you doing with those resources? Civil Society 101. Sijasahau, by the way. So if you're in civil society, one of your responsibilities is to actually educate citizens about the very basics of a social contract. And ALCAGS does a lot of that, and I'm sure many of you do that at the community level. And so it's really important, and it's just building on what Zainab was highlighting, that when we look at the figures and the graphs that are being presented here about poverty numbers, education, sanitation, FGM, and all that, it's not about the leaders only. In fact, the primary responsibility is on the citizens to hold the leaders to account. And the reason why we have civil society somewhere in the middle is because there's a recognition that there needs to be somebody who can mobilize. So the role of civil society, number one, is to mobilize. After they mobilize, is to educate. After they educate, is to hold the hand of the community, to bring them together to go and have a conversation, an engagement with the leaders. Now, how that engagement happens is entirely up to the citizens. So some will go to the streets to protest, but somebody has to mobilize. And that's the role of civil society. Some will go and negotiate, which is hold town hall meetings, participate. And the Constitution provides various mechanisms for citizens to do that. And so we need to be conscious that even as we ask the UN and other partners to support, that the primary responsibility is for us Kenyans to actually hold leaders to account, to support, and of course to engage with our community so we can all collectively do better. That support is never enough. It can never be enough. Whatever UN and other funders provide is not enough and can never be enough. So, and the government is us, the people. I think it's the lady from TSP who said, our leaders are basically our reflection. So, but with that, I'm going to hand over to Mheshimiwa Amina. Please welcome. And thank you for finding time out of your busy schedule to join us here. A round of applause as she comes. Karibu sana. And please address the crowd.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Utgon Siad from Garissa County. But I find myself to be saying I represent the girls of this country, not particularly the ones in Garissa. I am a young member of parliament. I joined parliament 2022, hoping to be there. I'm not a politician yet. I am a humanitarian. I am the founder of Udgon Sustainable Development Initiative that works in Kenya for the last 15 years and now in Somalia. Hopefully we will be in Uganda and Tanzania in the neighboring countries soon. For me, I come from a community that FGM is still ongoing. Girls and boys are raped and the matter is settled out of court, which is very sad. And that led me to becoming a member of parliament, just at least to push policies that will help my community against such vices. So there is a recent case in Garissa. I don't know if my sister from the north, maybe they are aware of such things. There are madrasas where kids go and learn a religion, and kids get defiled in such. In Garissa, there were 6 girls, the age of 5 to 12 years, who are raped by the same teacher. And when you talk about it, it's like you are against a certain, you cannot talk about religion and all these things. So it is very difficult in where I come from. So you can imagine the fights I go through each day as a young member of parliament. There was another case in Garissa still where a girl was raped after a dental, a slight, I think a minor surgery from the dental place, and then she comes. The nurse who was nursing, helping her, they raped her in that room again. And the case was in the Senate, fighting, and then you will find someone saying, oh, huyu Amina amekuwa mzungu sasa. Hiyo 5 years itaisha na utarudi nyumbani. So SDGs, these things you guys are talking about now, is not about ticking boxes. It's something that we do it every day. The fight is ongoing, and every morning we have to fight through legislation or helping our communities. So on behalf of all the members of parliament who are around, I think most of you have seen people here because there are sports. I myself, I sit in Justice and Legal Affairs, which is still ongoing. I had to rush here so that I can say hi to everyone here. And we are in different committees, but most of members are here on behalf of the young women in parliament who are fighting through this fight that you people are now doing. We appreciate the work you're doing. We thank you very much on behalf of the girls and boys of this country. Asanteni sana. You might be seated here thinking that it's just normal things. It is not normal. The work you're doing is helping this country and beyond. You and women, I am a witness of how you have helped this country, and we are thankful because I am a host of refugees. I come from where Dadaab is located, where refugees are there. I know how you are helping my people. So kwa niaba ya Wakenya wengine wenye wanajiona marginalized, we always say we are marginalized, but sometimes there's self-marginalization. As a country, there's places like the ASAL communities who are marginalized, but after devolution, what are the counties doing for the people? So it is again self-marginalization. So kwa niaba ya wanawake wote, wasichana wote, mimi nimekuja kusema asanteni for the good work you guys are doing. You people, don't mind you guys, I'm a Gen Z MP. So you guys is in our blood. So asanteni sana kwa kazi yenye mnafanya. And we are behind you, up and down in town, but because others are being killed and it's not right. And everywhere, it's not even in Nairobi, in Garissa, in everywhere. The person who killed 3 people in Isili hails from my county. It's just an embarrassment and bad thing. So, hii makelele yote tunafanyanga huko nje ni kwa sababu ya hasira. A young girl who went to school, wewe unamulea, anafika ile mahali anaenda kufanya kazi zake, mtu tu anamuua tu bure tu. Na ametoka kwake. It's same as Al-Shabaab. You take your kids to school, unasikia wamelipuliwa. Haujui kwa nini. Mtoto anaenda shule, anauliwa na mwenzake. So there's a lot of things going on, and as a country we are going through a lot. Economic crimes, kuna vitu mingi zinaendelea, but tunasema asanteni. And for me it's personal. It's emotional when I'm talking about this, because where I come from, the people from the ASAL will understand much more what I'm talking about, and it's deeper than you think. One of these days, if any of you will happen to be in Garissa, I will be glad to host you and take you around and see for yourself what is happening in my county and the neighboring county. Asanteni sana. I know it's lunchtime. Sitaki kuongea mambo mingi na nianze kulia hapa. God bless you. You are doing the Lord's work. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. On that positive note, let's appreciate ourselves. I know sometimes it seems all lost, but we have to keep encouraging each other and pushing each other. We know we deserve the best in Kenya because we have everything it takes. And so we'll get there someday. That I believe. I'm an optimist. A brother from Uganda. What did he say? Realistically? Optimistic, right? And optimistically? I think that's going to be at the top of the report for this workshop, right? And we look forward to hearing from you a bit more in the upcoming sessions. We also need to learn that we are not alone. But the truth is, I know we have problems, but when you travel to some of the countries, some places in West Africa, I'm not mentioning names, lest I'm not allowed to enter next time. People have problems, serious problems. It's just that we also have problems, but we know we can do better. And that's why we're pushing each other to get where we're supposed to be. I'm told lunch is in the next 5 minutes, but you can take time to stretch, make a phone call, get to know. Are there new faces? I think there are new faces, right? I forgot about that. And then we are going to have a very nice session before we go for lunch. What are the new faces? Who are the new faces? Okay. Just say your name and organization so we know who has joined us. Karibuni sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Lea Mwangi from Kiambu Pamoja Trust, Kiambu County.
Good afternoon. My name is Raphael Maruri from Kiambu Pamoja Trust in Kiambu County.
Karibuni sana.
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas Mogaka from Core Africa, Kenya.
Welcome. There's someone behind.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail from Solamtani Organization in Nairobi County.
Karibu sana. Any other new face? There's one here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Ripo from West Pokot County.
Karibu sana. There's one more. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Benson Kimani from the State Department for Economic Planning. So we share a name with my friend there, who is now in UNDP, but we are together in the ministry with him before he left. Yeah, I'm a director in the State Department for Economic Planning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is John Olela from the National Treasury.
Karibu sana, State Department, Benson and John Olela. Good to see you again this year.
Good afternoon. I'm Samuel Duo from Nakuru County. Thank you.
Excellent. How many of us have Mulika Mwizi? The Mulika Mwizi phone? Eh? Who has a Mulika Mwizi phone? Huh? Or at home? When you come to these public forums, nobody can see that Mulika Mwizi. It disappears. Oh, you have a Mulika Mwizi? Well done. So we have one Mulika Mwizi, which means everybody else has a smartphone. Huh? Everybody has a smartphone. So we are going to stand and take selfies. Sasa mtu wa Mulika Mwizi sijui utafanya nini? Utasaidiwa na jirani, eh? Oh, now I see a smartphone has come up, right? So we are going to take some selfies. And then we'll have a social media moment. Are we going to project the hashtag? And if you can, please do that. But your neighbor has to be willing, right? And I saw some people ticked consent to take photos. Did you know the meaning of ticking that box? Consent to take photos. And then you ticked a big yes, it even crossed into the neighbor's box. Eh? This is the moment where that consent is unleashed. And you cannot sue me, neither can you sue the, So please, let's stand up. We're going to have a social media moment. You already done? Perfect. That looks amazing. By the way, make sure the selfie looks nice. If your neighbor is taking a funny selfie, tell them no. Eh? You're set. Yeah? If the selfie is not nice, ask them to repeat. Until they get it right, especially the ladies. You know, for men, it doesn't matter, whether they're smiling or not. I have to be in this one. Mheshimiwa, Ebu, repeat that one. Mheshimiwa, repeat that one. I have to be in it. and COG. We have a panel on collaboration and partnerships, the role of stakeholders in the acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs. After that, we'll have another panel on SDGs financing, systemic transformations, including mobilizing new financing, creating a bigger impact in the face of limited fiscal space, which will be led by Julius Chokera immediately after this. Yeah. Joseph from Ahadi is not here? He's not here? All right, so we can get rid of one seat. Mix them, gather them. That's better. For the photos and videos. Yeah. Oh, there's an empty seat there, so you can now move. You can move to this one. Do you have another mic? That's good.
No. Okay. So, good afternoon. Yeah, we'll be taking you through this panel discussion on collaboration and partnerships, the role of stakeholders in the acceleration of implementation of SDGs. Here I'm joined by colleagues Benson Kimani from UNDP. We have Georgina Washuka from Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have Morris Owaka from KEPSA. And then we have Fedha Daritsu from Council of Governors. So to start with, and I think these are some of the issues that came out even in the morning in terms of what we are doing in our own areas. And I was actually quoting, or wanted to quote, Wangari Maathai and the Hummingbird. And we'll be hearing from this team in terms of the role and what they are doing within the specific organizations and what we can do to strengthen the partnership in the realization, towards the realization of the SDGs. So I think that's enough because of time. Or do, as you take the mic, you can also reintroduce yourself. Maybe I've just gone through very fast. And I'll start with Georgina Washuka. In terms of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, please can you tell us what you are doing in terms of ensuring realization of SDGs?
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Georgina Washuka. I work with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers in the Policy, Research and Advocacy Unit, where I support our members on regulatory and compliance matters. So from CAMP perspective, we are a business membership body with over 1,400 industries. So you can imagine we are quite busy when we are trying to say we are helping them comply and making them join the rest of the globe on this sustainable journey. So at CAM, we have specific programs that we drive that align to SDGs. So if I could pick on some of them is we look at clean production. So responsible consumption and production, where we have programs where we take industry on how they manage their resources in terms of what they put into the production process, how they utilize, how they manage the end, that is the waste. So that is one of the things we do on SDGs. We also have energy consumption. So every year we conduct audits for industry, and which is actually a mandatory thing aligned with the the policies of the country. Industries are supposed to carry out energy audits. So from these audits, the industries are able to transit or change their for example, if it's their lighting, if it's including renewable energy for just lighting and other stuff. So they're taking those through such programs to be able to align with that particular SDG. Another one is on skills alignment. We have partnered with the government agencies and other partners where we are doing skills matching. For some time, a lot of our youth concentrated so much on just trying to get we call them the white collar jobs. So they want to sit in offices behind computers. So what happened in industry, we realized there was a gap. So we didn't have welders, we had a shortage of electricians and other technical skills. So deliberately, we started a program where we're doing skills matching and skills building to fill in the industry gap. So I think for starters, I can just talk about that. There are quite a number of others. We have a very deliberate one on women in manufacturing, where we are bringing up the ladies to be able to take up this space in industries as leaders and also accept the jobs that have been traditionally known for men. So if you look, for example, like in the energy space, you'll find most of the electricians or the technical people are men, but through this program, we're trying to bring in ladies to be able to take up these roles. So I can maybe just introduce you those specifics.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Georgina. Give the mic to Benson. Benson, as UNDP, I know you'll be speaking of UN. Georgina has spoken in terms of covering 3 SDGs, that's SDG 12, 7, and then on skills matching, I think that's, it should be SDG 9. Yes. What about UN? I know there are quite a lot of, I think Zainab told us about the cooperation framework alignment. Maybe you can speak in terms of SDGs and what UN is doing towards achievement of SDGs by 2030.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Benson Kimani from UNDP Kenya. I come from the Strategic Policy and Advisory Unit. And so basically, the UNDP is the integrator of the SDGs within the UN system. So we are like I would call it large-scale coordinator of the SDGs and Agenda 2030. So basically, that's at the global level. At the national level, we assist the member state to align the global agenda to the national systems, which we call alignment. That's at the national level, and where possible, like at the subnational level, also domesticate or localize the SDGs. And this is within the main policy spaces, whether it's the planning systems, whether it is the budgeting systems, whether it's a monitoring and evaluation system, reporting, the whole what you call development ecosystem. So largely, UNDP will offer policy advisory and support to the national government as well as to other stakeholders, whether it's a civil society, the private sector, and the other formations. We also do capacity development because sometimes some global strategies or some global policy directions need to be customized into the local setting. And so the UNDP does that. We also support key processes in the country, like the voluntary national reporting and the continuous updating of the indicator framework, and as well as even if it's the acceleration strategy, already we are starting to think about, we are calling it, or I'm calling it SDGs in the last trimester. So from 2025 to 2030, how fast do we intend, as we call it, turbocharging, and also targeting the specific SDGs that could be having a challenge. I can draw a lesson from the past where during the MDG period, the UNDP was able to isolate the SDGs, the MDGs that were lacking behind, and even went further to do an analytics of some of the counties. I think Nicholas mentioned in the morning, the districts that had high maternal mortality problems. And so that allowed for the national government and other development stakeholders to target those districts then and to help bring down the maternal mortality. So I see ourselves, besides the work we've done in the past, going ahead is to begin to see whether we could isolate the SDGs that, one, either have the highest multiplier in terms of achieving all the other SDGs, in addition to having special focus on those that we consider to be lagging behind. Finally, I would like to say that we do some sort of thought leadership. We assist in scenario building, looking ahead, whether it's to surmount emerging issues or to also overcome problems of the past that are not going away. And here we are thinking of issues like, since Kenya became a middle-income country, we are having a lot of challenges in development finance, okay? Either the government is not adequately mobilizing resources, it cannot raise 20% of GDP in revenues, FDI is dropping, okay? And aid is also dropping to a middle-income country. So what will the Kenya of beyond 2030 be looking like? So I think that's most of the work that we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Benson. And again, also to stress that whatever you do, you also do it with the government in collaboration. I think we saw also presentation from, was it Ndenge? Again, working very closely with the Treasury and KNBS and other agencies. You talked about FDI reducing and also aid reducing, and I think now I'm coming to Maurice. KEPSA, you have a big role in terms of also SDGs, I think private sector. You can tell us, and we are seeing this debate coming in very strongly currently on PPP. What are you doing as KEPSA in terms of enhancing realization of SDGs in that space, in your space?
Thank you very much, Sebastian. As you rightly put it, my name is Maurice Owaka, and I represent KEPSA within the region as their program officer, where I coordinate some of the activities within the particular region. KEPSA is slightly different from KEPSA and also different from KEPSHA. I know when you mention KEPSA, sometimes people confuse, especially teachers and parents, because of KEPSA thing and also KEPSHA thing. But we are KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which is the apex body of all private sectors in Kenya. And our role is to represent the voices of business men and women who are driving and running this economy. One, we are the greatest employers from the private sector compared to the government. And how are we working together to ensure this? We collaborate, we partner with people of goodwill to support first the youth. And when I go back to the youth, which is the department where I work in, that is Kenya Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship Accelerator Program under KEPSA, we are looking at goal number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. And how do we drive decent work? One, we drive policy and advocacy. We are trying to do to ensure that every youth, every Kenyan has the right skill to deliver, whether locally or internationally. Some of the milestones that we've made, for example, with the JIRA digital program, a program that has lasted for the last 5 years, which is ensuring that every youth in Kenya has a digital skill, a skill that can help you work digitally and remotely, online, or even sometimes offline. And yesterday I wanted to ask one of the guests, that is MP Gideon Ochanda. I think he mentioned something about digital hubs. I want to raise a question to him because I had the privilege of leading this region as a lead trainer for data management and virtual assistant for 3 years, the past 3 years. One question I wanted to ask, are these digital hubs working? Are they operationalized? Have you taken a research to see if they're really helping our youth? A digital hub, in most cases, initially we call them Ajira Youth Empowerment Centers, which are located within the constituencies, offices. Opened maybe around 8 a.m. and closed slightly before 5 p.m. I have been a remote worker, and even in this room I was working remotely slightly. Most of the jobs and the gigs that youth get in this particular country, they don't get them between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The moment you close a digital hub at 5 p.m., you've closed the future of those youths. Is there a way in which we can make these digital hubs to work 24 hours? Can we enhance the security? Can we put people in place to support the youth, to mentor them, and to handhold them? As a country, do we have an online platform that is Kenyan-based, either run by the government or purely private sector, either as a BPO to give these youths a digital job? If the answer is no, then it means those digital hubs still are not helping us as much as they're helping in skilling, but in terms of economic growth, there's still laxity. We need to adjust our belt. So that's one. Number two, we are realizing the goal of economic growth and also decent work through a program we are launching, which is called 20 Digital. That means let's go digitally. And this targets SMEs, the mama mbogas that we know. You have a startup. How do you enhance your visibility, not just locally and also internationally? So 20 Digital, let's boost this. We work with a private sector called Twiva, where we work with influencers to promote businesses for startups. So as much as somebody has maybe a small room within their homes, not even a business premise, but a small room with their products, they can actually sell internationally even without owning any shop anywhere. The next thing we have is Digital Explorers, where we put talents together. And these people work remotely for international organizations that are not just based in Kenya. So it's one of the great programs that we implementing as KEPSA. And something else I need to mention is that KEPSA, we work with sector boards, sectors for every sector. It resonates with the SDG because we have 17 sector boards as KEPSA, and we also have 17 SDGs. So every sector has got a responsibility through public-private sector dialogues, policy advocacy, and collaboration. I'd like to summarize it at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maurice. And you brought in very interesting angle in terms of aligning even your board with the SDGs, the 17 of them, and again also the challenges that we may face as we implement or operationalize some of the SDGs, like you talked about the digital gap, and also the youth. I think in the morning there was an issue of young people not being brought on board, the communities. I think there is that gap. And that's why I'm coming now to further in terms of at COG. Probably what are you doing to ensure localization of the SDGs to bridge that gap such that my mother who is in the village can know, even if she's farming rice or whatever she's farming, she's contributing towards SDGs. What is happening at that county level, and maybe what are the challenges that you're facing?
Thank you. Let me begin by reintroducing myself. My name is Fedha Daritsu from the Council of Governors. Coincidentally, I support partnerships and collaborations at the Council of Governors. And the whole conversation around partnerships, I think we can't divorce any development from partnerships. Otherwise, even our gathering here would not have worked. But in the context of devolution, the question we keep asking ourselves, why devolution and why localization? It's because, again, I make reference to the discussions here yesterday. We mentioned that the successful implementation of devolution of SDGs would actually be realized at the local level. And that means we need to devolve further. That is going beyond the county headquarters. I know devolution happened, but I know it wasn't meant to end at the county. So the question we ask ourselves, how further are we going to devolve services and bringing them close to the people? Because if the people are empowered and development is happening at the very village level, then I think we will be able to achieve our desired goal. One of the reasons, let me just go specifically, one of the mandates of the council is to provide a platform for knowledge sharing and learning, and which is one of the things that we've continued to do. and especially amongst county governments, and documenting experiences, lessons that have been learned by different counties for sharing. And I believe even all the counties that are seated here in one way or the other, they have documented practices that are happening in their counties, and they're being shared through our Marifa Center platform. And I believe that's one of the areas we are really working closely on, ensuring that we are supporting localization. When SDGs came up, we didn't even have the SDGs champions. I believe in the room we have SDGs champions that have come here, and this is just part of the works that COG has been doing to bring them together, ensure that each county has an SDG champion. I was glad that we have Makueni in the room. They will tell you they've gone further, not just having an SDG champion or a desk, but they even have a committee that follows through and tracking the implementation of SDGs. So again, everything we do is about SDGs. So we can't say, like yesterday we said, I think only 9 of the SDGs are county related. Yes, but all of us contribute to the whole framework of the implementation of SDGs. So what do we need to do? One, of course, support counties in institutionalizing SDGs, tracking and implementation. Because I can tell you, if I look at Makueni, and I'm using them as an example, I don't mean other counties are not doing well. Other counties are trying their best, but if we don't go a step further to support institutionalizing some of these frameworks, they remain vague, or they become just that point where we discuss, but we don't go a step further. But having a unit of teams following through issues, it really supports a lot in ensuring that we go to the next level. We discussed here yesterday that we had 5 counties in the previous VNR reporting, but this year actually we had 17. At training we had 22, and then the second follow-up sensitization we reached at 19. And then, of course, we had cases along the way that fell along the way, and we were at 17. So what are we looking at? We look at bringing all the counties together. It's through that reporting that we're able to tell where we are and actually contribute to the lowest level or further understanding of localization and devolution. So if I may just end in saying that one of the big challenges we have is leveraging. And we all have civil society, government doing their own things in their own cocoons. We seem to be together in gathering like this, but when we go back to our homes, everybody's doing their things in their own way. So the question is, does the right hand know what the left hand is doing? Before we ask government, you have not done. Does government know what you're doing in their respective spaces? I know a few counties that have now begun doing mapping of partners, and even just getting some of the partners to say what they do is not that easy. It is a challenge. So the question is, how do we galvanize the specific initiatives that we are doing across board so that then we address the gaps that we have within attainment of SDGs indicators? The other bit, of course, we've done a lot in supporting the development of CIDPs with the partners that are in the room, but then the question has been, how do we ensure that we track the indicator handbooks that have been developed? Counties have proper indicators, yes, but are we tracking? So data remains a challenge. We are struggling and working towards supporting counties towards ensuring that they establish the statistical units, and not just having a statistical unit that is a desk, but that which is working and providing data that inform policy, because we have good data, but sometimes that data is not informing policy. It's only in Kenya where we collect data daily on the number of children that attended a school, but it takes us 5 to 10 years to make meaning out of that data. Yet we collect it on a daily basis. So what do we need to do? Is strengthen data collection at the local level, which is the county level, so that then that data informs planning at that particular level. And then, of course, lastly, I have to speak to our G7 strategy. It's part of the initiatives that we are doing around just galvanizing around SDG number 5 in supporting gender inequalities, bringing women into leadership, and asking ourselves, do we have alternative leadership opportunities, not just for women, but even for the young, for the youth? It's something that we are doing. So a lot is happening. The question is, how do we pull together? We can only pull together if we choose to say deliberately we want to understand where we are, establish our gaps, and decide to work together. Of course, I won't go into financing, because everybody will talk about financing, but the question we will ask ourselves, how well have we utilized that which we have before we ask for further financing? Because again, somebody will say Kenya is a lower middle income country. So it means financing is going to be a challenge year in, year out. But the question is, how do we then, at the local level, utilize that which we have well. And it will only happen when we all pull our resources together through the CIDPs, which we call integrated. We call it integrated, but remember, I don't think we have all programs, both for the national, county, civil societies captured in all CIDPs. Somehow, in one way or the other, you find those ones who are not really bringing their issues on the table. So whereas we call them integrated, some pieces need to be fixed. Of course, the current generation of CIDPs are better, but we can do better. And it can only happen by some of the people seated in this room saying we want to do it differently. So again, I throw the challenge to us. Are we ready to do it differently to make it work at the local level? Thank you.
Great, and thank you very much, Feather. I know you'll have some plenary session, but I want to throw this back to Maurice. I know KEPSA is you're in every county in this country. Feather has talked about partnership mapping. I'm not sure in terms of at county level, even at national level, what are these gaps that you have seen? We are gathered here, and this is an annual conference, but this needs to be replicated at county level. What would you say the situation is, and what are the gaps, and what can we do about it?
Thank you very much, Sebastian. I think we must change our entry point and entry strategy to make this thing localized. One, private sectors, these are people in business, and the main aim of business is to make sometimes profit. So before we implement, let's say, some CSOs projects, but any other businessman or woman will ask you, what is in for me? It's a common question. And sometimes it's not monetary, or maybe we don't attach any financial value to it. Sometimes we also reward the private sectors in kind and see if this project have some impact within the community, then that is a goal, and that is a win for us. So today we are celebrating KEPSA 20 at KCC. That's why you're seeing I'm alone in almost all the panels. I'm sorry I escaped one tentatively. But the point I'm trying to put across is that for every region that you are targeting as a private sector, you must have a question: what value do you bring to the private sectors? And I want to mention with an example. I'm implementing a project called Dual TVET with the State Department of TVET together with GIZ and the Finnish government. This project is targeting students in TVETs who in most cases have been forgotten. All employers are looking for degree and above. How about that person with an art certificate and diploma level? As private sector, what am I doing to them? I'm identifying potential partners that can give them a training platform, okay? Which we call an industrial training platform. So these students, they take 3 months in class and then 3 months in the industry. The aim is to build their competence. So if somebody's doing a 2-year course, by the time they're graduating, this person has already 1 year experience, which is required by the industry. And what am I giving back to the private sector, which is now your question? One, I'm not just giving you a student for you to train. This is a potential employee in future. If you dedicate your resources, your time, and a good mentor to this person, you're going to employ that person. And a case example is a student I took to Jacaranda Hotel, hospitality. And when I was doing my round of success stories or impact collection, I came across a student who used AI to come up with a locally baked cake. AI. I don't know the curiosity that sent this student to AI. And before this student was sent back to school, the employer already got an offer letter for this particular student. That is the kind of success story I'm looking at. So for every private sector, what is it that I'm bringing to them? Is it training? Is it capacity building? Am I widening their market? If I come to an event like this, do I give them a platform to showcase what they're offering? Am I showcasing their challenges to the people? What about the opportunities? Okay? This country, for example, was a bedrock of agriculture, which is now dwindling because of our own, let's say, integral issues. But if we can revive ourselves, the gentleman who came from Uganda, I think can actually be our mentor, so that we can go back to where we are. I think I could put it that way.
Great. And I think you have brought in a very good area in terms of discussions, focusing on the youth, agriculture, a lot of things that we're having a lot of innovations that we are saying technology is the future, but we're forgetting about agriculture. And I would also, I'd want to pose this question to Benson in terms of, I know there's quite a number of innovations that UN has been undertaking together with the government on SDGs. Maybe you could speak to them. And what is your view in terms of what needs to be done, especially to bring the young people towards the limelight of SDGs, agriculture, all of them? Maybe.
Okay, thank you once again. Now, within the UNDP, but that's in another department, they run something called the acceleration labs. And in the acceleration labs, they work with the universities, and they also work with other local hubs. And this is where they incubate new ideas in most sectors, the agriculture being one of them. They also support startups, or try to connect startups with potential industry or potential, whether they are angel investors or whoever can be a market for their product. And if you've been following closely, I think you noticed that the day before yesterday, there was a big launch in Konza of what is called the UNDP Timbuktu Green Tech Hub. And this is an incubation space that is pulling together most young innovators in Africa, first to have a platform where they can share ideas, and also to be a common place that investors can come to connect with them. So in addition to that, in some select counties, the UNDP is also working on localized solutions. And an example here is in Tana River, where the UNDP was able, working with the local collaborators, to come up with a mapping tool for water resources as a way to curtail the perennial water fights that tend to happen between the pastoralists and the farmers, such that when there is a drought, the pastoralists come towards the river. So we came up with an innovative solution to be able to advise the pastoralist farmers the nearest water point, so that they don't have to all go towards the river. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Maybe my final question to Georgina. What do we need to do to strengthen partnership and collaboration, both at national and county level, on SDGs?
Thank you very much for that question. First, I think we need to put together our policymakers, thinkers, and writers together so that we can, I don't know if there's a very specific policy that ties all of us together with the SDGs. We know the State Department is running with it, but what specifically will make me want to, to adhere, or rather to run with SDGs as an entity or as an institution? So we need to get something about that. And also let's be clear as a country, what do we want? Because sometimes I think this country, with great people and great minds, we move so fast to adopt things before we even polish or perfect. So because while we were thinking of SDGs, we started talking about the circular economy. While we were settling on the circular economy, there was the green economy. Before that, now everybody's talking about ESGs. You're confusing everybody as they try to deliver their specific mandates. The policy space in this country is very rushed sometimes. There's no enough participatory process, and people are left hanging in terms of trying to understand, what do I need to do? So for example, when an industry is trying to think of, I want to adopt all these SDGs and just be part of the contribution to whatever the success of it, then you're hit with other different policies. So we need that aligned to be able to, if we are going to leapfrog SDGs to 2030, we need to give a very stable policy space, a predictable one, that people can take up, let us be careful as to what we are taking or changing the country. Some SDGs here actually, right now, if you look at education, we had yesterday, we are moving children to the next class, yet we are not sure whether there's actually class 9 or whatever gaps are there. We are talking of transition of our health systems, and we are not sure really, nobody can really specifically say that, yes, this is perfectly done. So some of these things are affecting how how we are going to fast track the SDGs, and I think those are some of the gaps that we need to have. Having all the players in the house, the private sector, civil society and government, the youth and everybody else included in these discussions probably will help, just address those gaps and help us fast track.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Maybe we can get questions from audience. Someone to facilitate the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Mramba from Kwale County. For me, I think what's coming out clearly out of this discussion, in my perspective, it's the importance of counties in the implementation of SDGs. I'll give you an example. In Kwale County, we have structures running down to the village level. We have county staff who interact with people at the village level, who are able to explain to villagers what SDG means in the local dialect and understand that and be able to implement that. So I think counties play a very significant role in this, and that cannot be overlooked and it can't be overemphasized. So I think it's very important, even in our discussions, that we see how we can empower counties, in the implementation of these SDGs, and also, most importantly, in monitoring and tracking of the indicators. Another thing also, there's a problem, in my perspective, in collaboration and partnership. Before the 844 system first out, you used to find that every time students did the KCP exam, we'll have like 10 organizations, KCB, Equity, County, Best Titanium, and many other organizations looking to sponsor students who had scored 350 marks. So you'll find in a village or in a constituency where you have about 100 students who had scored 350 marks, and you have 20 organizations, and these 20 organizations are offering 200 sponsorships. You see, eventually you find that the opportunities offered are ineffective. They're not efficient. Some people who really need those opportunities miss out. So I think it's very important that we have that discussion on how we can build that partnership and working with the counties to see how we can better implement these SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you so much. My name is Eugene Okanda. I have two questions. There is a clear connection between the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and leadership and governance. As the UNDP, you say that you help in terms of getting governments into form, and I'll want to hear your comment. Do you think our leadership and governance structure is intentional in making sure that Sustainable Development Goals are achieved, and what can we do about it? Because I feel strongly, I mean, it was so sad to hear that Ukraine, we export things from a country that is in the middle of war. And then we keep on saying again, we were affected by the war. how can we get our leadership and governance and deliberately hold the leadership and governance to account? The second question is on AI. I mean, you go to various contexts and conversation, people talk about AI so passionately. And this question goes to Maurice. I mean, as the KEPSA, do you think as Kenya we need to develop our own AI? If you go to Kilimani, there's a restaurant where an AI is able to deliver food to you. And it's so sad to hear that that AI was actually imported in the country. What are we doing about it? Are we going to get to a place whereby AI is going to get us off the radar? And you cannot talk about AI if we don't have data, because if you want to really get to know what is happening in a county like, for example, let's say Kakamega, you just need to go online, get a few data, and you need to inform AI what to tell us. Do you think as a country we need to be at par with this kind of global realities? Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Tujija once again. Collaboration and partnership. Still, I'll be more on the localization of SDGs. If you look at the context of accountability and responsiveness in Article 10 and 232 respectively, what is your way forward in terms of making sure that we, not only the government, but all of us, we are held accountable, and to make the government to be responsive, because the private sector and the non-state actors, there have been this difficult chemistry between the private sector and the non-state actors towards the service delivery, and more so in the implementation of the SDGs. Do you think it is high time we start transforming our approach in the implementation of SDGs and leave aside the demand-supply approach we are using, where we only need for the response from the government, and instead we should be strengthening the government to respond? Is it a time to leave out that approach so that we start strengthening the governments and the county government to respond in a way that is at least factual than anything? Because if we look at the supply and demand side part of the social accountability, we are asking two questions. Who is accountable to bringing the supply and demand together? And who is also accountable to make sure that the supply and demand they work? So is it the high time now we transform so that we see this leadership, the main engine of leadership and governance, where can it come? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm directing my concern to KEPSA and CAM. One fact is that going forward, we will be having many Kenyans living for many more years. I mean, even many Kenyans living to 100 years, and that means a very huge margin from the age that you are classified that you are not a person, that is 60, to around 70, 80, 90, you have another full life cycle to live. Now, both organizations, your organizations are dealing with the private sector. It's the private sector that has job opportunities for older people. I'm talking about decent work. So what are you doing together? Because that is where the exploitation of older people is. And yet, we are saying from 60, and how many, we live in Nairobi and also Mombasa. Towards the evening, among the private security guards, how many older people will be there? And where are they going at night, the whole night? We are asleep, comfortable, eating well, and this older man has even married a young girl. Where are we heading to?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Okech. I work with the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business. And I have been waiting to hear some two words that I've only heard this afternoon all through this session. And that is from my brother, leadership and governance. I think that is the biggest shortfall we have as far as advancing SDGs are concerned. And Madam mentioned something that I find very important for us as we try to find solutions to leapfrog SDG implementation in the last stretch to 2030, that we must be clear as a country on what we want as a country, because that has not been clear. And as long as that is not clear, there is very little that is going to be achieved. There is an element of accountability and integrity. And we have been discussing ingredients, but we are not talking about the chef who wants to make the food. Because we are talking about localization of SDGs and all these other things, but we must know that most of these things require financing, and this financing, the buck stops with the executive in most cases, and we are not addressing the issue. Nobody has mentioned the word corruption in this room since we started this session. And that is our biggest conversation. Actually, we should be forming a partnership towards fighting corruption, because we can talk all this good stuff about SDGs, but they will all require financing. And that financing, we are losing money through corruption, and we are not going to achieve SDGs no matter what we talk or what we say here if we are not all partnering towards fighting corruption. Because the chef who is supposed to prepare the food is not in the right spirit of preparing the food. So even if we bring all the necessary ingredients, but the chef is compromised, we are still not going to achieve very much. So I think that is a very big step, because as the UN representative earlier mentioned, that UN can only give soft support, but the tangible physical work needs to be done by us, for us. And the people who are supposed to be doing that particular work for us are not doing that work for us, because they are self-centered and they are focused on benefiting themselves and their cronies. So as much as we are avoiding this conversation around corruption and war against corruption, we can have all this discussion, but we will not be able to leapfrog SDGs implementation towards 2030. Thank you.
Do we first of all answer those, and then you can come to the next round? Yes, quite a lot of issues around the accountability, transparency, and also holding government to account, corruption, I think others, leadership. Maybe we can start with the, yeah, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And Eugene, that was an interesting question. And I'll try to break it down very well. Leadership and governance. In my opinion, these are the most important things. So let's work backwards. When I was still a young economist, I was working in the government. And by then we thought we were, in our own way, advocating for what later became devolution, because we thought money was a problem. And the main argument then was, if you go to Garissa County, you'll find that the Ministry of Agriculture has a higher allocation than livestock, which should be the mainstay. So we thought that mismatch in resources was a problem. Then came devolution. So what has since happened in Kenya? People have mentioned it in the morning. Turkana has now gotten over 100 billion since 2013. 100 billion for a population of about 1 million, 1 to 1.5 at most. Has the place transformed? Second example, many years ago, I think 2 decades ago, there was an argument that if you pay parliamentarians better, the vibrancy in parliament will improve, and they'll make better laws. And there was an argument about, people started saying, no, pay the teachers more. Others said, no, pay the parliament more. Once again, I got it wrong. I think I was at the university, and we were saying, no, if you pay MPs, we'll get very high-quality MPs, the debate, the country will have very good laws. I'd leave you to answer what parliament looks like after they earn some of the best salaries in the region, and maybe in the world. So, here is a question. We thought it's the people. Is it the people with the problem? Or is it the institution? Or is it the culture? A time came when people said the people in government are the wrong ones, or in some key institutions. And so we brought people who were previously activists. And they used to sit in the same spaces you're sitting. And some became government officers, others have become governors, others have become most positions. Have things changed? Okay? Finally, just to compare regions and countries, we have two Koreas. We have North Korea and South Korea. They have same resource structures, and those two countries are worlds apart. Okay? Then we just move across Korea, you go to Japan, no strategic resources. There's nothing you'd say naturally comes from Japan compared to the rest of the world. But they are a top 3-4 economy in the world. So it boils down to leadership. Leadership has been the problem. If you look even within the region, Kenya is still a fairly good country compared to more resource-rich countries. How does DRC look like? There's nothing that is not in DRC in terms of strategic resources, and other countries. So much as I would say, within the region, we might be a leader, but the next transformation will really be driven by better governance and leadership. You can do more with less. And if you look at some of the people who've done studies on devolution, they're arguing that the money that has been so far given to the devolved structure, you should see a transformation of the country. Now, I'm not saying there has not been change. There has been fairly good change, but is it at the speed at which the populations want to see it looking like? So I think in conclusion, and I need to say that governance is also one of the main mandates of UNDP. It's still a continuous improvement process to make governance even better and better. And when we say good governance, we don't mean just at the national level. Even at the world level, when you do wrong prioritization, okay, you do wrong allocation of resources. It even has to do with the choice you make during elections as citizens. Majority of you are citizens of Kenya. Do you think you make the right choices when you are, looking towards governance and leadership? So I'm trying to say we are all guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm told you don't have time, but maybe to Georgina, in terms of, there's a question to you on job opportunities for the old people. And again, also you can touch on financing, maybe in a minute.
I'll leave him to talk to the financing, but let me try and address the one for old people. And I think this is an interesting one because the youth want jobs, and they are saying the old men have refused to retire. So it's a very delicate balance. But just the other day, I was visiting a factory, and when the IT something was not working, and the person called was, you always say, where is this IT person? And when he came, I was like, why are all IT guys young? And we started a conversation. Little did I know, in the meeting, we had a person who's old, but started as an IT person. He said, some of these jobs, you can only do them when you're young, because I don't think at my age I want to be risking touching cables and everything. So what we do is that when you grow, you transit to provide guidance and experience and leadership and coordination. And I think that is what we are seeing in some of these setups. If you come to, places of work, it's the old people who will give us, because kusema ukweli, the young people, we are hot-headed. They are hot. I don't know where I am. I'm sitting on the fence. But ile mbio wanaenda, sometimes you don't want to leave them to very high level, places where they can make decisions. So you let them be and do the energy and high risk areas. If you are old and you want to marry a young one, it's also a high risk occupation that you engage in with. So it's just how we balance these things. We are not saying we send you home to the village, but there's always a role, because even tangu zababu, in our old ages, wisdom and leadership came from the old people. But it is a challenge, because I need to go and do a survey and understand the role of our senior people in the industry. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Maurice, very fast, maybe in a minute. There's a question on AI, and also you can touch on financing, just in a minute.
Thank you very much. I like we Kenyans, and a good number of people are good believers in Bible and Quran. Job chapter 32, verse 20, section A says, I will speak and I will be free. Kenyans have converted it. Acha onge, imtoke. Yeah? I like the question from Eugene Okanda and Mr. Erastus, because it's a discussion we had in the morning, and I think he has escalated it a little bit. AI, we need to come up with our own AI, and we are not just coming from scratch. Let's use the tools that we have for a stepping stone. There are a number of AIs that we have. We've been working together with DAPRO in Kenya to ensure that all judicial service systems are digitalized. So instead of having people to be rapporteurs, we have an AI tool that can actually transcribe that discussion, and by the time, let's say the hearing is done, we have everything in a report. So AI is key. I could give an example of M-Wakili. I think that was developed last year around May, and it's been assisting people to access, let's say, interpretations of law, and sometimes you can query it to get some guidance. A question about financing is also key, and we as KEPSA, we are partnering with the MasterCard Foundation under Jinue Growth Program to facilitate access to financing. And it's not just about financing, it has to be affordable. But before you access it, we also have to capacity build you, ensure that you have the right prerequisite to manage it. It comes with the low rate compared to the market rate, a maximum of 9%. Sometimes I even think of taking that loan and invest in SACCO. At the end of the year, I get my 15% and use that dividend to pay the loan. It can work. If we have some horticulture, let's say some greenhouse for the old age, we can finance them. If they don't have the capacity in terms of effort or energy, then we have people around them that we can also empower to support these people. Something else that we also have to look into is the security once these people are empowered financially. We don't want to mention the Kisii story and the Makwini stories, where people kill old people just because of a cash transfer of 2,000. Quite unfortunate. So we as private sectors, we're also looking for other like-minded people within the economy globally, because we also have the International Chamber of Commerce under KEPSA. So we are fighting and looking for opportunities that can empower our people, not just for the youth, but also the youth under, let me say, the senior youth, where Erastus is. Thank you.
Thank you. As we conclude, there was a question from Brian, I think, if I got the name well, on corruption. And I think Benson also brought it up, the statistic for Turkana. In terms of, not corruption, sorry, I'm moving away from corruption. I'm talking about how much money that have gone to the counties. And I was doing my maths. If those billions could have been divided, where could we be? Those are the simple maths that we normally do. I know, Benson, you didn't talk about it. But it's a discussion that has come. Maybe if further you can touch on that, where we need to partner to fight corruption at all levels. And again, there was a question also from Dennis. I think, and Dennis gave a very one of the best practices in terms of SDGs implementation. So if you can export in a minute as we wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. I like the term that we said we are turbocharging SDGs. To turbocharge, I believe you need more energy. Where do we derive that energy from? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Sometimes we have executives speaking to itself alone without the assemblies. And sometimes the executive is sitting without parliament. The people who make policies, I today have had lunch, and I just got conversation that even when we have a caucus, caucuses here, there are even members of parliament who don't know about SDGs. And similarly, the assemblies. So what does it mean? Either we are working, there's a team that is working with SDGs and running very fast. By the time the rest are catching up, the turbocharging is not happening. So what do we need to do that? Let's pull efforts together, build synergy, work together. And then, of course, the issue of corruption, I always ask myself, and I'm speaking now as Feather, why did we decide to have Chapter 6 in our Constitution? It's a question we need to ask ourselves at an individual level. It's because something probably wasn't going right, and we even have it in our Constitution, but it still becomes a dicey question that we struggle to have, especially where leadership and credibility is concerned. If you ask me, we are guilty as charged as a people seated here, all of us, because they say leadership reflects us. We are the people who bring people into leadership, so they reflect us. So what do we need to do? Think about what the future we want and make wise choices as individuals, at individual level and at institutional level. Why would it be easier for a private institution to say this is the caliber of persons we want, but when it comes to politics, we lower the gauge? I think the scale should be the same. We just need to rethink as a people and actually be serious about it. And I believe from there we will be able to actually then say we are ready to turbocharge together, both the civil society, government, members of parliament, leaders of every caliber, including private sector. When we pull together, then we'll be ready to turbocharge and say we are doing the last, you said the last trimester, yes, of SDGs. Then that way we will be ready to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm told we don't have time because we have a lot set for today. Can you join me in applauding our panelists? Thank you very much for listening. We'll take other questions. Maybe we can pack them, and then you can answer them after this, the next panel. Thank you.
Asante sana, Chokera. It's now your turn to manage. And I know your panel is very small. Happily so. Let's welcome Chokera. Clap for him very hard because he's going to spend the shortest time on this next panel and release us all to go and enjoy the evening, right? And we're going to hold him to account, right? We are not just holding government to account. So Chokera, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I actually will take you very fast, you know, like where I come from. You know how the vehicles from the Mira, how they are taken? Yeah, that's how I... Yeah, anyway, when I had our friend, on a right note, when I had our friend talking about asking what about the old people working, and I thought, I mean, where are the old people? Then I remembered something. This was kasi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. So, yeah, so because most of the old people probably they won't be sleeping. Anyway, that's how. Let me have the panelists, the ones which we are supposed to be having here, and I think I'm privileged to have also to moderate the moderator because he also has to be part of this panel. Yeah. So Davis, I think you can take a seat. It's a difficult job to moderate the moderator. And then VSO, I think now, I think I will... Is it Mwangi? Mwangi is telling me it's the other side, but I'm not sure. Yeah? Yeah, Mwangi? Yeah. Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business.
They are not here.
I think there's a representative there. No? Yeah. Yeah, you just we'll scale down the questions, so not. KEPSA, again, I can see in the program we have KEPSA. Yeah, our Maurice. I think Maurice, we are not done with you yet. Eh? Yeah.
Karibu Morris, or you're exhausted? I think there's the public-private partnerships, or you've completely exhausted your. Okay.
Yeah, because
then it's fine if you've.
No, okay. This I will have three, but we are basically here. We are not very much represented, but I think we'll because one, this would have been kicked out from the constitutional perspective because these are all men. This would have been kicked out if this was to be taken. But anyway, we'll have to take it the way it is. Now, we are talking about SDGs financing. And one of the things which we need to be alive to is that globally, not only in Kenya, is that there has been a big challenges, especially when we are talking about issues of the financing. And we are saying that it is very difficult to achieve much if there are no financing. Of course, there are other parameters which we are considering in terms of the ingredients which we need. And mobilizing the resources needed to focus on the SDGs will require a lot of dynamism, transformation, and really moving away from traditional way of looking at the financing. At the same time, we are required to do more with the resources. At the same time, we have seen the challenges which we are experiencing all over. Whether it is economic crisis, whether it is climate change issues, whether it is geopolitical issues, and I think somebody has mentioned about the issues of the Ukraine and all that, but again, we know the dynamics when you are exporting or importing, how the channels are interfered with, so it is very difficult to have that. So within all that, we need to be able to understand how do we really raise the resources, realign our resources, creating the incentives in the harmful programs so that we can be able to support productive sectors. And to start with all that, I would want to start with Davis, so that Davis, you can shed some light in terms of what are these innovative ways which we can be able to use actually to raise resources to finance sustainable development, which is actually promoting SDGs.
Thank you so much, Chokera. And I'm glad I'm sitting here because at the top of the hour, I'll just close the panel, right? As they say the Constitution is superior to any other subsidiary laws, and as the chief moderator, I hold the powers to close at my pleasure. But thank you so much for that question. Davis Adieno again. I'm the Senior Director of Programs at Global Network. It's called the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. And we work with the multilateral agencies. We work with many partners across the world to support data for sustainable development. But to be more specific, I think from the first Financing for Development conference post-SDGs, which was Addis Ababa 2017, there was a recognition that there are two critical things that are needed to support the tracking and implementation of the SDGs. The first one being data, and a recognition that data is no longer one of those things that you keep in the corner and assume that you'll do well. We suffered with the MDGs because there was simply no data to inform planning, implementation, and of course the tracking of progress to know where we are. And this week we've been asking that question, where are we? You can never understand where you are if you don't have the data. So that's a big component. I think the second track was a recognition that the Millennium Development Goals also significantly suffered from a lack of proactive financing. And therefore, the whole call for financing for the SDGs was a major component. And there was a global consensus that we need to pull together and get the resources that are needed and work collectively to ensure that there is resources to implement the SDGs. Now, the third component, which is more, I would speak from a perspective of localization and integration. I find there's a very big mismatch between the global architecture and the understanding of how the SDGs are being integrated into national development planning. Because if we say we're going to fund SDGs, then what are we doing if we are not funding agriculture, if we are not funding health, if you're not funding education, water, environment, life above, life below, science, technology, and all that. So there's lots of resources that have historically and even now are going into these sectors. And so the whole localization agenda, there was a big mismatch and a misstep in terms of integration and putting in place the frameworks that allow us to see how countries can actually integrate these programs and the reporting frameworks that are needed to say, hey, if you've been funding free primary education for so many years, when the SDGs come, this is how you integrate and localize so that you identify where the gaps are and scale up the funding. So it's a matter of scaling up the funding to fill the gaps given the increased needs of the SDGs, especially when it comes to the indicators. So that's one aspect. I think the last one, I would say as a major gap, is the partnerships that are needed. How do we ensure that we create the incentives, especially for key decision makers, policy makers, and politicians to put more money into these sectors? They want to fund roads, they want to fund buildings, they want to, the brick and mortar type. But when it comes to the soft aspects of development, it's a lot harder for them because Mwananchi is not seeing. And therefore, we have to raise the bar when it comes to advocacy and raising awareness. And this is what we are doing through the Power of Data initiative, really to create incentives for more investments, specifically to support data, which then ultimately leads to more investments into the SDGs framework. And public-private financing, that's why I needed our KEPSA brother to come here, is one of the innovative ways. And like we said on the first day, not the Adani type, but the type that actually identifies opportunities for meaningful collaboration and alignment of strategic objectives that then fits into national development processes. Civil society also creates an opportunity because of a lot of the financing that goes into community projects can go directly into funding some of these initiatives. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think I would want Maurice to come in, especially now we have, now that Davis, you have mentioned about scaling up financing and the issues to do with the partnerships. But can you be able really to elaborate further on that, the issue of the partnership and scaling up financing? And probably you can also touch on this issue we keep on talking, enabling an environment for investment. Everywhere, everybody, I think everybody talks about enabling an environment. And not this enabling environment of all the time policies, cost of energy. What is it really we really need to be able to do, especially kwa mashinani? Yeah, over.
Thank you very much, moderator, Prof. First of all, allow me to start from mentioning how data is key in determining the decisions of financing, especially in private sector. And not just private sector alone, I wanted to mention an example of county government. For the last 3-4 months, I got an opportunity to analyze the COG report from 2021 to current year, and lastly, the last 9 months, just to see how is the level of absorption rates, especially for development, and what is the absorption rate for recurrent expenditures at the county level. So you realize that in different departments, so I took a case study and I analyzed finance, health, education, sports, and youth, among 6 key departments from the county government of Mombasa. And when you do a cross-check among the 6 departments, you realize that the absorption rate on development expenditure is actually less than 6.5. Others it is 0.1, others it is 1, which then needs to raise a question, where do these finances go once the exchequer has done their thing? We have data that is actually showing that we normally do realigning and reallocation of funds to some priorities that were not initially budgeted for. A good percentage of these finances goes to wages. And then if you take your time now to track as an auditor and as a finance graduate, just to see, do we really have real people who are earning this money, or where does it go to? Then you realize a lot of manual transactions. With manual transaction, it gives you a loophole for corruption, which my brother Okanda wanted us to expand a little bit. So that aspect of data is really key. When you look at our debt levels as a country, it's really affecting even the marginal propensity to consume or actually to spend. Because if you don't have money to even buy a product, even the seller cannot sell to you continuously. So that is really affecting.
How to stop unsustainable financial flows to sectors which actually are harmful. even to the economy or to even to the SDG. For instance, you just share your thought about, for instance, Kenya is using even fertilizer which is harmful, which has been, there are some chemicals which have been banned in other countries, but we are still using them. And that also has gotten implications also in the, not only in the sector, but also in the financial aspect because of what it generates. How do we address that? We are even talking about fossils, stopping usage of the fossils. So what are your reflections on that?
Thank you very much, Shokera. And since this is my first time on the mic, I think it's good that I also try to build some context or some background. That we are talking about financing SDGs, and specifically talking about transformation. You know, there's a difference between a transformation and a conformation. For those of you who read the Bible, we talk about do not be conformed, but be transformed. And therefore, we are saying that the current system, their current architecture doesn't work, and it needs to be transformed or to be changed wholly. It is not the Kibaki style where he said that when your shirt is dirty, you don't throw it away. It means we need to rebuild it. I know in Kenya we lost a chance because when our current government came into power and they talked about the bottom-up economic model, everybody in the whole world wanted to look and see how does that model look like. So that was going to be a reformation or a transformation of a kind. But we are talking about transforming that to finance what? So when we talk about financing SDGs, it's also good to look at that context and ask ourselves first, how much money do we need to deliver on the SDGs promise, health, agriculture, and everything else? And also to remember that when we talk about, and this is quite relevant to the question you have asked, when we talk about the SDGs promise, we are talking about three things, or the SDGs talk about three things. Number one, it talks about leaving no one behind in development, in health, in education, and everything else. The second thing, it talks about delivering sustainable use of our environmental resources. So that is the second angle of the SDGs. And the third one, it talks about financing economic development. So the SDGs actually brought together the socio, economic, and environmental talks of the 90s and the conventions of the 90s into one. So we are talking about financing those three. And when we talk about financing those three, the final thing that, of course, we must agree, and although some people try to make us believe otherwise, is that we have enough money. So we can't buy the narrative that the money is not enough to deliver the SDGs. Money is there. We also know that we have the technology. So even as we talk about the need for innovation, we know that the current innovation that we have can deliver on the ambition and the promise of the SDGs in all the three areas of sustainability, social, and economic. Then what are the issues, as Shokera says? Number one, I think the key issue is that we have failed to be people-centered. So in the way we do our things, we don't put people at the center of anything. We don't put people at the center of our financing architecture. So it's not about the people. In fact, sometimes, you know, this morning, I think I was listening to Nicholas, and at some point, he said that if we removed 15 counties, we'll have achieved the SDGs. And I felt like shivering. I was like, how do you mean by removing? And it made me remember one man called Idi Amin Dada, who went collecting people with disability and wanted them to be thrown into the Indian Ocean. Our economic and financial model, unfortunately, is like that. It is based on eliminating those who are marginalized and vulnerable, so that those who are competitive, I use the word competitive, sorry for that, but those who are advantaged or over-empowered, then they can thrive and they can survive.
So we are not, in our financial model, people-centered. The second and critical part of it, I said there is enough money, but this money is in the wrong hands. If this money was put in where it is needed and to the people that is needed, then we would see that development. We have money, even in Kenya. But that money, sorry for that. That money is with multinationals. That money is with the top 10. So the issue of inequality. So that money is not with the county governments. That money is not in the health sector. It's not in the agricultural sector. Not only that, not only is the money in the wrong pockets, but even the little money that is available is being distributed by the wrong people. The people who've put in charge of doing the distribution. Again, that's a big issue that we have. Number 3, and this is what Shokera you have talked about, is the issue of forced solutions. Sorry for that. Apologies for that. So the third issue is the issue of forced solutions. The people we've given the responsibility, and unfortunately, I come from civil society, I come from VSO, so I have to speak as VSO. Even those amongst us, we still have some that perpetuate what we as VSO and what our partners and communities tell us are forced solutions. And I'll give an example that is very divisive, that divide us a lot. The question of carbon markets. Our communities clearly tell us that carbon markets will not deliver in the issue of environmental sustainability and on climate change. Yet, even amongst us as civil society organizations, there are some that dwell on it and advance it. That is not the only forced solution that we have. There are many, many other solutions that pose a threat to the advancement of the SDGs. Number 4, the focus. Many a times, we focus on the issue of more money, but that is not enough. As VSO, we would want to see a greater focus on promoting accountability for the money that is available. We would want to see a greater focus on promoting inclusion. And when we talk about promoting inclusion and building on the conversation, I like the presentation by UNICEF. I think UNICEF just stopped short of saying, let us adopt an intersectionality approach in the way we deliver development. I think that is critical. And then number 3, we need to focus on resilience building. Building the resilience of our health systems, building the resilience of livelihoods, and building the resilience of our education system. Which if we provide for those 3, as VSO, we believe that we are going to get more development outcomes for the money that is available, but we also going to get more money available because we are going to close the loopholes. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Monkey, for that. We've found actually money is not a problem. We have money. So it's actually the prioritizing. It's basically the aspect of prioritizing and the action and the actioning on that. Let's hear from parliamentary caucus on SDGs and business, but I would want us to tell us a bit of what is it that the parliamentary caucus on SDG would want to do differently to advance the SDGs financing, bearing in mind that you are really dealing with the guys they are in charge of those budgets, because like yesterday we were promised that there are some money which will be allocated to the department which matters to take these SDGs forward. So what would the caucus do different?
Thank you. My name is Brian Okech. I'm the Programs Officer for Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business. So our platform generally is to provide a space through which you, the CSOs, can get into parliament, because you work with communities and you are able to identify issues and you can bring them to us in parliament to legislate and generate policies that are people-centered. Now, one of the things that we have realized in the course of our work is that a lot, and our chair, Mr. Ochanda, yesterday mentioned, that we've realized that a lot of these SDGs are currently devolved. And we've now shifted a lot of our focus from working at the National Assembly and the Senate, and we've now decided to go into the county assemblies. We are currently in the process of institutionalizing parliamentary caucus on SDGs within the counties, and we've already piloted with 4 counties at the moment. We have done Meru, West Pokot, Narok, and Meru, and Nairobi, sorry. So we want them to also uptake SDGs and understand them, because we realized in our piloting process that even these particular MCAs who have been trusted with budgeting millions of shillings are not even aware of SDGs. You could ask an MCA who is in the assembly for the 3rd term or the 4th term who has never heard of SDGs. And that has also been replicated at the National Assembly. You realize that these MPs that we expect to do the budgeting for could be health have very little awareness. If you go to, for instance, Departmental Committee on Health, out of between 7 and 15 members, you'll find that there are only 4 members of parliament who have full grasp of what is going on within that particular community. That is how bad the state of our assemblies are. Because when we have members of parliament who have little awareness on these issues, then it becomes very difficult for them to even oversight or legislate or come up with policies that are able to advance SDGs. And it's for that reason that we've continued to now build their capacity, and as we do so, we also try to now encourage the general public, because it is fairly our fault that we end up with members of parliament who have no awareness of these particular issues, and that affects us in the long run. We have mentioned issue on prioritization of financing and diversion of funds. I'll give you an example with Meru County, because this was a case study for us, that the members of County Assembly would say that we budgeted for these particular items, but the governor decides to divert these funds and do some public, how would I put it, some activities that would excite the public are not sustainably development activities. You will realize the governor would go to give people chicks, or even, there's a very funny case where the governor gave people fish, yeah? Fingerlings, yeah? And in 2-3 days, these things are not there. They are not there. So, and money has been spent. And this is the financing we are talking about. So you realize that we are losing a lot of money that would be going into funding real sustainable development, but is being diverted to do some funny activities. There is another issue on on-source revenue within counties. Remember, we've said that a lot of these sustainable development goals are entrenched within the counties, and that's why we are putting our focus a lot there. On-source revenue of these particular counties are a mirage. The governors are not clear on their on-source revenue, and they keep complaining to the national government that we are not receiving funds, the funds are late, the funds are too late. But you realize that some counties are collecting more than was averagely anticipated, but some are collecting less. So that is an issue that should be looked into as far as trying and working towards getting proper financing on matters sustainable development goals are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think before even I tell you to respond, I would want to hear from the audience. I'll take one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. so that when you are responding, we are crossing.
Thank you, Jogera. I'll be quick. Just to correct Mwangi that I did not say if we remove 15 counties, we are not going to achieve the SDGs. You didn't get me. I said during the tracking of the and reporting of the MDGs, Kenya did not achieve the MDG on maternal mortality and child mortality. So we realized that 15 counties were responsible for that reason that we did not achieve. So if you had removed 15 of those counties, then Kenya would have actually achieved the MDG. So I didn't like when you compare with Idi Amin and all that. Sorry.
Yeah, that was not a question, that was something else.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My question is on SDG 3. Since the parliamentary caucus is saying that most SDGs are devolved, and you find that the government remains with a lot of health money. Actually, this year, you budgeted for around 127 billion on health. And counties are given 384, and there's a push and pull to make it 400 and something billion. Than what the national government is using on health. That is 127 billion. So if the functions are devolved, what is the national government still doing with the funds? The second question is on agriculture. Agriculture is a devolved function. And what is the business of the government purchasing fertilizers for farmers if there are county governments that should do the same? So we are in the business of just talking and we are not doing. So if these things are devolved, kindly let money follow functions. Thank you.
Thank you. I want first to start from where he stopped and say that when Kenya got independence, the first president of this republic said that he's going to fight three things: hunger, ignorance, and disease. And those, if you look at it holistically, those are basically the SDGs. When the second president came, he said fuata nyayo. So he was fighting the same. Kibaki came, and that's when we got the Vision 2030 and what have you. Uhuru Kenyatta's government was the big four agenda. Now we have the better agenda. When you look at it from that angle, we've just been changing semantics. There's nothing much about what Kenyatta 1 was fighting and what Ruto is doing today. It's just semantics. So what is it that can be done even from the caucus of parliament because of the legislative agenda? I like it when you say even in parliament, several people don't understand what we are talking about when we talk about the SDGs. Over lunch hour, we engaged a parliamentarian, and she told us that make sure you make very good goals for us. So she's actually not aware that SDGs exist. She wants goals made for them. So that is the kind of people we expect to legislate on this last mile, on this last trimester of these SDGs. Then when you talk about funding, and I want to pick from where Mwangi has left, we are talking of foreign direct investments coming down. KRA cannot meet its targets. We are talking of debt. So when we talk of money being there, and we can finance what needs to be financed, yet our debt levels, already we are almost at the risk of not being able to meet them internationally and locally. The pending bills, the people, the private sector that my brother is talking about are owed so much money so that their business is crippled. How are we going to sustain these things? As we go to the last trimester, how are we going to do these things? So I think what we need to come up with are tangible solutions other than changing just semantics. If we get to these conferences and have just semantics and nothing much to the person at the ground, Wanjiku at the ground, and it boils to what we said in the morning of planting trees and growing trees. So if we can get to that point where a primary school in my village plants the hash avocados when they're in grade 2, knowing that before they get to grade 6, they're going to be enjoying the fruits of those avocados, people will take care of those trees, right? But when you take a tree that does not resonate with me, what he was talking about a tree at a seedling bought in Kiambu and being planted in Homa Bay, very different climatic conditions, what are we doing? When we talk of ending poverty, how are our policies? When you look at Kiambu, when Kenya was doing well with the black gold, we used to have several coffee farms in that area. Today, they are all mortar and bricks, right? So what are we also doing from a policy perspective to ensure that our industrial land remains industrial, our agricultural land remains agricultural, if you have to have SDG number 1, no poverty, which was what Kenyatta fought with hunger, ignorance, and disease. Thank you.
My name is Charles Okeo, IDF Kenya, from Homa Bay County. From the discussions that we've had, I see we have a lot of solutions. The only problem we have is how to integrate the same. It's unfortunate that the chair of SDG in Parliament, Mr. Ochanda, Honorable Ochanda, is not here, but I have a feeling that a lot of education is really required at the leadership level so that the issue of the funding is not the problem. The problem is the education and knowledge of what to do with the resources that we have. And I believe all of you agree with me. Africa, the continent, is endowed with a lot of resources. The problem we have is the poverty of the mind. Many of you, I'm sure, those of you who watch social media, there's been one going around where we are being shown, you give a monkey a bundle of notes of US dollars in green and a bunch of bananas, the monkey will go for the bananas, isn't it? True. It will not go for the dollars. The same applies to the situation that is being described here, where a place that has had challenges like Turkana, money is sent there, but because we have the poverty of the mind, we cannot be able to make good use of the money that has been given to us. The same way you give a monkey a bunch of bananas and dollars. The dollars may be in billions and just a bunch of bananas, but it will pick the bananas because that's what it thinks is useful for it. Sorry? I didn't get the comment. So what I'm saying is, I believe if SDG Kenya Forum could also have lots of sessions with our leaders, those who are in charge of sustainable development programs, wherein we do proper training so that when we are doing projects and what can help the society, people are trained fast before funding is given. I believe that way we'll be able to make a much more better impact than just funding projects. I believe the example that has been given of the fish is very, very real in many situations wherein people go for quick projects because they want to be seen to be doing something. But if you've not trained the people on what you're funding them for, it can never help them. So poverty of mind is a big problem that we need to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy, here from UN Women. Listening to the discussions, there seems to be a major gap in capacity, especially among the people who should be pushing for the implementation of SDGs at the parliament, also at the county assemblies. So I think this is a big gap, given that now we are talking about, we are halfway. We have less than maybe 6 years to 2030, and we are still talking about capacity, especially with our policymakers. So shouldn't this be one of the key areas where the parliamentary caucus and also the COG and other partners should be focusing on to ensure that, first of all, those particular groups are well educated on what about the SDGs, what is expected, so that they can be able to advance, to accelerate the implementation and the tracking. Thank you.
I want you to close here, and then these two. No, let John be the last one to close. Give
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is George Awala, and I'm co-chair of the SDGs Kenya Forum, and I also work with the VSO. And yeah, thank you very much for some very interesting and exciting discussions around the financing of SDGs. I'm just interested to know about innovative financing in terms of other alternatives, because I think that's what this session was more around. What's happening out there in terms of other alternatives, whether it's hedge funds, whether it's looking at venture capital? How do we tap monies that sit with high net worth individuals? Because Kenya has lots of billionaires now, even within Africa. We rank highly. So how do we get that money to go into social development and social impact programs? We are indebted. Can that debt be swapped so that we can find mechanisms of transforming that debt into monies or resources that can go into supporting the SDGs? And maybe lastly, also just thinking about social impact bonds and even development impact bonds. Are there examples of that happening either in Kenya, Uganda, or elsewhere? And then, yeah, how can we really use those to bring real change? Because we have only 6 years, so we must do something dramatic or something really big. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Purity Mutisia, Government of Kitui, in charge of gender. I want to appreciate, as I insist on what the VSO representative mentioned about prioritizing, protecting the finances that we have as the priority in solving our financing. Because I want to believe unless we protect what we have, we will keep on increasing financing, and somewhere along the road, we will not meet our objective. We may fall in the challenge that we had during an election, that is Azimio versus Huda. I'm not turning to be political. Azimio hyped the whole country into voting for them with very good music and everything accompanying the politics, but they forgot to protect the votes. They only came to realize they did not protect their many votes a few days after Chebukati announced the results. So we may have to protect. Then now we come to increasing finances. Thank you so much.
Let's have, of course, no. Let's this side has got more. Let's have John, then Margaret.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Olela from the National Treasury. So from the National Treasury, definitely you all know that we have a constrained fiscal space. And therefore, what that would mean is that we have to look at alternative ways, which some of us have referred to as innovative ways of raising the finances to basically meet the operations of government, including financing SDGs. So this is happening. He's mentioned debt swaps and things like that. So those are options that we have, and these are being explored. But I also just want to support probably what he has indicated, that money may not be the problem, but you talked about accountability. I want to add on top of it probably the application of the same money, very critical. And again, also, we need to ask ourselves on whether are we really isolating the critical aspects of the various sectors to finance. Because if you scan the budget, for example, I'm talking at the GOK budget, if you scan it, you'll find that if you had the key sectors of health, which is a critical SDG, you go to education, you go to infrastructure, energy, you total those alone, you'll realize that it consumes the biggest share of the budget. So you'll ask yourself, why are we not then realizing these goals? So then is it the way we are applying the monies, or we are not picking the right indicators to address in these goals? Because these are the core of our funding. I just wanted to use an example of the 2023-2024 budget, and I go to the social protection sector, where we have specifics. I'm looking at a whopping 18 billion for cash transfer to the elderly. I'm looking at 7.9 billion cash transfer to the orphans. I'm looking at 5.7 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net. I'm looking at 1.2 billion for cash transfer to people with disabilities. And the list goes on and on and on. And this is GOK alone. I know the other partners are also working in these sectors, which is very critical to address SDG number 1 and SDG number 10 on inequality and poverty. So the question becomes, is it the application of these funds that is the issue, or is it the unavailability of these funds? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mine is not a question. It's just a reaction to what you are from Parliamentary Caucus. You talked about some funding model by governors buying people chicks and fish what? Fish something. Fingerlings or something. And then tomorrow they are not there. Now, I want to say this comment, and Kimani, we started this with you, because I just want to show how effective it was. And then, Nicholas, you perfected it at some point. Yesterday, when I was talking, I said I was a pioneer staff in the MDGs. We started in 2004. So we hit the ground properly in 2005, and we did all the national workshops, provincial workshops, districts. And then at one point, people with some vested interest started interfering with what we were doing. Everybody wanted to be there. Some people were saying we are wasting time, we are just taking per diem and all that. So our work came to a halt. That time we were being funded by UNDP and Finland. So we stopped those workshops. There was nothing moving on. We were just there. We were even frustrated and contemplated to leave even that department. Kimani, you understand that so properly. So one day we had a steering committee, and the ambassador of Finland came in. And he was not also of the idea that we go around with those workshops. So he came in with a small book written by Jeffrey Sachs. In that small book, Jeffrey Sachs had identified things called quick wins to addressing the MDGs. And there were examples like you buy mosquito nets and you tell people to sleep under mosquito nets to deal with what? Malaria. Nutrition, there were things like, why don't you increase milk production to deal with malnutrition? I was in that meeting as Mutia Mkono, kuandika. But after that meeting, I saw an opportunity. Quick wins, interventions. So I called Kimani. Kimani that time was Mutia Mkono kidogo that time. So we went to our boss and we explained this. And our boss agreed. We took those Land Cruisers. One of them is here. I think the one that carried you yesterday. Kimani, remember, we went around the whole Mombasa, Kisumu. What were we trying to do? To identify people's needs in terms of the quick wins. And what we discovered that people had needs, very simple things to do, but there was nobody to intervene. And it comes to the point that he was talking about having helped Suba, Bondo, those sites, and then Kwale. So like in the area of Bondo, Suba, there was simple needs like cooling boxes. Because when they fish, that also included Mombasa. When they go to fish, they go very early. By 8 a.m., the price of the fish drops because the fish are getting rotten. So they just wanted cooling boxes to preserve the fishes so that they can have that bargaining power. Then we went to other places like Western, where there was land, people don't have land, don't have animals and all that. So they wanted cows for milk. But we became innovative. We gave conditions, like for those ones who wanted cows for milk. We met them and we told them, we can support you get the cows, but you need to plant Napier grass. And people picked that. And actually, we gave a condition that at least you must have Napier grass, at least have an acre. People planted, and we gave them cows. That time, the minister was, at some point, when we started, minister was not Oparanya, it was Nyang Nyong, then Obocha came. Then Oparanya came later. Oparanya perfected it. And I want to tell you, even when he was governor, he was also buying cows. Now, that funding model to MDGs was very successful. And I'm sure you have a report at the UNDP, which you can share. So the point I wanted to say is that that funding model is not bad, but it depends on how you intervene it. But for us, it worked. As I speak today, I also took animals in my village. I don't know, Kimani, whether you took there. As we speak today, I'm very popular in the village. The dairy cows, some of the dairy cows we gave as late as 2006. Some people still have them. We gave chicks that you dismissed here. Those chicks took children to school. I gave a cow to my sister-in-law, the husband had died. She took her children to school with that cow. The cow died about a year ago. Yeah, you see, you sell some and then, so I just want to tell you that there are certain powerful ways of intervening that we dismiss. That was very powerful, and we became very busy. And at one point, even UNDP was running away from us. Because of that, they put money. And we went to Treasury, and we explained that, and Treasury gave us a lot of money, almost 500 million, to do this work. And it really worked. So I wanted to share with you that, so that you know, maybe it's the way they are doing it, but it's a very powerful funding model. And the UNDP has a report they can share with you in a different forum if you want it. The forum you have from Thursday, you should share those things. The counties, share that report. They might get something from it.
Yeah, you know, I allowed him to talk more because he's our host. Otherwise, I was not to allow, I could not cut him short. But for you, 1 minute. Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director, for recognizing work which we used to do many years ago when I was a young economist. Now, very quickly, to the discussion of today. And this is a bit to the panelists, but to the activists here. I'm following up to what George said. Kenya in Africa is realized, or being said, that it has almost $8,000 millionaires, okay? Out of those, if you go to the KRA Premium Tax Office, only 800 are actively paying tax and complying. Now, if we got all the 8,000 just to pay 1 million shillings per month in taxes, we would have 8 billion in a month and 96 billion at the end of the year. That's very little. So it's a very significant tax area that I have given you the ammunition to start lobbying for. Thank you.
So we have KRA, somebody from KRA who can give information. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Okera. I wasn't, didn't want to speak, but I've gotten so many just texts. Disclaimer, I think since we are online, I know that a lot of our online viewers are asking how we ended up with a male panel only. And so just to say, on behalf of the organizers, we all agree that moving forward will not allow us to have just an all-male panel, and so it's not the practice normally. And so just to encourage more and more ladies who are in the room to take up the space and be able to speak. But also just to say that I think times have changed. There's a lot of new innovation, especially with the young people on issues of artificial intelligence. There's new ways of financing that we are not tapping into in the country. And I think we missed out on that particular conversation. What can we do to harness the new innovations that young people are really coming up with for us to answer? Maybe as Wango was saying, there's some years ago, some things really worked well. And so maybe the question is to ask now, what can work well, especially now because a lot of the people who are, in that bracket of poverty, young people especially, and also just, just young women, young mothers, the younger generation that are not finding jobs. How do we support them moving forward? And I know this conference is about coming up with solutions, and so we hope that we can continuously just have those kind of solutions that can be reinforced in the private sector, through parliament, and through volunteers, through the international corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. I think we have gone past even our time. You don't have to respond to any question of the questions which have been raised if you are not comfortable with with it. But just give a parting shot. But if you feel energized, you can respond to one or two questions, 1 minute, and then we close this.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start from where George stopped. I think, George, although you asked questions, you already gave us some of those big fads and innovations that we would look for. To add to the list you provided, it's important that as people from the global south, we fight for the adaptation fund. I think that's one of the areas that we need. And within the climate financing, we also have to commit ourselves to the climate justice, the polluter pays principle, and others. So that is one area where we are really losing big, and that's where we have resources. And beyond looking at all those funds that you talked about, even locally, how much are we losing in terms of tax evasions from the big companies? Because again, that's a conversation that seems to be getting lost, because even when we talk about taxing, we are taxing our citizens more than we are taxing the international corporations. And therefore, the reforms within the global tax system, I'm not just talking about the Kenyan tax system, the global tax system, I think that is critical, and it will mobilize a lot of resources, not just for Kenya, but for countries across Africa and the lower middle income countries. The question of partnerships, again, I think it's important. You know, when the director was speaking about the quick wins, and he gave the story and he pointed out at the UNDP and the ministry staff then, he forgot to mention the civil society. We were part of that. But the government decided to shortchange us. You know, these big wins, in fact, at the beginning, we negotiated together to the government of Finland and UNDP, and that money was to be sub-granted to civil society organizations. So the partnership between government and the civil society, that is a critical factor. We have to be true to each other. We have to recognize each other now within the spirit of the PBO Act. Because that is not the only sector, that's not the only area where civil societies are being shortchanged. In FLOCA, financing locally led climate adaptation.
Aseme mtoke. Okay. Interesting. So I'll still pick it from where George and John suggested of alternative ways of getting funding. And you realize, and it all boils down to leadership and governance, having the right people at the right places to do the right things. You realize even And we heard about the issue during the Rigiji case. You heard about the KEMSA story with the mosquito nets. Again, wrong procurement arrangement and some funny interest led to us losing an opportunity that was going to serve millions of Kenyans. Again, those are some of the things we should be looking at. Adani, the same. Some shoddy deals leading to us losing opportunities to do the right things. So trust deficit within our systems and governance spaces has led us to where we are, and still more can be done. Kimani, you've brought a very interesting perspective, and you've gone into the numbers. But I'm also tempted to go into the numbers, living in a country where a head of state who is a consumer of intelligence told us that we lose 2 billion per day. That is 700 billion a year. So we must, in the Gen Z language, we must attack as we defend, because we must also try to protect what we already have, because we cannot be trying to come with the innovative ways of looking for money, and we already have, what we already have is already being pilfered. So, as I mentioned earlier, the greatest enemy of development in the global south is not lack of policies, is not lack of education awareness, it's corruption. And as soon as we will decide to take on corruption head on, we will experience development in the global south. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I hope you mentioned KEMSA story with mosquito net, not KEPSA. KEMSA, right? Thank you. I wanted to respond to innovative ways of financing, and I think I would like to thank John Olela for having that discussion extensively. Maybe one thing I would like to add is a crowd financing where we have PPPs to support our development projects and also high impact projects. And lastly, in terms of decent work, especially for the youth, if we have power from Kenya Power going to every home, why can't we also have source of internet below that line? So that the moment you have power, you also have internet to access, let's say internet to every home. And for the digital hubs, this is a call I'm still making. It's not from KEPSA side, but as an online worker, if it is possible, let us sit down somewhere, give you feedback, and ensure these digital hubs work 24 hours. We have platforms that give us jobs. Most of these platforms will give you jobs. For example, if it's digital job, around 10 p.m. to around 3 a.m. At that time, these digital apps are not operating. So I'm just giving a clerical call to the responsible parties. Let's ensure these hubs work 24 hours. That's my input.
Thank you. I totally agree on the fiscal prudence and corruption, mega scandals. The moment we tackle that, I think 2/3 of our problems will be gone. We have enough resources to do things. So when I become president, and that is when I retire, right? You know, because the political architecture now cannot allow me to run, you know, because I do not have the tribal numbers behind me. But when Kenyans wake up and decide we want proper leaders, they are all in this room. Don't we have them here? Do we agree that we have the leaders in this room? If all of us were in positions of power and doing the right thing, we would not even need the SDGs. I totally believe so. The SDGs framework is a recognition of the persistent failure of the international architecture and domestic architecture to deliver basic goods and services to citizens. So people are living in poverty, they're dying, they don't have education, they don't have roads. So we need an architecture to bring us all together. So it's an important framework, I would say, yes, in an attempt to address these issues. But we, in terms of financing, have to think about fiscal prudence, save the little we have, protect it, and then think about integrated financial instruments, public-private partnerships. That's why we are all here. Look at global pooled facilities. I think that's really important. And lastly, you know, integrate data collection and process so that we create more trust. So transparency, accountability, the application of data in surfacing the needs and efficient application of the resources we have is really important. We can be more controversial, but I think for those who are interested in that discussion, I think we can sit behind the tent somewhere where people can be liberated by other fluids to speak their hearts and minds. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things as we cross this is, again, when we are talking about getting resources to finance the SDGs, you know, there is what we call integrated national financing framework. This is where you look at all the resources, both the public and the private. What do we have as a country? I know for sure there is a document which was done, development finance assessment, but it did not go beyond now looking at the financing strategy, which really looks at the holistically to be able to look at what do we have, whether this money is coming from philanthropy, from private sector, civil society, name it. That is something, a way of looking at the holistically where we will be able to get the resources on that. And I think my panel has done very well. It has not sent anybody to sleep, which is very good. I think you need to clap for the panel now. Thank you very much, and I will look, those who have the questions, we can just meet behind the tent and I can buy you an accelerator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Okera, for that exciting panel. So see Okera behind the tent for the accelerators and night running. And speaking of night running, tomorrow we're going to do collective night running. There's going to be a wonderful gala dinner and awards. And Flo, there are going to be accelerators there, right? In terms of the SDGs, creating incentives. I'm not talking about partnerships and collaboration. Yeah? Serikali imesha declare, si ndio? Safi. And so I'm not making any promises. So don't lynch me tomorrow if tea is not there. So we'll start tomorrow, which is going to be our last day. But I'm also reminded that you need to register for the gala dinner because there are people who are leaving. We have people who have joined us. If you didn't sign the registration forms, please make sure you do so. And then you need to sign up for the gala dinner. Some people may be leaving tomorrow. We want to have the actual numbers by tomorrow. Okay. And I'm also reminded that Paris 21 will be joining us virtually tomorrow at 9 a.m. And so we'll need to keep time in terms of our starting time. So it's really, really important that we recap at 8:30 and formally start at 9. What might happen is at 9 we'll kick off with those who will be here because we can't keep them waiting, right? So, yeah. And in the evening, if you do not have change of clothes, I'm sure, I can guarantee you last year we could not recognize some people in the evening. We saw them during the day, but during the gala dinner, we could not recognize them. Yeah? They were completely different. You are encouraged to carry a change of clothes. If you have heels, you know, it rained heavily last year. We had to run. But this year, there is not going to be any rain. We are now covered. So wear the heels. You don't need to wear gumboots. There'll be no mud. And it's going to be here. We're going to announce the venue and we'll direct you. Is it going to be this room or somewhere else? But it's going to be somewhere around the hotel. So the gala dinner is an important opportunity for partnerships, collaboration, and finding. There's going to be awards, by the way. For those who haven't been to the event, it's really, really glamorous. It's really nice. So let's register and endeavor to be there. So we'll start tomorrow at 9. Please be with us. And there's going to be a panel discussion on leveraging inclusive data for comprehensive measurement of the SDGs. So we'll have all the experts on data, which has been a subject over the last 2 days. So that's going to be really important. And the afternoon is going to be quite light. So the earlier we start, the better, so we can conclude in time and have a bit of a break before we go for the gala dinner, which will start at exactly 6 p.m. Tomorrow. And with that, I would like to say thank you so much for being with us and bearing with us. I think it's been a long day. We appreciate the patience and the support and participation. Enjoy your evening. Asanteni sana. Who's going to pray for us? I think we've been starting and closing with a word of prayer, which is really important. And we've had very, very good day. So we are glad and grateful to God that the deliberations so far have been really wonderful, with no incidences or issues. Who's going to pray for us? All right. Even the moderator knows how to pray. Can you all be upstanding? Mm-hmm. I know there are people who look at me and they say, does this guy ever go to church? Has he even stepped in church? This is my time to prove. Wacha nisimame hapa juu ndio mnione vizuri. No, I'll not go into the realm of the spirit. I'll just pray a general prayer so that we can close the day. So let's bow down and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening, grateful for the gift of life, and we're grateful for the gift of health. Lord, you've seen us through the day with very useful deliberations. Your Holy Spirit has been with us, guiding us through every conversation. And we pray, Father, as we depart this evening, you continue to bless us, you continue to protect us, and offer your hand of protection in everything that we do. As we start the day tomorrow, dear Heavenly Father, we pray for your mighty blessings and the opening of minds so that we can pick the ideas that are being shared here and implement them. And it's in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, that I pray and believe. And everyone say amen. See you clap. Amen. And clap for the moderator. For those who didn't believe I can pray. I'm very spiritual. Yeah?